My goodness. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back. I'd like to welcome you to our Topstep TV opening call. He's Abbott. I'm Costello, and from what I'm told, I'm a bad boy. Congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you to follow your dreams. Yes, follow your dreams. So get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market and trading know-how. Get your game plan ready. You got your game plan ready? I'm checking right now my game plan.
Retro, go, idle, go fly, guidance.
Eddie, you get the robot voice. So
I got the robot voice. Good.
Eddie's got the robot voice. He's going to jump out for a few minutes, I guess. The Abbott and Costello joke bounced right off me. I never watched it growing up. Maybe Eddie can explain that when he gets back. But let's take a look at the economic calendar for today real quick. I am JD filling in for Hogue. He'll be back tomorrow, by the way, in case you didn't see it yesterday. So we have a couple economic reports already out this morning or about to come out. The Case-Shiller Home Price Index, which I don't have the results for yet, and the FHFA House Price Index, both due out at 8 o'clock. I don't see any results just yet. Coming up later, we have consumer confidence at 9 o'clock Central Time. Austin Goolsbee will speak at 9 o'clock Central Time. We have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index at 9 o'clock Central Time. Christopher Waller speaks at 9:05. Michelle Bowman speaks at 9:45. We have the money supply number out at noon Central. And then Michael Barr is speaking twice this afternoon, once at 12:05 p.m. and once at 2:30 p.m. Central Time. For the rest of the week, tomorrow, back on schedule with the EIA. The EIA is back on schedule. Petroleum status report is out at 9:30 tomorrow. We'll also have the MBA mortgage applications number out early, 6 a.m. Central Time. GDP, 7:30 Central Time. International trade in goods, 7:30 Central Time. Another talking Fed, Loretta Mester at 12:45 Central Time, and Beige Book at 1. Thursday will be our big day this week. Personal income and outlays. That's the personal consumption expenditures number. That's out Thursday morning at 7:30 Central Time. Also, jobless claims as usual on Thursday. EIA natural gas report at 9:30 Central Time. We'll round it all out on Friday with PMI and ISM, and Jerome Powell will be speaking twice on Friday. Twice, once at 10 a.m. Central and once at 1 o'clock p.m. Central. So keep an eye on that Friday. We might have an exciting afternoon going into the weekend.
Awesome.
Welcome back, Eddie.
Sorry about that robot voice. Beady, 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 beady. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It must be in the lead home that I live in. But anyway, up to the news here, we see some of these markets moving north here. Dow futures, S&P, mostly unchanged here earlier. We did see that the indices yesterday making a slight retreat at the end of a mostly positive November. And the 30 stock Dow and the S&P 500 both declined 0.2%, with the NASDAQ down 0.1%. Now, one of the things here yesterday, as we know, was Cyber Monday. Spending by American consumers had surged to an all-time high, over $12 billion on Cyber Monday.
That's a huge number.
It's huge, according to Reuters. Okay, we got Reuters. We're good. We're like this, Reuters. But here's the thing. Now they're looking at 12 to 12.4. It was a 9.7 increase from last year. I mean, that's huge. It just goes to tell you that people are saying, you know what, honey, let's just order from online and have everything delivered. I tell you, you got to give credit to these FedEx guys, UPS guys, all these people that are delivering stuff, because they are busy. They're busy.
They're always out there.
They're always out there. I tell you. And
I've ordered some. Yeah, I've ordered some random stuff off Amazon and gotten it like 2 hours later. It's
just random. You just sort of closed your eyes and ordered.
I don't feel like going out for batteries right now. Like,
there you go. There you go.
And there they are.
Yep. As far as our oil prices, oil up today. edged higher today as OPEC will agree to extend and deepen its product cuts at a meeting later this week. Now, we talked about that yesterday. Why? Why did they sort of cut it down and move it up? But the thing was, the delay from Sunday was from disagreements between members over production targets. So they had a little fight, little argument, little lovers quarrel, and they postponed it. So we got that coming up. But anyway, if you are following your dreams, just want to let you know, Powerball tomorrow. Nobody wanted 374 million. So there will be a drawing this Wednesday.
Can't win if you don't play, right, guys?
You can't win, and it's a couple bucks here and there. You never know. You're not going to win, but it's follow your dreams. It's good to dream. It's good to have a good time. So anyway, let's have a good time. JD, let's take a look at these markets right now.
Let's dive in. Here we go with our daily in the S&P 500. All right, so yesterday was pretty much non-event in equities. The ES was held to just an 18 handle range all day long. Settled at 45.61, down 7.25 points. Total volume traded was about 1.1 million contracts. And we did gain about 14,000 in open interest, though. That's more than 14,000 new positions in the ES yesterday, and more than I've been tracking open interest for a while. It's more than 30,000 new positions in just the last 4 trading days in the S&P. Are they long? Are they short? Are we building a base for another rip higher, or are we setting up for a pullback? I think we might know more about this maybe by the end of the day, or at least in the next couple days. We're still hovering around these 2 swing highs back here. This one from late August and one from September. And we've only had really 3 distinctive red bars out of the last trading sessions, this whole march up. Yesterday, I pointed out these volume patterns and talked about the possibility of maybe some temporary upside exhaustion. That's just speculation. The reality is every dip has been bought this month. And right now it feels like this coil is getting wound a little too tight again, So when my gut is telling me to look for a pullback in the S&P right now, my brain is really telling me not to fight a directional market. I'm not here to make guesses as to whether the market's going to go up or down, higher or lower. I'm here to follow the same path as the market and take as much out of each move as I can. That's my job as a trader, right? Mm-hmm. So again, our weekly kickoff levels are really tight this week. I mentioned this yesterday, only 75 points apart in S&P. We will be watching these levels closely and looking for those longer time frame inventory adjustments around these levels. And we're kind of starting to see that right now right in the middle of this weekly kickoff range. So here is our 30-minute chart. These are trading view charts. I got to find a better process for switching. All right. So here we can see yesterday ES was held to just an 18-point range. We made a high and a low in the first 10 minutes of trading that held for a good 2.5 hours. Actually, the low here, this low print held as the low for the day early on, though it was tested a couple of times, never broke through the low. High was ultimately breached right around 11 o'clock Central Time. Then it was taken out once more around 12:15 Central Time before taking a run at the lows, which never quite hit, like I said. Then we closed below our point of control right near the low of the opening range right here. Now this morning, overnight inventory is short going into the open. We're opening with a gap lower, so gap rules will apply in the S&P today. If we don't return to fill this gap early on, then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Some early downside targets or some close downside targets that I'm looking at are the 45.45 level, which is this low here from last Wednesday. Back here from last Wednesday, and then last Tuesday's low down here at 45.37. Those are a couple of my downside targets. If we do return into yesterday's range and re-accept value from yesterday. Then I'll look for a return and to test the upper end of yesterday's value area high. Our value area low from yesterday is right around 45.58, and our value area high is right around 45.65. So those will be upside targets if we return to close the gap and return into value from yesterday. Let's move over to our NASDAQ chart. All right, here's our daily. Our early call in the weekly kickoff was to see higher prices in the NASDAQ this week. Yesterday, the December contract, this bar right here, traded in a 150-point range, settled at 16,008.75, down just 12 points on the day. Very, very choppy trading. Total volume was about 502,000 contracts, and we gained 6,700 in open interest. Like I said, yesterday was choppy in the NQ, and we're coming off about 8 days of consolidation here, going back to November 15th. I said the ES looked like a coil wound a little too tight, and this one looks like it's wound even tighter. Again, yesterday I pointed out these, I suppose you could say, I pointed out these volume patterns, talked about the possibility of temporary upside exhaustion. Again, speculation. Again, the reality is, I'm going to say this again, every dip has been bought this month. In the month of November, every dip has been bought. And if you're really an old school chart enthusiast, you might even say that we're breaking out of a giant bull flag right now. I could pull up a channel line here for you. This would be just a giant bull flag. 3 touches on the upper line, 2 touches on the lower trend line, and we're well above it right now. So we're hovering right around the July high up here, 16,264, which is also our weekly kickoff high. And new all-time highs are only about 600 points away if we break through above that. There's no doubt we're establishing a base right now around here, but it's still not very clear to me. They're not going to make it easy for us to tag along for the ride here is what I'm trying to say. So remember, it's good to have a bias going into the trading day, but it's also important to be flexible and not let our bias blind us from what the market is really doing. Let's take a look at our 30-minute. Oh, I just closed that.
We got the 30 up there.
Here's our 30-minute. Just condense it a little bit. So closer look at yesterday's Chop Fest. Similar to the ES, we printed a low in the first few minutes of regular trading hours that held for the low of the day for the rest of the session. Yesterday we mentioned the test of last Wednesday's value area low back here at about the 1640 level, and how it would make a good low risk short entry, and it was. I know I saw a few people in the chat take that trade right off the open, and it was a good trade. Then we spent about 2 hours just chopping around inside the opening range. After that, we made a run for the highs. We didn't quite make it up to Wednesday's value area high up here at 16,099. Came just a little bit short and then fell back down to close near the lows of the opening range. Now, overnight inventory in the NASDAQ, it appears to be a little short, maybe balancing out right now. We are currently trading at the lower end of yesterday's range. So we may open outside of range. We're definitely trading outside of value from yesterday. If we get any lower, same rules apply, gap rules. If prices don't return to fill the gap early on, then we look for direction. Then we look for opportunity in the direction of the gap. If we stay inside of range but outside of value, then we'll look to test the low of our yesterday's value area, which is right here around 15,998. It's also the low of our opening range from yesterday. And a move back through there, acceptance into value, would probably target a run up to the upper end, our value area high from yesterday around 16,050.
Now, JD, yesterday when we were doing group coaching, right before that, Power Players, Danny and Michael had a trade on, and you came in and we talked about it. What was the levels that they were trading at?
They were long at 69, I believe, right before we jumped up and printed this high here at 0.89 quarter. So I know Michael got out right before he took off. I'm not sure. We didn't hear back from Danny throughout this session. I don't know where he exited his trade. And I know a few people in the chat were saying some people got out good, some people held on too long and got stopped out. But it was a good play if you had defined risk parameters getting into the trade for sure. If you were looking for a ripper, you might have gotten burned. If you're using a bracket order, you might have done pretty good.
Cool.
I know Michael put on a good trade, but I can't speak for where Danny got out of his trade. Maybe we should reach out to him later.
We'll check that out. What do we got in crude? Now, crude, making some moves here.
Here we go. A little bit higher right now. Our early call was for lower prices in crude oil this week. Yesterday, the January contract traded in a $2.17 range. Settled at 74.86, down 68 cents on the day. Total volume is about 290,000 contracts. Down here, slightly higher than Friday, and we lost about 2,400 in open interest. We're still in this giant area of congestion, trading pretty much exactly where we were 3 weeks ago, just bouncing around this 200 period moving average here in red. This line here, it's a 200 period moving average. Pardon me. Now, I mentioned this yesterday, though we are still in consolidation right now. This downside, pardon me, it still looks like we're in a healthy downtrend right now. We're making lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. That's a healthy downtrend. But I think we need to make a move below our weekly kickoff low here at 72.80 to get some confirmation of continuation of lower prices. So that will be our sort of our line in the sand for the week. Dip below 72.80, close below 72.80, below weekly kickoff low might be a good sign of continuation lower.
Okay.
Why did I do that again? Let's take a look at
the 30 minute. Let's get to the 30 minute and see what we've got right now.
So right now, again, yesterday, choppy trading session. So yesterday looked like we were going to open with a gap lower early on. Didn't happen. We opened right near the lows of Friday session. We made a move to test Friday's value area low at around, I would say this is around 762, 763. If you were paying attention to Deanna, and I hope you were, she peeled off a nice trade right around here, made some money on a short position right at this level. So pay attention to her commentary, what she has to say. She's great at calling this market.
She'll be with us tomorrow.
Yeah, she will. Yeah. This morning, overnight inventory was getting long. It's since reconciled, balanced itself out, trading higher, drop lower. Now we're kind of ripping higher again. We're still trading inside range. We just moved outside of range. A few minutes ago, we were trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. However, if we happen to open outside of value, it's a sign that I would say right now it's so choppy. This market is still looking for direction. When this happens, the best play really is, as Hogue says, to remain patient, wait for those better trade locations. Reacceptance back into value yesterday, though, oftentimes leads to a test of the previous day's point of control, then a previous value low, then possibly a new low. But we need to see that acceptance back inside value first. Otherwise, we could be targeting this week high or this 200 period moving average right up here around 75.95. Let's flip over to gold real quick.
This is taking off. I mean, we've take a look at
spiking higher. Yeah. Our early call this week in the weekly kickoff was for sideways price action on gold this week, and here we are, blasted through our weekly kickoff high this morning, and still ripping higher on the highs right now. In all, yesterday, the December contract traded in a $17.50 range, settled at $20.12.40, up $9.40 on the day. Total volume is about 251,000 contracts. The December contract lost another 65,000 in open interest, while the February contract gained 61,000 in open interest. So the February contract also traded 161,000 contracts. So the roll is on right now. I believe I read this morning the December contract will expire on December 27th, but more than likely, starting on Monday, we will all be trading the February contract. Just remember, follow the volume. Check the CME website, check the volume in open interest every morning, follow the volume, trade the most liquid contract.
Exactly.
And like I said, it looks like we'll likely be trading the February contract on Monday.
And February is G, so you'd be looking at the G. It'd be the GCG. So heads up on that. Like you said, follow the volume. Okay.
Follow the volume. Yep. Also, another thing I noticed just glancing at this chart this morning. Tell me if I'm wrong. Does this look like a little reverse head and shoulders pattern right here? It sure looks like one to me. That would put our neckline somewhere around, right around here.
Yeah.
If you could see this blue line. I did a quick, just at a glance, using my fingers to measure, it would give us a measured move of about $170 to the upside, which would put us well beyond new all-time highs. Something to keep an eye on.
Check out this 30 now.
Here we go.
Tagging a high. What do you got for the high here today so far?
Let me throw the profile on real quick. So our high print for the day right now is 2006.5. That is our high at the moment.
Okay.
So yesterday we did open with a gap, which remains unclosed this morning. That's highlighted in this box right here in blue. A move back down to Friday's high at 2040.5 would consider that gap to be closed. That would also be a target of mine if we were to reverse lower this morning, which doesn't look like we have the potential to do. We took out the highs overnight, and we're just ripping higher right now. I don't have many upside targets in gold today. There's a lot of room to move on the upside here. We have a swing high that goes back to May at around the 2056 level. That's an area I would target. Then it's just a quick pop up to new all-time highs from there. So let's see how far this rip will take us today. Maybe by the end of the week, we'll be sitting at new all-time highs. Who knows? If we do happen to reverse, reacceptance of value from yesterday will likely lead to another test of our value area low, and then possibly a fill of a close of the gap from yesterday. And that's if we reverse. Looking pretty strong out of the gate this morning, though. So hurry up and wait on that one.
There you go.
I hate buying new highs, but when it's ripping like that, it's real tempting.
It's gold. I mean, it's gold. Sit on it for a duration, and you're in the money, basically. But speaking of in the money, we've got our good friend Trades by Matt is going to be joining us here at Fast Markets, and that's going to be every Tuesday. And today's Tuesday, huh?
Today is Tuesday. Turn around Tuesday. Remember
Turn around Tuesday, yay! So, we've got Matt going to be with us here today for that. That's cool. I like Matt a lot. So we will have Andre and Michael and Matt trading. Also, shoulder tap with Brett today at 10:30, 11 o'clock here, Dolby and Mick. And I think, JD, you're going to be joining them too here for Power Players. We also got the top quiz at 11:45 Central and group coaching. We got Coach Dakota, and I will be joining Coach Dakota for group coaching. But anyway,
should be a great day.
It's going to be a good day. It's a great day. Yes, it is. So anyway, get yourself ready, get yourself prepared. We're going to take a slight break, and we'll be back with Fast Markets. All right, welcome back to Fast Market, and we've got trades by Matt.
What?
We've got trades by Matt.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every Tuesday, we've got that handsome fellow going to join us here for Fast Markets. And Matt, how are you, bro?
Doing good. How about y'all?
I'm doing awesome. Eddie, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good here.
Yeah, let's get it going today. We got horses in the oven.
We got the horses in the oven coming up here in just a second, and we'll get ready here. We've got about inside a minute, and we'll get those horses ready to go here. So,
Matt, what do you got on tilt right now? I know you're a tilter.
65 long on the NAS.
65 long on the NAS. Average price is 74. So right now they're about 10 handles in the money. Almost were 72%.
And we are open. There we go.
Pretty damn heavy to the longs. I'm getting a short one. Okay, cool. While I do that, I'm going to set up some things that closed on my computer. One, light and tight, 79%. I'm getting short two.
Oh, right away, off the bat.
Off the bat.
Taking the first pitch and swinging to, you got a base hit in left field.
And I got a frozen screen. So it's holding right here, which I don't like. Here's what happened, Matt. When it happens, when it holds a little bit, and the S&P is not, well, the S&P is now 65. So you should see a sell-off here. I'm gonna get short three. All right, floor fallout. What's up?
It's a nice rotation off the 80s. Got a lot of volume there too.
Okay, so that means to the lower side.
I like the short side for a little flush.
I'll keep this one on.
Quick flush, I should say.
It's holding now. It's getting lighter. I'm taking two off. I'm taking it all off.
71 long on the tilt.
It's building up. It's building up. It's building up. It's building up. All right, I took it off. Down 3 bills. All right, cool. What's happening?
A lot. I was trying to figure out. I'm going to be trading on. I'm going to be doing my normal analysis. What I've been doing recently, I've been trading on Topstep X.
Yeah,
I've been liking it.
Cool.
I got back in, Matt.
Nice.
So
I mean, the volume's there, so
yeah,
makes sense.
Back at
71 long on the tilt.
we break 80s. It was long, still like light long, but I'll keep it. I'll keep this one on. That was a little head fake prior, but they're light long now. So the longs got out. Now I always think when the longs get out, what about the whole world of active traders? Are they still in? Are they going to get squeezed? So you got Topstep traders here that are in the sim environment that could have gotten squeezed lightly on that one, which now I'm out again. All right, it's got a little dance, so we're going to be patient on this one.
Right. Just a heads up here, we've got some speakers here today. In about a half an hour, we've got the consumer confidence number for November, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, top of the hour. Should move it. I think.
We got Goolsby speaking also at that time.
We got people talking all day, huh?
Pretty much. FOMC member Bowman at 9:45. Waller also going to be speaking in a little after 30 minutes. We also got, if you're interested, ECB President Lagarde going to be speaking, and throughout the day. Yeah.
Yeah, get excited.
Yeah, a little RD.
I'm sure very exciting people.
All right. Well, now tilt does show heavy, like not heavy. It was heavy. Feels like this thing really wants to rip higher.
Yeah, I think. I mean, the overnight highs are not very far away.
They're not very far away. Waiting on that one.
20s up above. See what happens. I'm just so bad at, not bad, but I just very much choose not to trade the first several minutes. So I'm just kind of waiting to see what's gonna shake out here.
All right, so we got settlement right here, right now.
Yep.
MP, I think that the robot voice has come for you. So if you want to leave and rejoin, and by the way, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be switching to a new platform that will hopefully get rid of this robot voice for good. But MP, if you just leave the browser and then come back in.
Got it. Roll me out.
All right. If you're wondering where Andre is, Andre's on his way. He's on
an errand.
He's on an errand. Car didn't start, so he had to take the horse.
All right. First 5 minutes of the day is almost done. Kind of interesting.
I'm seeing a little pullback here in gold off the top.
All right, so levels wise, 14. We got the high up there at 14 even. 16, 14 even. Matt, what numbers do you have?
I watched the overnight highs. I watched yesterday's close. I watched yesterday's value area. So So all three of those things are, I mean, we're all right around that same spot. I watched yesterday's point of control. So yesterday's point of control is at 08 with yesterday's close. Overnight highs are right up there.
Okay.
Obviously, I watched my 20s and my 80s. And then for upside, if we actually break out, then I'll be watching yesterday's value area high, 1650s as a target. But we got to get through all this junk at the overnight highs first.
Volume profile. I don't know why it got removed from my screen.
Oh, that's the worst. I hate when stuff
I
gets
know.
tossed.
Properties. Oh, maybe it's just different color. I don't know why it got tossed. I didn't save the color. You ever do that where you set everything up and you forget to save? And
You
then
forget
shut
to
things
save
down?
it.
I know.
Yeah.
What I've done a few times is I got hotkeys going, and my hotkey is the same as my save button, and I wasn't thinking about that, and so I accidentally I control saved. I didn't notice anything save, and so I ended up market smashing in like a 5 lot, trying to save my freaking charts. Brutal.
Okay.
Changed that.
All right. So out of the gate, we have just the market being a little strong here, a little strong out of the gate.
Yeah, I think us watching for the 1680s, 1650 to 1680s for upside looks decent. As of right now, I mean, it's an inside day, so we'll see.
I don't know why this isn't showing. Okay. All right. I'm going to get back into the game once I figure out how to do the bar color here. But it's not freaking showing. Okay. All right. Came up, touch settlement. We talk about settlement play all the time. Do you ever play the settlement play? Return to settlement?
Yeah, often. Especially on overnight trades. Like if I'm trading the pajama session.
What do you call it?
The pajama session.
Pajama session.
Yeah, well, I'll play rotations to the close. Yeah. VWAP tap. VWAP or VWAP?
I don't know. Tomato in my world.
VWAP. Anyways, came back down to VWAP. There's just not a lot here yet, in my opinion. 50-50 on the tilt.
50-50 on the tilt. We were heavy longs. The longs actually got paid.
Oh, it just went out to 59. 59
Yeah.
long.
So there are times where the NASDAQ is heavy long, gets heavy long, and starts building up. And then the S&P kind of stays where it's at. Like call it 50-50. And then it really kind of does sometimes a continuation to the upside until they both, the sisters and brothers, hold hands, which are the indexes. They both get super long or super short.
Yeah.
Tilty past 75%.
Yeah.
You see an 80, you see a 90%, man.
I don't know if I've seen a 90 yet.
You better mark it on your chart, because that's one. Just mark it on your chart, annotate it, and then come back to it and see what the market did, or play it, Of course, it's a fade in my opinion, or it's a. And Matt, I'm learning very quickly that some people are like, "Well, you fade everybody." No, I don't fade everybody. I go with the minority. I actually go with the 20% that are
right.
Yeah, so you don't have to go with the majority in this business, and you actually should not ever go with the majority of people on opinions, on price levels, on all that kind of stuff. It's the hard trade. It's the harder trade to get into. It's the levels that nobody sees. It's all that kind of stuff. That's my little 2 cents.
Got volume down at VWAP now. I typically really don't like that. It's kind of a bummer to me. Anytime we got point of control and VWAP kind of pinned at the same spot, typically it's pretty choppy for a little bit. But we'll see. Hopefully that's not the case today.
I get chopped up.
You are not fading the tilt. I repeat, he is not fading the tilt.
Yeah.
I am going with the minority.
All right. I think we got get Andre back here. I think he's back from his errand.
Yeah, I heard he had to go to the grocery store to get his sack lunch and make his sack lunch. What great timing, Andre.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so not fiddle in the middle is what we've been talking about here.
Fiddle in the middle?
Fiddle in the middle is kind of like
like it.
nothing really happening.
Yeah. I call it diddle in the middle.
Fiddle in the middle, I mean, I would say, yeah,
Sometimes it can be a riddle in the middle.
All right.
it could be a riddle in the middle.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, maybe we were waiting for 9 o'clock here. I don't know.
I'm still trying to put a study on my chart right now because it's not showing up. The one I always have. Seems like it wants to push on those highs too.
Yeah, I think it's not. I mean, it's definitely knocking on the overnight highs. I think it's just a matter of time. I just want to find something that I feel comfortable getting into. And middle of the range is not what I want to get into for long.
Yeah. No, I totally.
Fortunately.
All right, getting a.
There he is.
So,
Hey, Andre.
Dre, what's up? Hey. All right, Dre. Next time I pack a sack lunch a little earlier than right when the bus leaves.
Dre, you got to turn your mic on.
Gonna test your mic. I do a lot of things, Andre.
Hey guys, we got a question in the chat. Return to settlement. Timmy's asking that we can sort of break that down a little bit. What's it mean?
You want to go, TBM?
Oh, here I am.
you got it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm pulling up something else.
Return to settlement. It's kind of like the song "Return of the Mac" or "Return," but nothing to do with that. Settlement is a very important to me, and everything's to each his own. To me, a settlement has always been something I've heard and learned that the market at the end of the day, auctions up, auctions down, buyers, sellers. I just got long, somebody else got short, blah, blah, blah. Somebody else, all that's kind of for every buyer, there's a seller. But by the end of the day, ding, 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 market closes. What did it settle at? And that's when they mark everything to margins and all that kind of great stuff on your brokerage accounts. And that's what's called overnight margins that you got to hold. And things get really heavy around that point. But the whole point about it is we're doing price discovery all day long, and what's the price of this? So it settles. So settled to me is like where we all deem the price was yesterday. So this is that yellow bar that I have in here. You can see it right here at the 08-ish around here. So I like to always look at this because the market likes to, you can look at here and it's sold off, rallied up to settlement, sold off, rallied up to settlement. Settlement is an interesting play. People are like, what do you guys talk about strategies? Well, we do. And this is a return to settlement play. And then there's, trend up days. Thanks, Andre. Trend up days, trend down days, and sideways days, range bound days. Trend up days, you buy the dip. Trend down days, you buy the rip higher. Settlement is just an interesting play. And sometimes it's usually around range bound days. So we just came up and touched it. So that's my 2 cents. Matt or Andre, you guys got any filler?
I think you nailed it.
Yeah, you nailed it. That I would just say, like, I treat it as like just like an interesting area, right? So kind of a return to the mean sort of situation, as well as like how I treat like IBH. So initial balance high or initial balance low. I treat settlement, yesterday's close, the same exact way. Where it's like, depending on what type of day we have, like you said, trendy or rotational, then you can, use it as a target area for kind of a fallback into the middle of the range, or a kind of a consolidation point for the next rip.
Look at how delayed. Look at how delayed. And I'm gonna really quickly talk about the tilt. See how delayed the tilt was? It did sell off. Now it did sell off.
How heavy was it?
It was, Matt, do you remember?
It was like 71 up at the highs on like, I think around like the 90s, maybe 71 when you got in.
Yes. Okay. Now it's going. So there is times, Matt, that I've seen that the market or that the whatever you're trading is a little. It's not instantaneous, but it gives you a signal that is fairly. It's fairly helpful, fairly consistent.
Yep.
But it always doesn't happen right away. The nice ones are where it happens right away.
Right. I like those ones that are just paired up. Where crude oil happens pretty fast. The NASDAQ, it just kind of gets paired up with a couple other things that fire off all at the same time, and that's when it's juicy.
Yeah. Ben,
got a question here. Do you guys watch the opening range? If so, what's a good opening range to mark out? 30 seconds, 5 minutes, 1 hour? Matt, what do you use the opening range?
I watch a 5-minute opening range, but I also keep my eye on the 1 minute. So I watch the 5-minute opening range over here on my 5-minute chart. If it's inside the 5-minute chart, then I'm assuming that we are not obviously going to be trending and we're going to be rotating until it breaks out. And if we're in there, then I'm watching the 1 minute. That's kind of how it works for me.
Thanks, Matt. That was from Tilted Trader.
Hey, Eddie, catch me up. What do we have on the schedule today?
Well, we've got meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Oh,
and
I had some of that the other day,
Well, Andre just packed a ham and cheese. It's all he got.
I was up to see. Yeah, I mean,
meatloaf. We you know what, Dre? We've got a lot of speakers today. Fedhead Day. I think they're getting time and a half today, so everybody wants to speak. But coming up here, top of the hour, in about 20 minutes, we got our consumer confidence. Prior 102.6, they're looking at a 101.0, and we'll find out here in a little bit. Also, we've got Goolsby speaking, and we do also have Waller going to be speaking also.
Waller.
So, little tag team Fedhead Day.
Go Waller.
What's up, Matt?
What's up, dude? How's it going?
Good. How's Vegas?
Sick, man.
It looked
It was very, very fun.
Yeah, you look like you had a blast.
looked really cool, man.
I had a great time. It was Julia's first time going, my wife. So I got to go crazy and show her a good time. And it was really
That
fun.
was sweet. The race was actually pretty sweet, man.
Dude, the race was awesome.
I got a lot of bad press. I thought the race was fantastic.
Yeah, I got so much press. And I think it was like, I will be going back next year.
Hell yeah. It looked so good on TV, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Andre called me. He's like watching on TV, and it was great. And I'm not a big F1er, but I'm trying to be.
Oh, it looked so good. It was a great race.
It's sick. Excited for next year.
Yeah, well, if we can get a
go.
chance, you cool with us sharing some of your shots of it on your Insta?
For sure. Yeah.
I think
Show
that'd
it
be
all.
cool. Yeah, it looked like a great time, and I was jealous.
Next year, we'll have a the squad up there.
Yeah, we got to do it next year. Hopefully, they bring those ticket prices down.
Right.
Yeah.
See, now people that lived out there were like, I'm not getting nowhere near that place. Was it crowded? Pretty crowded?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
it
why.
was.
It's Vegas. I mean,
It's Vegas though, right? I mean, it was like, so Austin had like, I want to say like 400 something thousand people came to the Austin F1 race.
Yeah.
And Vegas had like 350 or something. So there's a lot of people. Where I was in the middle of the strip at the Bellagio,
Sweet.
and it was packed, like totally packed. I saw a lot of reports on people who were on like the you know, the ends of the strip that said like nothing was crazy. But dude, the like table minimums for blackjack was like $300 or something.
Was it
was
really?
so
Yeah,
crowded.
what's up with Vegas doing this table minimum bullshit? They don't do the nickel slots anymore.
300 men?
Dude, it was 300 men, and then at like that was like 2 tables at the Bellagio that were like that, and then several that were thousands, and I just was like watching people like, wow, y'all are crazy.
Oh, man.
Is that why you went to the Running Buffaloes or whatever that?
Right. Went to the
promising
slot
was?
machines for a little bit.
Yeah.
Buffalo.
I've actually never played slots before, so a little bit
Did
of
you
a
like it?
You know, I'm a sucker for anything that gets the dopamine kick going.
Yep.
And you know,
Ring a ding ding.
yeah, I did that.
Ding, dude.
It's good.
Oh, Matt, since you're on here, and Andre, since you know, I had to bring it.
Oh, wow.
What do we got
Mickey
here? Oh,
Mouse.
Mickey Mouse hat.
Little
Nice.
Mickey Mouse hat. Yeah, I know. Casey got it, so she's actually wearing it, and I'm like, no, I want it. But dude, Disneyland. Okay, you know how I was hating on Disney World? Disneyland is dope, and I'm talking about this, Matt, because you have 2 kids now, right?
Yeah, I took them both to Disneyland this last summer.
Wait, is that Florida or California?
California. It's where
Yeah,
Walt's first art piece, and then he went down to Florida. And in my opinion, Disney
Why do
World.
you say it like that?
Because I mean, I don't want people to like you're just saying, you know, like no. Everybody has their own shared experiences of things,
This is true.
Right.
and I haven't hated it, dude. Yeah. It just I don't know. Did you see? There was a streaker, a guy buck naked and going through. I'll share this.
It's a small
Going through
world.
a small world. I'm like,
I saw that.
I
And
got a
there's a
couple
large
buddies be
world.
like,
Maybe
hey,
there
you
would be
went to
more
Disneyland.
streakers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Yeah.
Oh,
No, he was naked. They hauled him out of there, and this is kind of another thing. I don't know if this is Disneyland or Disney World. They hauled him out of there, buck naked, and all, like where all your like arms and everything are like
that's aggressive.
carried by 4 guys.
They probably took him to a black site if it's Disney.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you're Disneyland. Cover him up.
Tripping on acid all by yourself at Disney World, handsome?
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, you go to some of these things and they got the fluorescent lights and black lights. I mean,
Go on.
yeah, psychedelics could be a wonderful thing on that experience.
I do prefer. It's been a long time since I've been to Disney World, but we've been going to Disneyland every summer because we've been spending a little time out in California every summer.
Yeah,
And my girls loved it. So
Cali, not Florida. That's the spot.
yeah, Cali.
Yeah.
It was his first one, and he made it much more quaint. It's not like a whole like
it's just an
swampland.
amusement park.
Yeah.
It's nothing like absurd. Like you're not having to tram to different spots.
I gotcha.
Guys, I shared a picture in the Slack channel. Share it when you get a chance. Then we went to Legoland. And Legoland, we went to do both of them. And my stupid ass goes, yeah, Casey, book like a really nice room in Legoland Hotel.
Oh, sick! I can't wait to see this.
A, it doesn't exist. And B, if you want to have a bad trip, then you go on that thing and you walk through Lego. Everything's themed to pirate. So you go into like the ground is like, you're on wooden floor, but it's not, it's carpet, and then, like everything's wallpapered. Then you go into the elevator, it opens up and then closes and then turns into a dance party, like a disco thing. And the kids start dancing. Then it opens up. Then you go down the hall with the wood, but it's carpet. Then you go into the room and there's like a bunk bed that's all like Legoland looking thing, and like you can't get out of it, man. You go into your own room in the suite, and it's like pirate themed like sail on striped sail curtains. Oh man, we were there 2 days ago. Hey, let's get us out of here. Let's go up to Santa Monica. Like it was just like, but kids absolutely loved it.
Yeah,
That's all that matters.
Hello. Yeah, they loved it. So look at those 2 little efforts. These guys loved it, man. These guys are the happiest. Yeah, Casey.
that's great.
She's still wearing her Disneyland shirt.
I love it.
In
dude.
Legoland.
That's
Very
hilarious.
Yeah, so it was fun. But Disneyland, way cool. Huge fan.
Did you all go to Adventure, California Adventure, or whatever, on the other side?
We just did those 2. That's it. Touch and go in SoCal.
We got NASDAQ moving a little bit lower here, guys.
Finally,
Yeah.
It's slower, but Eddie, it's still kind of in this. You look at a 5 minute, it's not really.
we haven't done anything.
Matt, did you trade it all yesterday?
Did I trade yesterday?
Yeah.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday was such a tight range. I was wondering if we were able to scratch out some ticks yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I traded a little in the overnight session too.
Nice. Okay. Yeah,
Nothing crazy, to be honest. I think, shockingly, I think the end of last week, just kind of from looking backwards a little bit on the chart, it looked like it was a little bit more fun than yesterday. To be honest.
That's where the action was, of course.
Was it?
I guess so. I looked at the chart. Yeah,
The whole last back part of the last week, back
I guess
9
the Friday trade. The Friday trade was supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well. But I didn't watch any of it.
Matt, you're a golfer. You ever consider the front 9 and the back 9? The front part of the week and the back part of the week.
I'm not, but I like it.
You like
that was life, Michael.
Golf with you, you're good.
Well, if you're trading gold, heads up here because be very careful here. It's very indecisive right now. We are tagging tops and pulling back, and buyers coming back in again here right now.
All right, now it's trying to sweep lows.
Trying.
Pushing.
There we go.
Andre, I put up a ski pass season pass yesterday in the markets on that following that Danny's trade.
Oh yeah,
2,700. Then I went skiing, and then the $2,700 pass for the whole season here in Aspen. So I covered that, but now I'm down 1,000 today. So that I'm not done today.
Oh,
But,
Nasdaq looking a little heavy short here on tilt.
All right.
yeah, we got chopped up.
Got 5 minutes here on our consumer confidence.
You got chopped up on the open.
Yeah, I got a little ahead of myself, and
5 minutes
I should have
remaining.
followed Matt. Matt, you wait.
That's
right?
the first 15-minute guy, I think, right?
Yeah, right.
First 15, yeah.
Yeah, you were smart. You would not have been down 1,000 like me. So that first 15 minutes that Matt does, guys, and think about everything that we're talking about today is should you add it to your trading plan or not? I don't care if you do or not. To each its own again. But Matt waited 15 minutes. That's his game plan. Me, I like to shoot out of the gate.
Cowboy.
Cowboy, yeah, yeehaw. It works and it doesn't work. 15 minutes works and it doesn't work. But
Matt,
for him,
last time I think you were on, you were on with us when we were talking about the cattle trader, right?
Yeah, I think a guy from my group.
Was that your guy?
Yeah, I think he passed, man. Spy Rebel is his name.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Spiral. Yeah.
hell yeah. All right,
Yeah.
cool. Well, we got to get props out. Hey, we got to.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
sweet. Yep.
We got to say it's a TBM trader,
Yep.
and it's the first cattle trader to win the Stetson challenge.
Yeah, I saw him post about it. About like I think I'm first or whatever, and turns out he was pretty sick.
Yeah, man. That's so great.
I wish I could have seen. Maybe he could post some. I wish I could have seen some of those trades, like some screen records of those trades or something, because I've never watched cattle a single time in my life.
No one does.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
It'd be it'd be funny if he's like from Miami or something. Like you're a cattle trader in Miami. Yeah, I live in South Beach. I want a Texas guy. I want somebody out like 100 miles away from you, Matt, outside of Austin, that just slings
Right.
cattle contracts.
All hat, no cattle, Michael.
All hat, no cattle. That's what a buddy of ours said. We always look at him like, what the hell does that mean?
That means
you're a
poser.
Oh, we got a lot of those in the Aspen hats here. Aspen, like it's Kemosabe here in Aspen. On average, I hear.
Spy Rebel's in the chat right now. Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Congrats, buddy.
That's so funny. That's so great.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get a Stetson hat. No, they sell 300 hats a day on average. 300.
They ain't cheap either.
They're 1,000. I walked out of there. The hat that I shared with you. This one's like 12. This one, like it was like $1,100.
Yeah. 300 of those.
Well, they throw in a little like, little frizzy tassely thing.
That's the kicker that makes it 1,000.
Hey, had some guy going, "Are you a prospector?" I'm like, "Yeah, good one."
Want to be my
That was like
donkey?
200 years ago, my man.
I
Be
know.
my donkey.
I go, "Yeah, I found a shitload of gold."
I feel right.
All right, about a little under 2 minutes here. Consumer confidence. If you've got a position on and you want it on, make sure you're double checking, triple checking. You want to be flat, by all means. Check.
Thanks for the heads up there.
CYA.
Always.
Yeah.
This will be good. I'm excited for this to happen, so we can kind of figure out if we're going to be actually just going slow-mo all session, or if it's just kind of prepping for it.
Yeah, we want new information to hit this market.
That's right.
Yep.
Why do we want that, guys?
When new information enters the market, that's when price adjusts, new price discovery takes place, and
Boom.
therefore it creates volatility, and that's how we make our money. Is volatility.
That's how.
Volatility. You need waves to surf, man. And if there's no waves, there's no surfing.
Yep. And when you get new information, you get new buyers or sellers. This whole supply and demand concept, the auction process starts kicking off more. We're all trading the exact same thing, NASDAQ. So when you get new information in the NASDAQ, just like we talked about yesterday with blenders or whatever, toasters, if you got one thing that everybody's doing, I got the exact same toaster, and then next you find out like there's a faulty switch on it. Well, shit, that's a short. When information hits the market, it's very important for us to let it digest. That's another thing. Digest means kind of out of the gate. I don't recommend playing it. Unless you're big time in the money, yeah.
Well, you see a lot of noise. I mean, right away.
Yep.
We had that in the pit. 10 seconds here.
Okay.
Thank you, Eddie. I love it.
Hell yeah.
All right, you guys. Anybody with the dome up? You can see how thin it gets.
Yeah, we're like a 4-tick spread.
Yeah,
wide.
algos and bots. They know. They shut it off.
Kind of
Plants
little
are
mellow.
so far right now.
Come on.
Let's see what we've got here. 102. So they were looking at 101. It's coming in at 102.
Okay.
And,
Okay, here we go. And this is, I think we're looking for big moves right now.
well, higher than
We as
expected.
traders or the market as a whole?
Positive bullish for the dollar. So that's what we're seeing right now.
It would be bullish, I guess. Confidence, but yeah.
Brand, you're right. Michael has lets it digest, and Michael shorts 3 on the open. That's what I did.
Oh, you got short?
Yeah, I came out of the gate swinging.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was heavy long in the tilt.
Yeah, it was right concept. Just a
Yeah,
little
it came up to settlement, guys. This isn't stupid shit. Like, came up to settlement. It had on the 30-minute. There's a bunch. Look at the 30-minute on my chart. There's a bunch of moving averages. I'm a moving average player. Everybody got long out of the gate. It was worth a shot. Yeah, it's a part of my plan. I don't just new things just come up with it. Oh boy, we got ourselves a doozy today.
We got a doozy on our
No
hands.
kidding, man. Golly. I woke up this morning cracked my knuckles and was like, I'm ready to. I'm ready to sling. Like,
Isn't it shitty when you do that and then the markets give you
and then it's just dead.
nothing?
Yeah, dude. It's like waking up feeling giddy
Mm-hmm.
and then nothing.
But I do love trading indexes. Now, here's why. Because you'll wake up and I used to very, very early days, and I call it rookie traders start with stocks, and then they go to penny stocks when they get less money. Because it's is it asystematic risk or systematic risk where it's tied to like something the CEO said. You're like, what? With one stock could do that. When you trade indexes, doesn't matter. Like anything, all this information's hitting. Then you go to the big macro type of information that we just waited on right now, and that we have Feds talk about. That's why I love indexes, because it's just you stay in tune with the economy much better when you're following and trading indexes.
Agree.
Yeah. It's been my love since I used to always follow them when I'm trading. When I started trading, I would watch the S&P futures because I was always told to watch the S&P futures because they lead, and I'd trade stocks within the S&P futures. And I'm like, why the hell? Let's trade the S&P futures. And then I moved away from equities.
I think it's a very similar story for most of us.
Yeah, let's do a poll.
Yes.
How many people started with stocks? Or no, here.
You say stocks, you mean just Apple or IBM or something like that?
Equities. Let's do this. What did you start with? And then put a list in there. Equities, FX, futures, options. Equities, FX, futures, options. Those are the asset classes.
Exclude penny stocks.
Well, those are equities, though. Yeah, equities could be anything. I really bought. As a trader, not as an investor. We're gonna do a poll. You don't have to put it in here.
Got some buyers in NASDAQ here, moving the market here. It's up there. We get that poll up, and as we're getting that poll up,
or crypto. Sorry, I should say.
Wow,
crypto.
got a nice little move here. Buyers.
71% on the tilt.
Crashing the gate.
Kill that really quick and put cryptos in there. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Considered an asset class or not.
Yeah,
or Ruthie Rwanda.
For options instead.
Why do you say it like that? 71% long NASDAQ. S&P's 50-50. 73% NASDAQ long. 74%.
Okay. Andre, here's why I don't totally like that yet, because it's 58% S&P. So until they get lined up together, sometimes
you pull the trigger.
I've been run over a bit getting in front of.
Okay, well, let's see it play out then. Let's keep an eye on it and see how it plays out.
Got some comments from Waller coming in talking about he's confident that the policy is well positioned to slow the economy. Labor market's cooling off, and spending is cooling. So some of these comments might be triggering what we're seeing.
Spending, these are all good things for their soft landing talk.
That's exactly what they're aiming for.
All right. A lot of people started with equities. Futures. Do you guys start with futures?
Wow, heavy hitters.
Yeah, that's crazy. I would have never started with. Well, maybe for like, I guess today's age, there's so many videos and stuff around that if you're looking at day trading, you might start with futures. But
Yep.
When we started, it was just pick 3 stocks and track them.
yeah, I started with my very first stock I ever traded was GoPro at like $90.
Ooh,
way back in the day.
Michael bought a little GoPro back in the day.
Yeah.
I got a little GoPro back in the day. I surfed with Nick Woodman
Oh, no way.
this summer. Yeah, out in Nihi, out in Sumba, Indonesia. Ran into him on the water. I dropped in on him, and when I say dropped in, I had a coach with me.
Did
or
you steal
whatever.
his wave, bro?
Yeah, and he ate it, and I ate it. I'm like, dude, sorry. He's like, no problem. I'm like, holy shit, that's Nick Woodman. And then next thing you know, I like text him on WhatsApp, and cool cat. Very cool cat. He's a big skier. He had his 2 kids are like sweet. You know, you turn 16. These are like dropping in. They're carving it up, and they live in Big Sky. And he was like, dude,
How could you not be though if your dad is Mr. GoPro?
Mr.
Right?
GoPro.
right?
I mean, he started with a camera tied to his like arm and would like take pictures of himself, and then he turned it into that. But yeah, his story's dope. Very, very cool. And he's just I don't know. I'd see him because you'd see him at the hotel or whatever. He'd wave and sit by, and I'm like down to earth guy. I'm like, I like those types.
Well, while we're waiting here, each of us have our own little sort of regiment as far as getting ready for the morning. Some of us like coffee, some of us like cereal, some of us go for a jog, some of us like
A frothy
eggs.
beer.
I'm trying to short here.
And
Sorry, not to
Some of
interrupt.
us like
Oh my God, you're bringing
like-
up the egg.
some of us like
I mean, while we're at it,
Bondo and Silly Putty.
you got yours, Michael?
And
Well,
what we're
Matt,
gonna do, Matt,
Yeah.
is we're gonna
We have
get
to-
our breakfast here. We're
Oh,
gonna
is that what
join
you were running to the store? for?
Yeah.
That's
I'd be
hilarious.
remiss if I
Breakfast.
wouldn't try to change my Matt breakfast here this morning.
You know, my kids love yogurt, and
Yeah.
at 6
This is
a.m. my
lovely,
wife was making eggs at 6 a.m. and I snagged them. She said, "We don't have enough eggs. Just take a little bit."
Yeah.
So I got a little bit. I got to try this out.
Yeah. So how do you do it, Matt? Tell us. You just scoop
Okay.
it, same bite.
Yeah, so here's the whole thing. It's kind of a process. It's 3 eggs scrambled,
Okay,
no salt
done.
or anything like that, and then you
Okay.
have to. Ideally, you don't have it, but it's ideally you have a blueberry flavored yogurt.
Ooh, I got.
Typically like Ratio or Oikos or whatever, like the 25 grams of protein.
I
Ooh,
went neutral with vanilla.
Yeah,
I
that's
got
fine.
banana cream pie here.
And then it's a scoop of egg with a scoop of yogurt and bite. Don't mix them together. That's gross.
Oh, that's gross. That's
Bite of egg. Yeah.
okay.
I've been having this breakfast every day for the last 4 months, and I feel like $1 million.
Yeah, that looks delicious, Matt. Right here.
Catch that in.
That tastes like eggs. That looks way delicious, bro.
It's good. I'm telling you.
All right.
Oh, we
So
got
you
a
don't
lot
put
of,
them on the you don't put them on the same spoon together.
No, I do put them on the same spoon.
Well, that's mixing it.
Well, no, but you don't want to like get it all like mixed up. That's gross.
Oh, you don't put it in a blender. Can I put Cholula sauce on it?
If you want, yeah, for sure.
All right.
Don't put it on the yogurt though.
Vanilla yogurt, FP? That's a deviant.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not good, but hey,
Let's make some money.
let's make some money with a stomach ache.
Well, you got some people here in the chat that do agree, and some people that are like, "WTF?" So, anyway,
Yeah. No, and here's the thing: when people try it, I'm about to say it right as y'all take a bite. Usually, when people try it, they like it.
It's
just saying.
not terrible.
It's getting. Here's the other thing: it's so good for you. Like you're getting a lot of good nutrients all in one bite.
Okay.
I think.
I mean,
I
I'm
couldn't get the eggs here. I couldn't catch my chicken this morning. I mean, it saw what we did to the turkey last week, so
a little too much time in the outhouse, Eddie.
yeah, couldn't catch that chicken this morning, and I passed on that. So I just had a Pop-Tart and a hit off the bong,
Well,
and
Yeah,
that'll do it too.
that was good to go. No,
a little wake and bake, I guess.
Okay.
yeah, Pop-Tart.
I mean, every other bite's okay, and then the other ones just taste like shit.
Did you get in there, Matt?
Yeah, I'm short of 90.
Okay.
Looking for 72s, but don't know if it's gonna happen. I'm short on my Topstep X account. I can't figure out how to change my screen.
Economy cooling, according to that was pretty good breakfast, right, Mike?
Yeah, you know, I did eat it all except one bite, and I'll eat it right now.
He had one bite.
One bite, everyone knows the rules.
No, the only guy I know has ever made hundreds of millions off being a piece
All
of
right.
it.
Sorry, I was late. I was cooking breakfast.
That's why you were late.
I was cooking that.
What did you have to get? The eggs or the yogurt?
The yogurt.
I thought you were taking the girl for a morning stroll.
Can you really right now? We're trying to trade right now, bro.
Well, DC Lifestyle says he's got 45 chickens. Anyone need eggs?
Oh, yeah.
DC. Yeah, a lot of people here around.
Chalula's hitting the back of the throat.
All right, man. What did you see when you got short? Are you playing the range?
Yeah, so I was playing the range. So it was value area high. Yesterday's value area low. We saw Delta come through on the short side. It was having a hard time pushing up, and I'm targeting value area low as well. So there we go. I'm out.
Look at how
that was
clean
a $400 trade or something.
Nice. Look at how clean that. What platform are you using?
All right, it's called Topstep X. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Yeah,
Wow, Topstep X.
We should play volleyball together. I set that one up really well for you.
Right.
He spiked the shit out of it.
Now, Matt, tell us about this thing you call Topstep X.
Cool new little platform. Basically, what I've been loving doing, and this is not like I've been loving doing my analysis and watching my charts on my Sierra chart, like the normal setup I have. But then when I've been executing on Topstep X, it has been allowing me to not be so hyper focused because I don't like I'm looking at it's on a different screen. You know what I mean? And so I'm not like I'm watching my normal charts without having like positions and P&Ls and stuff moving around. So it's allowed me to be a little bit more objective and open, I think, which has been really nice.
But what did you do the trade on Topstep X?
Yeah, that was on Topstep X.
Okay,
yeah.
you can flip it if you want to show your trade. Aha!
Ooh,
Green.
Look at the magic.
If it's a red, look at that, guys.
The short from 90.75 got out at 72.5 for $365.
If you're a big time influencer and you started the influencing industry and you traded and you got short and you made money, wouldn't you want that to show up on your screen, Matt?
Right. Yeah, I should brag, right?
No. See, that's what's cool. We just added that one. Kudos to the Sim to Funded group over there for building whatever we want. That's the coolest part about partnering with a trading platform company that is loaded with traders and kick-ass engineers because they know exactly what we want. We got the roadmap and built that they're approving of ours, so we get the runway. We'll probably be opening. They will be, but we'll be starting opening it up to the public here soon. And then, it'll be exciting. So thank you to the Sim to Funded guys for building. They keep building stuff every week, adding stuff.
Yeah, that's been the biggest thing in my opinion. Is like it's been constant pieces that have been getting worked on.
And it's just the beginning because you'll be able to do cool stuff. I don't want to get into too much of it because it gives away the roadmap, but we'll be sharing the roadmap, out 30 days or 60 days. We're not doing a year out. Some people I don't know exactly what they're doing.
So everyone's going to build it with us then, right?
Everybody's going to be like watching as we give the roadmap stuff, and then the Sim to Funded Solutions, the company that we're partnered up with, and they then prioritize it and they go, we're going to do this. So this is one. Oh, by the way, we also need to fix all the stuff that doesn't, in the background. So they got to prioritize that. But like, I don't know, you'll be able to set you'll be set alerts. So Eddie, who give you a 10-second alert, you'll be able to set stuff like that before economic releases. Copy trade.
Just a heads up too. We've got more of these Topstep X early access invitations, all licked and sealed, and they're going to be going out around 10 a.m. And what we're going to do, we're going to continue to send invitations each and every day this week. So, and we're going to have that video like we did yesterday. So with the scrolling names, 10 a.m. check your email. I'll remind you. I'm the guy that reminds you. And check your email and see if you have been selected. And don't freak if you haven't, because we've got a lot of people lined up. So no pushing, no shoving, no kicking, no punching. You will be called.
Yeah. And anybody that has any issues with it, we're giving out a free combine with it. You can still get funded. You can still do all that. You got to give us that feedback. That's the whole reason why we did the wait list, because you got to give us feedback, because we can bang out stuff really quickly, like you just saw. Matt, I don't think you liked it in the very beginning, but now you do a bit.
Yeah, it's not that I didn't like it. It's just that it didn't fit what I needed at the time for V1, right?
Yeah.
And there's still some things that are lacking, but now there's more stuff. So I messaged Casey about the position lines, and they're literally the next day.
Next day, 4-hour charts are there. We heard that. Like, oh, where's 4-hour charts? I'm like,
we got tick charts added in there.
Tick charts added in there. You'll be able to follow funded traders eventually. Like, hey, you want to follow their trades? You want to fade MP? Fine. Get Topstep X. You can see it in action. I'll be moving over to Topstep X when it connects to a live brokerage account, which it'll be connecting to this account that I have right here. So then when I put orders on there, it then goes into my live brokerage account. That's going to be dope. So I'm going to be on it right when that happens. They're getting very
sick. I literally made a video about it this morning. And I think the biggest thing is the last massive thing that I'm waiting for is whenever y'all get the phone app or available to work on mobile.
I've already seen it.
There's so many platforms that's not like Sierra Chart. I can't do that, right? I can't manage a trade on my phone. If I wanted to leave my desk, I have to be at my desk if I want to manage a trade, unless I'm using a bracket order or something. But
it will be super
so nice.
It'll be super simple. You'll be able to see your position. You'll be able to see and it's not like a.
I just need a cancel button, man. I need a flatten button.
Flatten all.
Yeah.
You'll have that.
Hack used to be scroll lock for that.
Yeah, scroll lock, exactly. And then center will probably, I don't know, you'll be able to set your own. I'll do space bar, I'll be scroll lock, I'll be I'm gonna have those right here. I'm gonna have the app. I'll be able to watch my positions when I'm on the mountain.
You're gonna be slinging sides of the chairlift.
I'm gonna be slinging side. I won't sling it, I'll watch it. Anybody
Don't act like you're not going to pull the trigger on the chairlift.
Yeah, God, I'll be pulling the trigger on a couple of the runs though that you can't handle.
Wow.
Okay, we'll see this weekend.
Yeah, we call Andre Honey Bunny because he doesn't get off the buddy slopes.
That's not true. No one's ever called me that ever before.
Okay, I gotta because I'm being rude. Andre was my ski coach, so I got out yesterday. Where am I going?
When did y'all open up, Michael?
Friday.
Friday?
Yeah, we got 2 feet. We'll get another 10 or more this weekend.
Nice.
Andre's flying in on Friday. We'll hit it Friday afternoon.
Have you been to Jackson Hole?
You've been, you were Jackson Hole guy, right? No, I thought you went to Jackson Hole.
I've never been.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Andre and I have kind of skied all over. It's kind of our thing.
Yeah.
Jackson Hole is, if you want to get scared inbounds, you go to Jackson Hole.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where I want to go somewhere for my birthday in January, and I don't know where I'm going to go.
Oh, don't go to Jackson. Do you ski?
Yeah, I ski.
Oh, then go to Jackson.
Yeah. Only the last 5 years though.
Stay at the Teton.
It's eye opening, man. That place is it's a wow.
Stay at the Teton Club. It's I'll actually look. I belong to this network. My wife, you remember I sent you that Ritz-Carlton thing, or no, the Bermuda Rosewood. I'm like, hey, why don't you take this? We've been partners for a while. You couldn't do it for some reason. I think you were having a kid or something like that.
You're right.
Some low priority bullshit.
Thing, right?
All right, we got 60 and 70% on the tilt.
Okay.
It's kind of loading up. I'll get it on a one lot on a one guy
too.
You guys haven't been trading too much here today, but I know that we've got some people that have been and are on some hot streaks.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wedge it in there. Guys, you got that ready? Let's take a look at some of these hot streaks to maybe put a hot coal under somebody's butt.
Yeah, we could use it.
I like that.
Massimiliano?
There it is.
Whoa, 32 days.
What, 32 days? Wait a minute.
Long time.
Hey, hold on. How'd Eric?
That's a month. That's over a month. Hold up.
That's blowing it out of the water.
Come on, guys.
A month and a half worth of trading right there.
Wow.
Has Eric been sitting on the sidelines?
Line in the weeds.
No.
I have seen Eric
we're
on
top.
there.
We're going to dig into that. But
Top for a
anyway,
while.
Eric, 32 days. Anthony,
I remember
18.
his
Joseph, 17. Aldo, that's a new name, 15. And Assem, 14. I think Joseph's a new name, too. I think there's everything but Eric is Eric. Eric's been on that list for a while, though.
He
So,
was, and he must have been trading over Thanksgiving.
32 days in a row of
It's a month
trading.
and a half.
So those
Yeah,
are
and
our
These are trading days.
express-funded accounts, folks.
That's nuts. That's a long time, man.
It's a long time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you said it, Matt. That is a long time.
My best is 21. We used to keep track in the pit. See, you don't talk about P&L because like $100 is a winning day. So 45 was CDR. Remember him? 70% now long. 70% now long.
I'm
So
short.
Just keep an eye on that. Cedar was just
55 in the orders, guys.
CDR in the pit. And you remember him? Just a clutch, consistent base hitting trader. He had 45. I had 21. You had some of the bigger traders though. Bigger traders didn't have hot streaks that much, because
They just had home run trades, right?
they
Big
just had
swings,
yeah, they had knockouts.
Right. Yeah, they'd be swinging for the fence every day. And of course, they'd hit a few. And of course, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember somebody coming up to me when we were broadcasting on the trading floor. And he's on the phone and real calmly, I'm down like 38,000,
God.
And I'm like, holy crap,
Stress.
dude.
You almost said that a little bit too comfortably.
My one lot's taking just a little 10 handle heat.
I'm taking
But,
it too.
I got short as well, actually. I mean, we're back at it's the exact same trade that I
It's
just.
75%.
Exact same trade.
This is
Yeah.
super.
The only thing that's a little nervous to me was that we had like 100 something sitting at. Oh, they pulled it actually.
What
There was
was it?
106 sitting at 16 just a second ago, but they pulled it.
You guys see how deep his on Topstep X, how deep that goes? Switch over to my screen. I can only go 10 deep.
At level 2.
See that? He can go Matt on trades by Matt. He goes to Topstep X and he can go 100 deep, I believe. So that deep means all the bids and offers on there. You see the colors he has, green and red. You can keep scrolling up and see how many are on the offer.
So like I see 101 at 1603.5.
16.
See, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's good
I mean,
stuff.
It's starting to line up, guys. 65%, 62, 70%. And guys, we're talking tilt today because Matt he was very interested in tilt because I talked to him about it on the golf course. I'm like, yeah, I go, we're all traders and this is how we looked at it in the pit. And when people get long or short, it doesn't mean anything except the fact it's information, new information that you can add to your.
That's what you make of it.
Yeah, it's what you make of it.
Right. It just has to be. It's got to be just like with anything else in trading and any ideas in trading. There's got to be confluence on your ideas, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be different factors nudging you in a direction. Tilt is one of those factors, right?
100%. Top of the range. Yeah, ranges, upper bound, lower bounds. Yeah, you got shit needs to line up before you get in the trade.
Yeah, we got guys emailing us that are on Topstep X saying, he's like, this, a few guys have been like, this is incredible information. I've never seen this information before. Guys, don't use it. I'm not telling you to use it. So that's like a disclaimer. Don't use it. But if you want to use it, we're going to talk about it here on Topstep TV. It's going to scroll on the top of your screen until it doesn't. When we go public with Topstep X, that whole line at the very top will be gone, and you got to get it in the Topstep X to really get that information. It's going to be sitting there right on your platform, like Matt has it, and you don't have to wait for it to scroll on the screen anyway. And then we're really going to be having a lot more people talk about it and understand it. And there's going to be some home run hitters, and people that are using it will probably be taking those people quicker to live, because I have a belief system that there's going to be people that read it much better than I do.
I mean, dude, I literally, after using it this last week and a half, like I had it open or whatever. And then let me just kill this trade. 140 there. I'll take it.
Are you hold on. You're covered it?
I covered mine. Yeah. We're just
Time to get out.
Well, I wouldn't say it's time to get out.
Yeah,
For
fuck
me,
it.
I'm just scalping, right?
No,
Like we're
I'm
running
just
up on
It's a
VWAP.
scalping market today.
Andre, really quickly, it is delayed. There was everybody who was heavy long, and then now you got to think about all the personal brokerage accounts. Everybody that's like just think about the bias that just was like really strong right now. That's also, in my opinion, the whole community of active traders that are not trading at Topstep. Could they be thinking the same thing? I don't think they're thinking the exact opposite, is my opinion. But we'll see.
I think, like you were saying, the more eyeballs on this, the better. The more, more people looking at it, the more people sharing ideas, thoughts, comments, what they're seeing, the better. The more value we can gain from it and extract from Tilt. I mean, it's very valuable data. I don't think anyone's going to dispute that.
Another thing you got to remember, it's the average entry. Okay. Yes. So we're looking at an average range for that. Well, hey, I'd like to say good morning to ICT. ICT in the house.
ICT, what's happening? House. Hey, ICT, did you really retire your Twitter? I want to get I hear rumors. I'm not big on Twitter or social because it gives me digital sickness.
You're right. I mean,
you ever scroll and you're like, man, it's just garbage.
Mindless bullshit.
Honestly, Michael, I canceled or I shut down one of my Twitter accounts. It was just like evil. Everything's evil on it. It's like, you know what? I don't need this.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of good things to look at.
I feed those Steam videos, like,
there's a lot of trash though, for sure.
Oh, there's for sure a lot of trash if you go looking for it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I totally. I can't do it. My big thing is I watch World War II in color consistently, like a history teacher just telling me shit all day long. So ICT, cool. You just said you shut down Twitter. Are you able to give us the reason here on this? And what's are you taking a different pivot in your trading journey? Are you
stream? I just called out this trade, and now we're gonna sell it. Or commentating, and we are up 15K on the day. Let's go.
Challenging other people. You have a huge following. It's very interesting.
I don't know why my last video sounded like I was in Android.
Follow
what I was saying is that I called out a banger on Topstep.
Incredible on your strategies and how you all that kind of stuff. We got ICT.
We all made money. I'm up 15K on the day.
On your stuff.
Unfortunately, I'm down on my Topstep account.
But if you do have anything to share, it'd be awesome.
K on my main account, which
it'd be more awesome.
I'm up about $7,000 on the day. After losses and everything.
Trying to get back.
Feels pretty good.
96.
Go check it out. We called out a banger down in the.
I'm still short from 86
on the TopstepTV.
I'm still short as well.
Everyone took the trade, and we made money.
Rarely like.
You guys want to see me on there more? Just let me know. I plan on being on there more, and God is good. And let's go.
Hey, we got a hot mic. We got a hot mic issue. I don't. My mic's normal.
Topstep.
Got Danny's videos playing, so too much going on is what we're saying. All right, guys, figure it out.
Never mind.
Danny's video. Danny Trades video is playing.
They got it.
Yeah.
Except that you were saying in terms of doing the same trade over and over again.
Yeah.
I typically don't like it, but when we're at the top of this range like this, it's kind of cheap trade.
It is a cheap trade, a cheap market today. So sometimes you got to make wine out of water.
Right.
Oh man, this thing's gonna push on the extremes. It's just gonna challenge you. One lot I have coming out of the gate today. I'd only be down $3,000 or $300 if I didn't have that $1,000 when the first 15 minutes. I should have listened to you, Matt.
Nah. You got to do your own thing, man.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
But that's buddy trading right there.
Yeah, look at the dad in him.
I love it, man. It's good vibes. Dude, Matt brings good vibes to this show, man.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I've always had a great time with you.
Love it.
Remember our boat experience on
top notch.
Top notch. Thanks, Mick. Thanks, Mick, for the boat.
Shout out to Mick. Captain Mick.
Captain Mick.
Captain Mick.
Did the Lord's work that night, big time.
Do not know how nobody fell into the water, but hey.
Nobody fell in the water.
Well, we'd be talking to each other, like leaning on. I mean, the boat didn't have railing or a rail or anything. It's like Mick would tell us what type of boat that is. But
I was a little worried when he jumped through that flaming hoop with the boat.
It's all part of the routine.
Yeah, we didn't know there was a ramp right there in front of.
It's just a joke.
I don't know if ICT came in here and said anything, but if he did, guys, let us know.
Hey, Matt, did you use JP Rivas is asking, do you use the initial balance first 30 minutes?
First hour is my initial balance. So my initial balance is actually wrapping up in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, hey guys. Okay, fine. Danny's trades from yesterday audio we had that we're gonna bring in. It was just fun little sit down. You know Danny's trades, Matt.
Just from here. Just
Did you
from,
take that? Hey, Matt, did you take that short?
No, I missed it by 2 ticks.
Gotcha. Sorry.
And then I just took the order off because kind of already has happened.
Okay, sorry, Michael. You were saying about Danny's trades?
So we accidentally started playing that. Stuff happens. Accidental clicking on orders and accidental clicking on back end production. Okay, so that happened. But I was talking about, hey ICT, if you're in here, I was just kind of asking you, like, what's your plan now? You shut down Twitter. Is there a direction you're headed that's away from trading? I'd like to know that. We'd all like to know that, unless you've already explained it and people already know. If you can, email us at TopstepTV at Topstep, and we'd love to get you on and chat with you about you're a mover and a shaker, and you get people thinking and talking. So
yeah, what's next?
What's next?
Well, not to speak for ICT by any means either, but he has talked about doing Robins next year.
Robins has been around for like 30 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, a long time. So
they gotta update their website.
There needs to be another option.
Oh, we do.
Oh, funny you say that.
Oh, funny you say that. I can talk about it really quickly. We're looking to putting together the Topstep Trading League, a TTL, and we're putting teams together. You can create your own team, and I think Austin's Finest would be a team, but you can name your team however, Matt.
Yeah, I think we got a Texas team actually rolling up pretty soon.
Nice.
We go against the Chicago boys potentially.
Ooh,
Tri-City locals. Wow. We have jerseys. Can you guys share our jerseys? We are working right now on a TTL World Cup. Think NFL and think World Cup, Super Bowl, and think teams, NFL teams, Tri-City locals. You got TBM would have a team. ICT be awesome if you had a team. Maybe it's a one-man show because you know trading very well. Mm-hmm. But Patrick or any of these other influencers / professional futures traders that have been around and have communities because they all are birds of a feather. Can they be team members? Pick out the best ones on your team. That's something we're looking to do. We're going to build a league. Think esports, and we're looking at an esports arena. And down in Vegas, there is one that we're looking at and talking to.
That'd be sick.
And then we're gonna throw an after party at Caesars, and it's gonna be something we look to do in February. Or March, one of the two. So this is something we're working on in the background. We had a trader meetup group in Vegas. That was a hit, and we're gonna look to put a league together. And basically, all it is your P&L, my P&L, and 3 other people, so a total of 5. And that total is your team score. Yep. And so if you want to be an asshole and shoot for the moon, and you blow out, then that kind of hurts your other team members.
Are you a team player, Michael?
I don't know.
I'm on your team.
TBD.
He's asking.
Please be a team player.
Oh yeah, you're kind of the cog in this wheel, my man.
Yeah, team needs its own song. And
welcome to TopstepTV. Time to trade. We got Hogan, Deanna, Michael, and Dre. The guy in the trunk is Eddie Cray. Now listen carefully. If you were here to stay, you'll be learning about these monkeys the correct way. Snoop out.
Yo,
you gotta have this little.
What do you got down there, Austin? What's up, Austin?
What do you got, man? Yeah.
Hey, Matt, what would you name your team? And I think we're gonna bring in here our jerseys. We got our jerseys. We got the Topstep Trading League logo. We got all that. This is happening in the background. I told you guys are gonna hear.
Oh, you got shorts too.
Oh, we're gonna come shorts.
Man. Okay, I didn't realize it was that type of league. Okay, I need a good name then.
Oh yeah, there'll be a stage. The 2 final teams will be up there with their double screen. We'll do probably be like a Friday. Sorry, Friday's shitty trading, but the market opens up at 5 a.m. in Vegas, 6 a.m. Whatever. We're gonna have it start when the market opens. The first 2.5-3 hours. Maybe it's an all-day trade, and right after that, we have a bar that we have reserved. And we're going to be, asking some folks to bring their teams, and we're going to have open computer desks that anybody here could come in and trade from. And we're going to give away free combine. If you profit that day, you'll be taken live. All these things we're working. These are all ideas. I told you can always hear them from Topstep TV first, and then in stream of consciousness too of like what we're doing. So don't hold me to anything. This is what we're working on. You guys see esports. I know my sister's kid, 250 people of the small town of Gretna, Nebraska do gaming, and they travel, or they don't, not 250, but like, so long story short, I believe traders it's way more sexy to be, hey, I'm a trader in a league than a gamer in a league, in my opinion. So we're looking to put that together. I think it's going to be cool.
Two names that I got to bounce.
Yeah, I want to know your names.
Shy City, yeah. Shy City.
Let's give it up for the Shy City locals.
There you go.
Yeah. We just got to
introduce be the Scout Mafia.
Scout Mafia, I like it. Okay.
Or yeah, that's probably what it'll be, because that goes back a long time for my people. That's like 3 years.
Oh, okay. So you guys have
merch for that too, don't you?
Oh yeah, I already got stuff for it. Either Scout Mafia or Team Good Gains. Either one of two.
No Ligma
Ligma
yeah. Nights.
I know. I thought about having Ligma with an arrow, but I'm not gonna do that.
Oh come on! I thought it was gonna be like Ligma Austin or something like that.
Right.
An arrow, dude.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So we got some people giving some names too. Matt, we're gonna eventually want to nail that down, and then you invite your community there.
And this will be funded only, right?
This will be, we're gonna take funded traders. We have thousands of them, and here we go.
Prep my team,
Is the short gonna happen right now?
Got to do some training. Breakfast. You better be making your team breakfast.
We're slapping.
I told you these moves are delayed.
They are, dude. It's dragging. We're finally. You see what's still in there, Michael?
Anybody can say anything. Oh, I told you it was going to happen 4 hours later. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's why you're short, right?
Yeah, I'm still short.
Okay, so you put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, on one guy. One guy is a toe in the water. Hey, Patrick's in here. ICT got a better chance of winning Miss America. Wow. That's a Patrick jab. Hey, Matt, you and Patrick have a little beef for a while. What do you guys make up? He's got a boat. You got to go fishing with him.
I'll go fishing with him.
Okay,
I will say it was all one-sided. So no beef over here, but hey, whatever.
Oh yeah, did not
get those clicks.
You know how many times in the trading? Yeah, you know how many times in a trading pit people just be barking at each other? And Eddie, what would they do after that?
Yeah.
Oh, they'd like half an hour later be like, hey, where do you want to go for lunch, man? I'm getting hungry.
You guys just each other.
What's that place called that we went to downstairs, Michael?
Series,
yeah. Go get a drink of Series.
Hell yeah. Hey, you order Jack and Coke.
Takes one.
Eddie, what do? They fill up Jack.
You get a glass of Jack and a can of Coke. You figure it out.
I like that.
Yeah, they're like, you figure it out.
You take it from here.
You ask for Jack and Coke. Swear to God, guys. Yeah. So if you ever go to Chicago, go to Ceres, Goddess of Grain. Ceres is the name. It's got and it's a statue at the very top. 2 or 3 drinks in Ceres to get anyone in trouble.
Yeah.
That's right. The chief of police here got busted at Ceres.
Yeah, Michael Patak got busted at Ceres.
But we don't want to talk about that. But we want to talk about one of the things. I don't think they're going to give you a glass of Jack and a can of Coke anymore because the floor is gone, and they would open up early. I think like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning before the market would open up. So. You might get maybe a half a glass of Jack and a can of Coke. I'm not sure how they do it anymore.
I think they still do the same. I had a situation, Matt. I don't know if you know about this. Look, you drank with me. I'm a pretty cool. I'm not aggressive. I'm not anything. me hug. Zlatan Z. If you're ever Z. What's up?
He was a good guy, man. I mean,
we had eight Red Bulls and vodka. And this is like when I first started Topstep. We were celebrating something. We're sitting down there and we're outside. and Hogue was right there. And he's like, let's get out of here. And I'm like, yeah, let's get out of here. I don't know why I did it. And I don't quite remember what it was. But I had a drink, glass, rocks glass. And I go, let's get out of here. And I just threw it over my shoulder. Don't know why I did that. I swear to God.
We're going to sweep the highs here? Sorry.
Yeah, sure are.
Maybe. Okay, so you chunked the glass.
Gold's going to tag it also here. Seems like
did it hit someone or did it just smack? Or
no, it didn't hit anybody, but it hit there's a 15 by 15 foot, 3-inch pane window. And you guys will see it if you ever go to the board of trade at the ground level.
Series?
Yeah, it hit it. It cracked it and spidered it, but nobody knew. Okay, so nobody knew. NAFTA, remember NAFTA came to Chicago. This is like in 2010 or something. NAFTA, is it NAFTA?
Free Trade Association?
Yeah, North America Free Trade Association.
Yes. It was NAFTA was in town and they had big protests going on.
New highs on that day.
Yeah, they're running here.
I'm stopped out.
I'm about to get stopped out. What the fuck? What the hell came out?
No, we got Bowman going to be speaking something came with Waller, maybe some comments from Waller
What
here.
did they say? Son of a bitch.
Oh boy.
He sees fourth quarter GDP at perhaps 1% to 2%. Last couple of weeks, the data makes the third quarter appear to be a one-off jump.
Get out!
It just came out.
Get out of here!
That's on us, man. We should.
Waller talking. You like right now?
Should be
Well, we got
There's 100 lot at 24 even.
Right, 112.
112. It was at 03, moved up to.
We might see some bigger moves here in about 5 minutes. Bowman is going to be speaking. He's the FOMC. So let's keep our eyes and ears open, mouth shut, eyes focused. I sound like one of the nuns in my grade school.
That got filled
new
out.
highs in gold. Finally got out of that funk. And pushed the
Waller just crushed me too. Me too. MS.
I'm
2031.
I'm getting hit today. Nice trade, Matt. 2,300 down. Ooh,
down 500.
I mean, mine was a absolute scalp. Like, I only got like 7 points out of it. But
how did he say? What did he say?
I don't know. These wicks get run, man. Anytime we have a bunch of wicks that just all stop at the exact same spot, that's why I don't like taking the same trade over and over again. But wicks get run.
Yeah.
Now we're in the 20s, magical 20s. See what happens. A little bit of juice to the top side, but we got value area. Yesterday's value area high at 50, which is kind of what I was talking about right at the open with you, Michael, on levels of interest.
Okay, cool.
So yesterday's value area high and yesterday's IB high.
Guys, Patrick is not banned. If he is, like, there would have been no. So anybody saying Patrick's banned, I don't even know what it is. I just see you guys talking about it. Yeah, Patrick's banned right when Matt started talking trash to him. That's why. Right. That's how we keep the peace here. We just ban people. We shut them off.
Free speech all day.
Yeah.
We're still running.
Yeah, this looks pretty juicy on the run still, to be honest.
Man.
Hey, quick, if anybody's watching here, Michael, I guess you or Casey, if you're watching or whatever. Only last request for me, big request for Topstep X. I know we have the button to center up in the top here, to center the DOM, but if we could just like double click the middle to center it, that would be very clutch.
Hey, Mac, that's the thing, because I do it right now. I'm doing it right now. I double click the middle.
Yeah.
And somebody, I think I got feedback like, well, you could accidentally enter an order. I'm like, well, yeah, or you couldn't. So yeah, we'll have that. That's an easy fix.
Yeah. It's more just like a slight nuisance more than anything.
Well, you want to have your mouse right there to do it, and you don't want to have it up there. So yeah.
Right.
So so Patrick did not get banned, guys. Everybody gets timed out here if they start getting a little too much, and that'd be no different if I had people on here and I was moderating. I'm like, yo, dude, pump the brakes.
The drama.
Kind of like UFC fight when they're like Dana White's in the middle. No, dude, we love all traders, and we love Patrick. We love Trade by Matt.
I love the internet drama.
I don't think he was even talking about you.
ICT's laughing.
He wasn't. I was watching his comments.
And I think he was hitting ICT with some stuff. But there's nothing wrong with it. Just don't take it personally and don't do your mama jokes or your mama jabs.
Your mama joke.
Yeah, well,
So we are out of IB, initial balance from yesterday.
Yeah, we are.
Coming into a value area high from yesterday. Kind of an interesting spot, like 10 points higher. Even now, it's an interesting spot. Now to 10, like this, like 30s to 50, it's interesting to me. I don't necessarily want to hop in front, but I kind of like the short side here.
Yeah.
Like 30s, mid, high 30s, low 40s. I like the shorts. But again,
gold bug. You hit that 2032 60, pulling back slightly to 31. I'm glad that we sort of popped out of this funk here in the gold. I haven't put anything on, but positions, my friends, my fellow gold traders, what do you got going on?
Man, I'm dead wrong today.
Yeah, well,
No positivity, Andre. I need your help here.
I know. I'm saying
I might start losing it.
I didn't know the breakout was going to happen. It's right that second.
And we're thinking, who's talking right now?
We've got Bowman. Bowman says, I'm gonna watch the data closely. Just like us, he sees the inflation from a higher service consumption. Waller's also seeing the fourth quarter GDP, perhaps. That's Waller. We want Bowman. Bowman
starts in a minute, speaking. Right? Yeah, starts right now.
He just started speaking.
Got right up that 49.5 is what I was talking about.
When did he start talking?
Just now.
Bowman just.
Who leaked his notes? This is bullshit.
Waller's been talking since 9 though.
Oh, this is Waller. This is Waller saying something big.
This is Bowman now.
Now we have Bowman. Later we have
Barr right now.
Please pay attention. Yes.
Apparently the market's picking and choosing who it wants to listen to. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
God bless it.
On the trading league.
Yeah.
Whenever it's time, Michael.
Uh-huh.
Not to talk too much trash, but I am going to need you to trade the open. Just the first minute of the day, we're going against each other. I'm going to need you to just a few trades around here.
If you don't think Chi City Local is going to have a slinger on the team, you're right.
All right.
Got some hot comments here coming from Bowman. I favor hike rates if inflation progress stalls. He's also saying it's quite possible that the Fed policy rate will need to be at a higher level than before the pandemic to foster low, stable inflation. So these are coming in highlighted.
Sounds hawkish to me, but what do I know?
All right. Describe hawkish. I see that term tossed around all the time, and I don't understand. Is hawkish good or hawkish bad?
Hawkish tone with the Feds. When they come out hawkish, they're talking in favor of raising interest rates to combat inflation. And then dovish is the tone which is cutting interest rates to stimulate growth, essentially. So hawkish is essentially bearish for equities because you're raising interest rates. I mean, hell, the Feds have been hawkish the last 22 months or so.
Right.
And then dovish was what we were doing going into the pandemic. We were super dovish, low interest rate environment. That's a dovish tone.
Whatever happened to transitory?
You can use it as
oh my God.
Hawkish predator, which would attack.
Correct.
And then obviously a dove is, give him a olive branch and you're looking at, something more lightly.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, transitory was in every conference. They were right, weren't they? Or no? I mean,
no.
Feds is
we just turned right around.
This is that slap off 50 that I wanted to see, but I just did not get into. Kind of bummed.
Yeah, I'm really being cautious right now. I'm down 2,300. My daily loss limit's 3,000, and I'd like to be still positive on the week, which I ended up yesterday at 2,700, and. Yeah, so I got to be high prop trades.
I'd like to say good morning to Anne-Marie Band, who is joining us here in the chat. Hello, Anne-Marie.
Hello, Anne-Marie.
So ICT's in here. Patrick's in here. We get trades by Matt with us today, guys.
Oh, you're getting booked.
Yeah, we had Danny's trades yesterday. I think we could form some teams with just these folks, and they have some power hitters I'm sure they could find on their team. And they're probably in our one of our funded traders. So that's what we if you want, we may be putting that together as far as like hitting our funded traders or how we do this. I have a meeting later this week on how the TTL is going to come together.
Ooh. Wheels in motion.
And then think of this channel, TopstepTV, as ESPN talking about the players in the TTL with a slap of bar stools and a bit of CNBC all smashed together as TopstepTV, I'd like to call it.
So it'll be in person, but you'll be streaming the event as well.
Yeah, we'll be streaming it. We'll have the whole thing can be branded. It's just the arena. They have an arena at Luxor. And I'm
Wheeling, dude. Wheeling wild, man.
What's he doing now? Got
no time for teams when you're number one already. Time to go fishing.
Time to go fishing.
Wheeling, you wild, man. I love it.
I think you and Wheeler get along because I've talked to both of you guys. You guys both get you guys both on mixed boat. And I know Patrick has one, but we have to go neutral ground.
Yeah, I mean, hey, put me on a boat. I'll talk to anybody.
There you go.
Is it possible?
I'll be on the inner tube in the back. You guys just pull me around.
All right. I saw some videos of Pat's new boat though. The thing looks pretty sick.
It's super dope. It's something and like
he's got toys.
He's got toys.
Yeah, thing looks absolutely mean, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think you and I were talking. So Patrick's got a lot of cool like toys, and Danny's Trades was on here talking about like Rolls Royce and stuff he has like that.
He's got a Rolls Royce.
He has a Rolls Royce and then a Ferrari. And now the reason why I'm segueing into this, and I want to ask you, I always like parked it in real estate because I wanted to take pressure off my trading income. So I always went into real estate. You and I have been talking real estate. Have you done anything? And guys, when I say real estate, I was Brian Chesky, CEO of Airbnb, stayed at my units in Chicago in 2010. This is when like he started like 2008. So they started taking off. And he would actually jump from place to place. He talked to my wife. He actually went out with didn't go out with, but she, yeah, I know. Like her and her friends met him, showed him the town, so to speak. What? Girlfriend at the time, Andre.
Oh yeah.
but no, she. But yeah, cool cat. But sharing economy, I read it in The Economist. Andre got me into The Economist because I was always in no other reading materials except the journal and Barings. And they talked about sharing economy. So Matt and I have talked about rentals. And I think rentals is still, it's a pretty saturated market right now, but I still think there's huge opportunity to find solid rentals that cash flow, park trading money, take out money. I know you just took a payout, Matt, I believe $8,000 or something like that. And start parking that, in somewhere that's going to cash flow. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would love to have fun toys. It's really hard for me to justify fun toys with 2 kids young right now. So, I mean, yes, on the rentals, I think next year, hopefully I find something that can cash flow better right now. But I mean, we have also talked about like self-storage. I know did y'all get rid of that place?
I doubled my 50% on the Buena Vista. Mini storage units is a great one. That was a great return. I bought that.
Nice trade.
So you got out of it?
I got out of that one. We got somebody that hit us on our, we weren't even, he's like, 50% return. I'm like, I'll take it. And then, I'm looking at properties south of Tulum or land south of Tulum in Buena Vista, Mexico, with a buddy that Andre and I, he's gotten us into quite a few properties and we flipped them.
Yeah. I don't solo own anything. I've got money parked as just like a GP and stuff.
Yeah.
Same.
Or an LP, whatever. People, put it in a fund.
Yes.
But I mean, I definitely have things I like to spend money on for sure.
Yeah. I think we kind of use trading to fund those other investments, so to speak. At least that's the way I've looked at it. That's use this income to provide, much
for me, all of my trading money, not all of my trading money, but I'm like you, Michael, where you said you want to kind of be able to have a fallback on trading money. For me, it's just like I wrap it into other businesses. So,
Yep. I've started other businesses alongside Topstep. It's very hard to go to a different focus, and then I just started building up a luxury rental. You can go 5-bedroom houses or more. There's a smaller market there. Right. It is more costly, but you get good appreciation and you get good cash flow. You can do like $5,000 nights to $1,000 nights over like a $200 night nightly rent. And I'd rather turn over a house with that.
For sure.
And there's a certain tactic I use to find those properties that I'll talk to you about offline. But
yeah, that's the goal for me. And I even have a buddy here in town that we've been looking at stuff. We were looking at a place in Crested Butte.
But
go
on.
Yeah.
It didn't cash flow. That's the problem. It's just everybody's still stuck in their 2020 ways.
It's hard to fly into there, right? Yeah. And I mean, it's to me, it's just south of Aspen, right where I'm at right now. Like people hike there. They go from Aspen to Crested Butte, spend the night, and then somebody comes and picks them up in a car. But Yeah, the Airbnb, or if you want to put your own website together, rentals to me are really good. You can't do 2 bedrooms. You got to do 3, 4 or more, because you want 2 families coming in, and then they have their kids, and then they're all housing. They're like, we have no problem spending $2,000 a night. You know, like piece of cake.
Splitting it, whatever.
Yeah, splitting it up. Yeah.
All right, so they got Bowman out. Bowman's talking hawkish and Waller's talking dovish, and it sounds like the market decided to go run with the dovish comments. So that's kind of what we got blindsided by there. So finally makes sense. Just to recap what happened there.
So Patrick, you said the toys and stuff you have is a write-off. I assume you put it through a company, and then it's well, we don't need to get into the details of that.
Yeah, you just buy heavy stuff. That's all. That's the key, right? Buy heavy.
Yep.
6,000 pounds, right?
Yeah, no, to each his own for sure.
I think there will be a time where I stop trying to put money into businesses and stuff, I think the time next year will be I keep saying, I've said it for the last 4 years, next year will be my real estate year. It's just the numbers, thankfully the numbers have never, I've paid attention to the numbers and the numbers haven't worked out for anything that I've been looking at. And so I haven't gotten swamped on anything.
Yeah.
Rates aren't exactly conducive to buying real estate.
No.
All right, I just gotta be cash heavy.
You gotta be cash heavy. Yeah, cash is king right now.
And I think you can. I mean, at least in Austin, if you do have cash, you can find some really, really discounted, nice houses right now.
Really?
Because there's just no buyers. There's literally no buyers for these 2 million plus houses. So if you're able to throw cash at it, it's good market. But
take a trip down there.
So what if I want to make some money from, say, the NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Then you would have been
50, like I talked about.
We were breaking again.
You would have faded me so far today.
The Valley Area high short from yesterday was absolute money, and I just didn't take it. After I literally talked about it from the open and as we were pushing up there.
Yeah.
It's only 50 points though, right?
Yeah. Jack, I'm being very sit on my hands right now. You're right. The NASDAQ is moving. Guys, how are we looking as far as those in the chat room? I want to know. Can we do a poll on who's up and who's down on the day just to get a feel?
Little vibe check.
Feel the pulse in here. Somebody says you promised a free reset or fire drill. Yeah, we did. You're right. Yep. We did. Correctamundo. We didn't say when.
All right, we got 60% short. It's not very good. Nice little bounce. So right back to IB, right? So that's kind of the key here.
Yep.
My opinion.
There you go.
We're right at initial balance again, which is also the 5-minute open and opening range. This will be kind of line in the sand, I think. Also at settlement for what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Settlement play.
Yep. We're at settlement. Yesterday's point of control. Initial balance for today. Opening range high for today. A lot of stuff. I think we're still gonna get some action. To be honest, I definitely don't.
Well, there is new information that just hit the market, right?
Right. I don't think it's done by any means.
Yeah, you could get. That could have been. Just hear me out on this. That could have been one big player, or a couple of them that looked at that one way. There could be another player coming in here that looks at it another way and things like that. I mean, do you guys ever think like that? Definitely. I mean, because stuff moves the markets.
Size moves markets, not the locals like us.
No.
Paper moves markets.
Yeah, we jump on when we see things moving. Volume. Matt talked about volume coming in. Guys, we always talk about volume quite a bit because that's buyers and sellers. Buy one, sell one. Is that 2 on a volume? Buy one, sell one. Mm-hmm. Matt, if I just sold it to you right now and you just bought it, does the volume on the NASDAQ right now go to 2 or 1?
Yeah, because 2 separate transactions.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So it doesn't count round trips. It counts because I could be holding on to it for 2 months.
Yeah, that's exactly. So you're right. So that's why volume is very important to watch. You'll see it on this orange thing on the side. These are all heavy volume area here in the S&P. It was down at the 45, 50 to 56, 6 handles down here. And down here in the NASDAQ was from 16,000 down to whatever, 15,970.
There's actually a really interesting question here in the chat that I just saw. Also, make sure you press thumbs up button, everybody. It's my shameless plug for y'all.
Thank you, Matt.
Press the thumbs up button, subscribe.
Oh, thanks, dude, for that one like.
Right. Interesting question, and I'm gonna answer it, but I also kind of want to ask it to MP and Andre here. If you started trading today, what's the steps and concepts you think are the most important to pay attention to? Volume. If you were starting from scratch, basically.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Yeah, if you're starting over, brand new, what do you think from your time trading? What do you think that you should have actually been focusing on to someone? Your answer to someone who's starting their journey. What do you wish you would focus on more?
Reading order flow. I would say. I bet Michael would probably say similar. That's order flow.
Yeah.
Screen time.
Yeah, screen time, order flow, but having risk parameters set up that I lived by, so that I was starting to instill discipline out of the gate. That would be. I mean, that's just really hard to do because people come in here and like click buy, click sell.
Supply and demand, hidden gem. I agree. Supply and demand rules everything.
Yeah,
that's order flow. That's reading order flow. That takes reps and reps and reps. Chart time, screen time. You want to see
order flow? Are you saying purely DOM, or are you saying like volume? Any sort of internals that would be more order flow based.
Order flow, well, just volume, and watching the dome for sure. Yeah. Just seeing how, like when that 100 lot trades, see what happens after that 100 lot trades.
Yeah.
How often do we run right through it? If we run right through that 100 lot, okay. I don't know if that person's getting faced or not, but you can see the bulls are clearly taking over the. If there's a 100 lot sitting on the offer and that offer gets filled, and we just run through it, the bulls are in control. So I'm looking to get long those type of markets. Now, if we bounce off a 100 lot and it gets filled and we come off of it, it looks like okay, we're going to be stuck in that range, so to speak, or that that was a good fill for the 100 lot, and reading that type of order flow, I'd say. Michael, what do you think?
I mean, yes to that. Old highs, old lows, yesterday's highs, overnight highs, lows, settlement levels are important.
Yeah.
I like moving averages, but now we're going to go down the rabbit hole of indicators.
Right. Yeah, I think I would. To answer the original question, I'm with y'all on not to just like cheese off y'all, but I would say order flow concepts.
ICT's answering your question. Determine that no risk should be taken until you know what you're doing and understand where price wants to reach for consistency. I think these are all things that if we did life all over again and started from day one when we just learned what a bid and offer was, and then we got in the market, that'd be great. I don't see anybody ever starting like that.
Right.
But
how do people mostly start? They just get in there and start pulling, just firing away and see what happens, right?
Yeah, putting a million indicators up probably. Right?
Yeah. You can't all those indicators. You can't even look at the chart. Here's Waller. There you are. You mother.
What? What is he on CNBC?
Yeah, he's on CNBC.
Get off that channel.
I mean, you gotta have it. But anyways. Yeah, people come in guns blazing, and they're probably going to lose. And if they don't lose right off the bat, they initially will, because closing your eyes and clicking buttons ain't going to be sustainable for the long run. So screen time. That's how you read order flow. That's how you chart recognition, recognizing patterns on the charts. Things like that.
I've talked to, started Topstep in 2010, so I've talked to a lot of brokerages, and you get to friends with them, and then you have drinks with them, and I'll never name names and never say this is even accurate, but they said the average trading account opens up with $10,000 and closes within 6 months.
I think it makes total sense.
Me too.
5 to 10 grand makes a lot of sense, because that's pushing the extremes of disposable income for most people, I would say, and then 6 months makes sense because it's hard to keep accounts open on live accounts.
So Matt, we did a poll and we talked about, hey, have you ever had a margin call? And I think only like 60% of people have. And then I go, hey, have you ever been deactivated because you didn't have enough money in your account? And that was like 70%. So the bad ones are margin calls, because that means you're holding and you're just waiting for implosion. And the other ones are deactivated account, or just not enough for margin was a poll. So that means you've been burning through an account. I want to do a poll right now, just because these guys, we all need to know this. I lost $90,000, 3 $30,000 trading accounts. So mine's going to be plus 50 grand. I need to put a poll in here that did you lose less than 5,000, more than 5,000, more than 20,000, and more than 50 when you first started trading? Can we put those in? For the loser.
When you first start trading futures, or just trading in general?
I don't know. They say to make $1 million or to make 10 million in futures, you got to start with 20.
Where'd you get that?
I heard it as a joke. I'm like,
where'd you get that shit?
All right. Hey, real quick, it is 10 o'clock. We did send those emails out. VW Trader just says, just got my Topstep X.
There you
That's
go.
Cool. So check your email. Tim's trading. He got his Topstep X, and our poll 1.6 thousand 1,600. Let's make it that way. Vibe check. Are you up or down on the day? 58% said up, and 41 said down.
Not bad.
So the poll, should we say like your first year of trading or your first year of trading?
Yeah. What was your P&L?
Yeah.
My very first year of trading, actually trading was with crypto. And it was brain dead. So I made a lot of money.
Was it just buy, close your eyes and buy?
Yeah, I mean, I was actively trading it, but like I ran a couple $100 up pretty decent. Bought my wife's engagement ring with it. Like I did well. And that was when I was very first like really getting into hardcore trading, like actually trying. I had lost money trading stocks or whatever when I just was like, following. I think I had joined like a chat room or whatever and didn't know what the hell I was doing. But that was a couple $100 because I was in college. And then
what was it? AOL. I started
Wall Street Bets.
Yeah, I was on Stock Twits for sure. I don't remember all the other crap. And then so I made money with crypto right off the bat. Lost money so I went from crypto to equities, more blue chip stuff. Lost money there. Went back to crypto, made money, found futures. And at that point in futures, I was already fairly cognizant, like fairly aware of what was going on with trading. I think I lost like a $5,000 account right off the bat. And then I got funded with Topstep immediately. And then I lost that account. So the very first time I ever started Topstep, I think it was 2019, maybe January 2019. Got funded immediately on the 30K. Man, this is just running without me. I had an order at 10 that never got filled out.
What did trade down? Just really quick, they traded down 93.
It traded way lower, but I wanted a retest and I never got it. Got funded in the 3 weeks, I think is what it took for the 30K account back in the day. And then I got first day on the live account was MLK day. And I traded it and immediately broke a rule because you couldn't trade it.
Holiday.
Yeah, holiday. We
NASDAQ heavy long right now. Heavy long.
Yeah, Andre, you got 56 on ES. And this goes back to my conversation with, watch this right now. You got heavy long on NASDAQ, but only 56% long on S&P. When I see this, they don't line up, it does feel like continuation. Just a little. Yeah.
Okay. Well, ES hasn't had a big lean one way or another for most of the day. NASDAQ has been showing some tilt. So.
I thought it did at one point today.
We're 68, 69%.
Yeah, nice. We're going to overlay tilt probably at some point. Man, it's getting heavy.
Getting heavy, dude.
Heavy NASDAQ. I'll sell one.
He's in.
Hey, Matt, what's your P&L? Mick says that you're up pretty good today in the XFA.
Yeah, I'm up $5,593.
Oh, you're playing coy today, man.
Secret.
What's up? Oh, okay. Here's the thing. I'm up $500 on the session right now. I traded the overnight as well.
Okay.
You are the most humble. You are the most humble guy. As a trader, I love it. He reminds me of Cedar, Eddie. Cedar is so humble, just a base hitter, grinder, and all that kind of stuff.
And the dude was probably the best trader in the pit.
Probably the best trader in the pit. 100%. Yeah. So what is it? 5,500 on your XFA?
Yeah, 56. Yeah.
Didn't you just take an $8,000 payout?
I didn't take a payout on it, but I did make $8,000 last week.
Hey, Matt, when do you decide when you're going to take a payout in your XFA?
Good question.
So for me, it's just like I have other money, so I want to grow an XFA.
Oh, you're not just a marketer?
You're right. I know. I don't actually trade. God forbid. I show any real trades. So classic, man. I had to put that. Mick gave me a shout out last week, and I put that on my Instagram because I was like, man, to everybody that just says I'm just a YouTuber or whatever, like I do actually trade.
Well, you are a YouTuber, but you have a great following, and you everything you trade, how you trade, you explain. And I don't think there's like smoke and mirrors people do. I've never seen that with you. I could never vouch for anything anybody does or anything like that. But
here's the thing, like people watch me for an hour and a half every morning or whatever,
Another 6 hours left in the market.
Right. There's a lot of time left in the market. I trade singles on stream primarily because of my own just mental. Like it helps me to not get super sized up and, get clouded by the chat or whatever. I used to trade a lot more size. And now on stream, I trade singles, maybe twos, maybe threes. Off stream, I'll trade threes, fours, fives, or whatever. And so there's just a lot of wiggle room in there, But at the end of the day, I think with this account, so this Express account on the Topstep X is unique. I wasn't planning on trading it at all. I just wanted it for the tilt. I end up trading it past the combine in 2 days.
Did the tilt help on this whole story you're about ready to say?
Yeah. I'm about to. You're gonna like what I'm saying.
You're gonna plug it. You're gonna plug it with the real result.
I passed the combine in 2 days.
Hit record. Quick, hit record.
I passed the combine in 2 days. Utilizing the tilt plus it's again just another point of interest, right? Of everything I'm looking at. And then when they were setting up my Express account, I didn't have the tilt, and I was actually very sad. I felt like I was missing like a tool, that I'd grown accustomed to after watching it for a couple of weeks and then actively trading it for 2 days. And then I got my account back on last week, or maybe Friday, the Friday before last week. And it's going well. So like, I think it's just, and again, this is not how it will always work. This is not, I wouldn't say this is normal by any means. I'm saying it more as a possibility, right?
Yeah.
The account right now is at $12,353.90.
Yeah.
And when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, it's like this was a $150 Topstep combine, right? And so for me, it's like, okay, my risk is obviously way off. So I want to see what I can do with it. But there is, for those of you watching who are like, maybe you're going through your trading journey, maybe you have messed around with live funded accounts, whatever. It's just a great way to kind of hedge yourself. Like I paid $150. I spent 2 days getting passing and then a week of trading, and it's at 12 grand now.
And so you could take all the 12 grand out, you could put it in your kid's 409B, and then you could sit there and not do anything forever, whatever that college thing.
501, I think is what it is.
Yeah. 14, 911 maybe.
Right.
So you know how that is the cool part about it, and you're using this. It's just a piece of what he added to what he already had, just so everybody knows.
Right. It's just another tool in the shed, and it just happens to be a very sharp tool for me. And I like it. And just the way that everything is operating right now, I'm in one of those moments, as y'all all know, and anybody who's listening who trades knows, there's moments where you just feel like you are seeing the market and you're executing and it's working. Kind of the setup that I'm doing right now with analyzing on my Sierra charts, executing on Topstep while watching the tilt, is allowing me to see the market cleanly. Market conditions are favorable for the way that I trade right now, and just trying to execute off it.
Well, I just executed off it. I got a short up there and it was like 70%. And
nice. Off the 20s too, magical 20s. It's a nice rotation.
I picked up 20 handles. So guys, that was just like one play. Now it's back at 48%, 50-50. So tilt's at 50. So you can see the tilt got a little bit long. Nobody has this data. You won't find this anywhere else, period. And the reason why we can share this data, I'll tell you why. Because all the open positions, there's thousands of open positions here at Topstep. We're growing. That means the data set gets even stronger. All the open positions that are open right now in the NASDAQ, 54.6% of them are long. Now, when that gets really heavy one direction, 80% of the people are long. When you get in a cab and the cab driver goes buy crypto, it's at 60,000, it's going to $1 million. Well, like everybody wanted to buy it then. You don't get into the markets, and from my experience, you don't get in the markets when everybody knows that you should get long, or everybody knows you should get short, or everybody likes. So it's just interesting. And in the trading pit, we used to watch, and Eddie, you could share this. You saw this. The locals would on a certain side of the pit would all be long, and then you would sit there and know. You're like, the market keeps selling off.
Yeah, what happens if the market doesn't rally and you see that?
Yeah, then you start to see the whites of their eyes. Yep. They start to get a little bit nervous, and people all have loss limits, guys. Unless you're the Federal Reserve and you could print it, you have a loss limit. So then they're starting to get squeezed, and the market's starting to sell off, and they all got long. The whole 150 people over there are long, and they're all holding their cards. Look it up there. Eddie, you've seen this, right?
I'm long in Q. Sorry. Just
okay, cool. I like that.
Off settlement.
Eddie, you've seen this, right?
Yeah, and it's a panic.
It's a panic.
Yeah.
So then they all got on tilt, they start to panic and they start to dump. And just knowing that information, you knew it in the pit, is great. Topstep is giving is for a short period of time on Topstep X. Will be for free. We will have it costed. It's extremely valuable, and you will get it free when you become a live funded trader. No cost, because we want to set you up so if you're actually using it and taking it serious, you have the skin in the game of committing to it. And if you actually rock it and do well with it, and we take you up live, we may be taking those folks up live much, much sooner, because we know and we believe in this is a unique differentiator than everybody using VWAP or everybody using a simple moving average. So that's the power that we believe. It could be absolutely nothing. I'll tell you, it's nothing. So I'm going to always use this as a disclaimer. So you can be like, you told me it was the greatest. No, it says it sucks. So it's your decision to add it to your game or not. Matt did it as a decision. So don't do it or do it. That's up to you.
I'm also not exclusively taking trades off it, right?
No.
So yeah, I that was a very quick scalp for me. I'm already out. I got 10 handles on or 10 points. I call it.
Well, why'd you take that? Just a bounce off settlement, right?
Yeah, bounce off settlement. Delta was looking good. So I watched Delta on my 22 range.
Watches Delta, right?
Delta it was loading. They're short.
What's up?
What was the Delta count?
I don't track a count. I just follow with kind of extremes. I almost chart it like I do with my actual chart. I watch like swing highs and swing lows, basically.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Andre Hogue always talks Delta, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah. Delta divergence basically, it builds up the count. How many are the bids getting hit more often, or are the offers getting lifted more often than not? Yeah. And what does the market do after that? Essentially,
so I'm doing the same thing. I'm just watching it in a visual way, not numbers. So anyway,
hey, Matt, ICT had a question. Matt, what's the most impactful lesson you learned about yourself as a trader? Most impactful.
That's a good one.
And at what point in your trading career or journey did that light bulb go off?
I think the most impactful thing that I learned is that I'm a greedy mofo. And
I think we all are, though.
Right. But the thing is that like it's easy to make money trading and it's very easy to give it back. Yep. And so I think I probably learned it, when I first really started looking at data, my trading data. I was making like...
You're a data guy too, right?
Yeah, I love data.
Yeah.
Got a background in data. I love it. So this was back in 2019 when I really started going ham tracking all of it. I would notice that I could make, $1,000 to $5,000 in the morning, and I was giving it all back in power hour. So 2 o'clock Central, giving it all back at the end of the day. And I'd end each day just pissed off and was like, what the heck? Like I'm making money, but I'm giving it all back. And I think realizing that like there are times a day where I just, if I'm up and it's 2 o'clock, I like should not be trading. And if I'm wanting to, it's really just greed cooking over. Yeah.
What was making you still trade? Just it was never enough.
Yeah. Just like, man, it felt easy. Right. And so there are times where the market feels easy. And like today, I'm trading right now because I like the conditions. It's still early in the day. I feel mentally very fresh. I feel like I'm still active, trading from a form of patience, which is also I would say greed and patience would be my top two things. Okay. Once I really have learned, force myself to just be patient, my trading skyrocketed. So as long as I'm feeling patient and being able to take a step back and objectively look at myself and then look at the screens, I'm trading well. I should be trading.
That's a bad habit to die hard or whatever they call it. Right? It creeps back up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's something I'm actively fighting every single day.
Andre, do you have anything similar? I don't have greed, but I have patience, and you guys have seen me be impatient here. It still creeps up.
I find myself being too patient, to be honest with you. I've
really.
You get your hand burned enough, right? And then you got to really dial in and make sure. Like Mick and I talk about in shoulder tap, you're trying to look for those 100% trades. Well, that doesn't really exist. To be, honest. So sometimes I find myself being too patient and not aggressive enough. At least lately with trading on here. On the screen, maybe not taking enough trades. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get a little bit more into the market, so to speak, and kind of put yourself, you're taking on more risk, which is I'm okay with, but it's just something that I've learned about myself from this journey the last 3 months trading on the screen. What about you?
Patience is my biggest one. Patience. I get too itchy of a trigger finger. I start seeing things that I'm pretty good at reading the markets. my timing is way too early for a lot of things, and I had to dilute the power of FOMO back in the day by just missing it, and I always used to call it diluting the power that FOMO has over me, and be like, you know what, I want to take that trade, and I would act like I took it, but then I'd go and just rate it down, and then if it did go my direction, I would be like, damn it. So mine was FOMO that I neutralized.
FOMO too, for sure.
Yeah, but I think FOMO still creeps up in a subconscious way because it forms then in my impatience-ness feeling.
Yeah, you also got to consider perspective too. Am I here to trade or am I here to fight? And when you find yourself fighting the market, I mean, there's a good indication where it's like, okay, things aren't working today.
Yeah, or looking for something that doesn't exist. My old man always said, let the markets come to you. Not the markets, let the race come to you, Junior. He's a big NASCAR guy. Let the race come to you. And you see players go, let the game come to you. So trading, I think you got to let that too. But that's a good question. Thanks, ICT. Another question. Yeah, another question.
Wait, one second. Let me just wrap one thing up on that real quick. I think that it's important to note that like every single person did not talk about like setups. And like they didn't talk about their indicators. We didn't talk about like I didn't get my chart types correct or whatever. It's all like in your brain because at the end of the day, it's very easy. It's not very easy. It's very possible to make money a million different ways in the market, right? The hard part is how are you going to keep it? How are you going to keep your brain in check to where you're not just giving it back? How are you keeping your brain in check to where you actually follow your risk? Like all those types of things. The big brain game trading is. So
it sure is. It's a mind bleep.
Yeah, keep going, Michael.
Speaking of brain game, the folks are getting back long up here at the 24s. That's where I got short at the 24s. They're getting back long again. You guys see how the buyers come back into the market? That's another great thing you want to learn here when you're watching the tilt. You can see when buyers come back into the markets or sellers, whatever the bias was. You can see when they get flushed out like they did when it went from 24 all the way down to like 90 something. And then Matt was looking to get long 10s. So now 71% is long. The average price of those longs is 16.
Yeah, I actually got short just now as well. Delta's not pushing terribly hard. It's magical 20, which I like. Not looking for too much. Probably 10 points or so if I get it.
S&P is trying to come up to make new highs here.
Yeah, 71 long. The thing is, we got those wicks in the 29, so we might pop it. Quick sweep, we'll see. But
yeah, look at all that green. Look at all that green real quick. Today. Eddie, I want to show his screen. No, not my screen. His Matt's screen. On Topstep X, you can see all Matt's trades. 100% batting average thus far. So
it's about to not be though.
What's that?
I said it's about to not be. It's about.
God, you sorry.
We're still rocking though.
Sorry, you've been getting on base all game, doubles and triples, and you got one strikeout. Right. Yeah, you're not even out yet.
Nah.
Okay, now we got 72% long, 50% long in the S&P, 72% in the NASDAQ. Matt short. I'm sitting here on my hands. Eddie, go ahead.
Watching the S&Ps just keep creeping higher. Okay, yeah, you said 72% NASDAQ.
Yep.
Yeah, I got short.
There's a couple things here. We've got a lot of requests about Matt's YouTube channel. We have pinned it to the top of the chat.
Oh, nice.
How do we follow Matt? Well, if you're a stalker, it's a different thing.
Please don't be.
Don't be. But yeah, there's the YouTube channel. We've got him here Tuesdays. So Matt, you are ours Tuesdays.
Sweet.
Yes.
Matt, you ever get phone calls on your personal cell?
No, but I had someone send me my house in a DM, and it was a little freaky, man.
Dude, yeah.
It's a hard pass. Hard pass for me. I'm like, I got kids and stuff. I live in Texas. I'll let you imply what that means. So don't show up here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, was there a law, shoot thy neighbor, where you could put a foot on somebody's property and all you had to do, you could just shoot them?
Yeah,
stand your ground, right?
Move on to something else. Hey, you.
That was a Texas thing, I thought.
Yeah, don't mess with it.
Don't mess with Texas. Okay, Matt. I got a little beef with Texas. I gotta go clean with you.
Oh, let's go.
There's a lot of Texas people here in Aspen. You can call it the directs from Austin and Dallas and all that. Whatever.
Right.
They don't change your license plates. And then there's this, like, it's always bigger in Texas, the Lone Star State, okay, take, the 1 star, Lone Star. There's other lines that you guys use. And we're going to break off, we're going to annex, all that kind of stuff. Wow.
We're the only state that can fly our flag as high as the United States because we were our own country.
Yeah, so is that where it all comes from?
Just another piece in the pie,
All right. Just getting comfortable with you Texas boys.
Well, hey, we've got about 5 minutes here before.
No, that's it. It's just like, come on, man. We're all in the states together. Like, this isn't a Lone Star State. There's 50 of us,
Right.
So great.
So got about 5 minutes here before we go over to our shoulder tap. But we've got
those are some stops right there. Sorry, Eddie.
Yeah, it got me. I killed it for 8 points. So after my last 2 trades, just net 20.
Okay.
I gave it back.
God, I'm tough trade.
Sorry, Eddie. You were saying we got shoulder tap coming up.
Shoulder tap coming up, and if we can, do we got ready? Do we got it ready? Yesterday's best. Do we have that ready? Yesterday's best P&Ls. We could post that up here right now. And this is yesterday's best. David A. 13,000. Nice day for David. Wasu 11,000. Kyle K. Is that our buddy?
It is.
Kyle K. with 8.6. Patrick. There's Mr. Patrick Wheeland with 7.9.
Oh yeah.
And I'm trusting that I'm saying his name right. Trustin 7.5. And if you see that XFA, let's see our live and our XFA traders there. Yesterday's best P&L. So there you have it.
Nice job, guys.
Well done. Yeah.
Trading.
Yesterday wasn't the easiest trade.
It is pretty. I've been enjoying that segment. It's pretty inspiring to see people putting up numbers.
Agree.
Just because I live in my own bubble of what is a good day for me and what's not a good day for me, and so seeing what's a good day for other people is inspiring.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Speaking of inspiring, I'm down 2,600. So I haven't been trading well. Tilt's been heavy long. Longs are getting paid today. It looks like.
Yeah.
It was today a trend day up.
Might be. I'm looking to buy this pullback in S&Ps.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sold on it by any means, but we held IB, so holding IB would.
Explain what IB is again for those.
Initial balance. Holding initial balance high.
Which is what?
First high of the hour, our highest high of the first hour. So which today was opening range high. Holding that on a trend day is you're going to hold it and you're going to rip off of it, which is exactly what happened today. A lot of days you close in between it. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sold on it being super pushy higher, but I'm really watching those 2 levels that I was talking about or right around the open. I think are the most important for me right now, which is 50 and 80. Look
at that red trade you had right there, and just like you were batting out awesome, and then you just got a ripper, and you took it out really quickly. I think that's really great trading because you got in with a good whole reason on why you got in, and then the market will rip. It's going to do whatever it wants to do. Period.
Right. To me, it's a cheap trade, right? So I wasn't going to give it more than 10 points. I was looking for 10 points. But the thing is that, like, we saw that exact same, like, I would have taken that exact same trade a couple times. I could have taken it a couple times before, And so it's a cheap trade to try it again when everything is looking weak-ish to me. Obviously, we rip out of it, but that's the market. It's not always going to do what I want it to do. So, see, for me, I could have been a little tighter potentially. Maybe 4 points. Maybe you put it on the wick, but I think if we run the wick, like a lot of times you just barely run it and it flushes back down. So I wanted to give it a few extra points where it's like worth it. So I don't know. I think us pushing into the 50s is really interesting. I'm at a spot on the session where, like, I think on the stream I'm up, I don't know, $500 or something. $500 or $600, something like that. And I'm at a spot where, like, I feel comfortable still taking trades. Like, I have a little bit of wiggle room to where I kind of want to take cheap trades if I see it. So we're rejecting that same spot. We got some juice above still. We got 93 sitting at 47, and then 60 blocks every like 5 after that.
Okay.
Hey,
That's
Andre,
wonderful. Yo.
Fred's asking, is the target for the S&P weekly kickoff high 45.97 even?
What if we're gonna if that's the target?
Weekly kickoff. Yeah, it's a weekly kickoff high.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. I mean,
just keeping an eye on that top
definitely
side.
appreciate that. Well, yeah, this pullback is interesting. We'll see how it plays from here.
Okay.
What's he doing? He's fucking texting shit.
Oh, Travis passed 150K combined.
Yo, GG's Travis.
Let's go. Let's go.
Chat,
man.
drop a congratulations.
Yes, there you go, man.
Oh, we got Matt's. Okay, good. We got Matt's info up there. They're asking for your links and stuff.
It's trades by Matt everywhere. You'll see. Yeah, it's trades by Matt everywhere.
They pinned it up.
There it is. Link is pinned in the chat. Scroll up to the top there, and you'll get that. You'll get
Got 117 at 47.
117.
Yeah.
Are you getting these orders? You're looking at TopstepX for all these, right?
I was looking at my Sierra chart, but it's the same. It's just the DOM. Yeah, like 117 at 47 right here. You can see it on my screen potentially.
Yep. What do you do with those orders when you see that? Just
I treat it as a magnet, like a magnet. Like the market wants to kind of potentially get pulled up in that direction. Doesn't mean it's going to always happen. A lot of times, as we all know, those orders don't even get filled out. They just pull them. But it kind of pulls the market. Whenever you see like a bunch of liquidity on the books like that, market kind of just gets drifted up in that direction. So right now, like I'm kind of anticipating that we probably go float 47. And if we're floating 47, the high of the day is at 48. So we probably run highs of the day. And then after that, we got a block at 50. So like I would kind of anticipate with seeing this 47 block and this 50 block and the high of the day at 48. I kind of think we probably run 50.
Hogue talks about that a lot. The market seeks volume or seeks liquidity, and that's kind of what we're calling out. We're calling out orders there that the market would seek out for, to do business at those prices.
Right. Yeah. So like I think of it as a magnet. So call it big blocks. So you see a big block on the DOM.
Block trades. Yeah.
Big block, and then they don't necessarily have to execute, right? But you just see it. You see them flashing it around. They're flashing it for a reason.
Sure are. Come get me. Come get me. All right. So. S&Ps we're making new highs.
And look, there you go. What did we just do? We ran 47 right up to 52. We ran both those blocks, and that's the magnet at work.
Hell yeah!
That's why I call it out, right? So like you hear me call out 100 plus. That's why.
I hope people were able to take advantage of that. We're still ripping.
Yeah, 53 new highs.
All right, so Matt, you think, are we in a trend day yet or no?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, we just broke the prior high. Yeah. We held IB. It's safe for me to say yes. Yeah, Delta looks good on the upside. Once we get to 80, I don't know. I wouldn't.
20s and 80s.
I'm a little hesitant at the 80 mark. Yeah, it's also like the 20s and 80s just classic, right? But also you look at the prior 2 days, prior 2 day highs, both around mid 80s. So that to me is like, okay, are we going to make it 3 days there? Are we going to get slapped off those prior day highs, or are we going to actually like rotate off of it?
Pardon me, what is DOM and DOME? Mad Lucky's asking DOM or DOME, depth of market or the ladder. It's what you use to execute your trades or read the order flow.
Yep.
I use it to sort of pick out who's winning the tug of war, who's got more ammunition,
exactly.
Who's leaning forward more. I love using the DOME.
Definitely, it's
you can even if you watch the DOM long enough, you can even like kind of pick up on the speed of how everything is ticking.
Yeah, especially like when you see stops get ran. I call it we call it the matrix. Like the market just like evaporates. A big vacuum shows up in the DOM, and instantly you're seeing new prices that weren't there a second prior. So it's like you said, it's how you read what the price action is. We're still growing.
And if you're a quick trader in and out, I mean that's a tool you need. If you're looking for short profits, definitely. But speaking of short, we were short on time. We've got now, Matt. If you want to stick around, I'll back out here. We're going to be bringing Brett on. I know you like that segment, Shoulder Tap. So if you want to stick around, by all means, please do. But we're going to take a timeout, and we're going to bring Brett on for Shoulder Tap. So stick around. Welcome back to Shoulder Tap with Brett. We've got Brett here today. And hey, you know, I've noticed that our likes are very low here today, considering we're almost at 4,000 people here watching. If you can, we would appreciate it. It helps us. It's going to help you too. Let's get those likes in. And Brett, how are you today?
Brett, no, hold on. Don't share anything until we get those likes up.
Okay, yeah.
I feel a lot more comfortable with more likes in the,
like
in the
duct
party.
tape on his mouth.
Oh, there's a quick 100.
Okay, cool. Give us the rundown.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me today. Got a bunch of traders for you. We're going to kind of continue on with some of what we had talked about yesterday. I have another example of a trader that started out a little slow and struggling, but unlike some of the people we talked about yesterday, it looks like they're turning it around and turning the corner, and love to see it. That person is Casper. They're in a 150K live funded account, and they started with Topstep in January of this year, and they're a NASDAQ trader. Their average daily P&L, not unlike one of the ones we talked about yesterday, is pretty bad, minus $520 daily. They've been in the account for 8 days, so it's not the end of the world. They started with right around 10 grand in the account, and the balance has suffered as a result of that. But their winning day percentage is only 38%. Their winning trade percentage is 50%. And what I really like about them is they only take 13 trades per day on average. And it seems like will only trade 4 contracts per trade that they put on, which I love to see that. I keep trying to hammer into everybody's head that you don't need to put on 15 or 10 or even 5. And Eddie and Hogue do a great job of explaining how the biggest jump in risk you're ever going to take is moving from 1 to 2 contracts. I was told that. Michael, Andre, I bet you were both told that when you first started out.
100%. Going from 1 to 2, it's a difference. I mean, the market moves a little bit faster. Time moves a little bit slower when you're in the market. So yeah, 1 to 2, then 2 to 4 is even a bigger leap than that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I always used to start with 1. Now I have not been doing that lately. I've been kind of trading a little bit, like especially with Danny's trades yesterday, put a 10 lot on and whatnot. But as you get, it's like trading, increasing your size. You got to get your psyche kind of in a good, better condition to be able to handle those swings. I think a lot of it has to do with mental when you get to that certain point, because if you're trading well, you want to increase your size, but then you want to mentally be able to handle that when you start to size up.
Exactly.
Yeah, well said. And what I really like about Casper's trading is they started out a little bit rough. Like I said, they started out with a couple of daily loss limits, which were just over $3,000 for a couple days. They did have a really good day that kind of bailed them out. But in the past 3 or 4 trading days, they've kind of pumped the brakes. And yesterday was a losing day, but I would almost consider it a win. They went from averaging negative 520 daily to they lost $257 yesterday. And to stop at that, that's a win.
Yeah.
Well done.
I do like that you brought this. You brought this card to the forefront, obviously with the negative P&L. But you did say that essentially you're showing here that their losses are manageable, right? I mean, that's what.
Exactly. Their losses are manageable. They've still got just under $4,000 in the live funded account.
Okay.
So they have plenty of wiggle room. Absolutely. If it were me doing it, and I understand that this trader may have some different strategies and things than myself, but if it were my account, I'd probably stick $500 out on a daily basis. And if I lose it, you know what? There's tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And as the account changes, there's days that I've had during a good year where I've said, okay, today I need to make $100 and stop. And sometimes you just need to reset your mental trading mind in order to overcome a rough patch. Even though it feels like a drop in the bucket, it's more the psyche than it is the actual trading.
Yep. It's all up here. It's in between your ears.
In between your ears.
Exactly. And one thing I really like about Casper is that, or I'm sorry, he does tolerate losses that overall balances can support, but he needs to not offer $1 more than what he's willing to risk. If they set the daily loss limit personally to $500, at $500 you're out. It's an easy trap to fall into of I'm already down $500. What's $200 more?
Right? Yep. Oh, that's a dangerous place to be. What's another $100? What's another $1,000? That's looking down into the abyss, but I've been there, and it's.
I am there right now. I'm 1,000% there right now. I traded like shit. I'm down $4,300 right now. Swear to God, I was up 2,700 yesterday, and I was down $2,000 today. I'm like, I should call it a day. Still stick with a day, and I'll go, what's another blah blah blah. And I did it. So there's your feedback for me on a do not do fade MP day.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of small numbers, I was an IMEX trader. I traded a lot of RBOB or automotive gasoline. That's traded in the 100th of a penny. A single tick is $4.20.
Damn.
And it feels like you're picking pennies up off the floor. But in reality, you know what? The big funds and everything, I'm not going to compete with them, and I'm okay with that. I pick up the scraps that they leave for me, and plenty of professional traders can make a very healthy living if they're able to continually and consistently pick those pennies up.
Right.
So moving on from Casper, with Casper, the nice thing is the losses have slowed, and instead of hitting daily loss limits, it got real small. It looks like they're turning the corner and getting away from a downward trend of their balance, and they're going the right direction, and really excited to see it continue and hopefully move forward.
Love to see it.
Moving right along, we've got Morgan. Then Morgan is in a $50,000 express funded account. And Morgan, let's see, Morgan has taken payouts, which we are able to provide because of the data that we're able to collect and trade from these simulated funded accounts. But Morgan has taken $9,000 in payouts.
Mm-hmm.
They average 56 contracts a day and 28 trades. The one note that I made for Morgan that I love is they only do 2 lots.
Nice.
If you'll notice, they average 28 trades per day and 56 contracts per day. The math works out, I think, perfectly. It might be. No, it's on. But they have never deviated from having more than 2 on at a time, and they're making money. They've taken $9,000 in payouts.
Wow.
They've been in the account for 20 days. And really, their consistency is doing it. Even with a 55% winning day average, about 2 out of 3 trades win money or earn money for them, and they're making money taking payouts in their express funded account, which we love to see.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. This is pretty much the poster child for what we're looking for: consistency. Yeah. Not slinging too much size, not shooting from the hip all the time. 55% winning days. The math is on their side.
The math's on their side. Poster child of the type of trader that not only works here
in the game for a while. If you keep this up, you're going to be around for a minute.
Thank you. Yeah, this is longevity type trading, and these are like all the reasons why we started Topstep back in 2010 is to find traders that can have these type of stats. Get behind them. If they want to increase their size, great. If they don't, they want to stay in their swim lane, that's even better. Yeah. All this kind of stuff is great to see. You got your home run hitters, you got your all that. These are the ones I always like because I see these ones. And if you're on your own personal brokerage account, you're putting up these stats, you're good trading, my friend.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do. And like you said, in a personal brokerage account, it's important when you move from the simulated funded markets to the live markets that you pump the brakes and slow it down. Something I keep saying.
Pump the brakes and slow it down. It's easier said than done, though. I'm sure you get met with a lot of resistance on that.
Oh, you're not going to take over the world in a week or a month.
Yep.
That's a hard lesson for a lot of traders.
We typically learn the hard way, but yes, eventually you'll learn that the stove is indeed hot. So you'll learn one way or another. Sorry, you were saying, Brett.
Oh, no. I mean, the thing that I really like about Morgan's trading is their management of the funds.
Absolutely.
They have a $1,000 daily loss limit in the 50,000 express funded account, and they're doing it right. Their winning days far exceed their losing days, and it quickly adds up, even a few $100s at a time. And doing it all with just 2 lots. I keep going back to that because I can't say that without smiling.
Yes, exactly. Base hits. We talk about the baseball analogy. Little base hits.
Base hits win ball games.
$9,000 in payouts. Trading 2 lots. That's Morgan's watching, man. Good job, Morgan.
Base hits win ball games. That's what I've always.
I just got long, by the way.
I'm still short from 63. 7 lot
from 73.
7 lot like an idiot.
Oh boy. All right.
I'm going to tell you guys I'm good and bad trading.
It's tough, especially after a good day. I mean, after a good day or after a payout, which the next trader I wanted to talk about, Kim. That segues so well into talking about Kim. Kim's in a 150,000 express funded account.
My goodness.
Are markets doing something?
No. I'm saying 100% winning days. My goodness.
Oh, yeah. Love to see that. And honestly, when we see 100% winning days, I don't care what your P&L is. You're taking money out of the markets. When I first started trading, I started working for what I considered lunch money. My goal was to take $50 out of the market a day. And that was while paying for the computer, for the office, for a lot of compulsory things to trade. $50 didn't even cover my daily nut. However, it established me. And fortunately, having a mentor that really helped me, which Topstep tries to be the mentor through trading buddies, through calls with the risk team, through the shoulder tap right now on TopstepTV. We try to be that mentor that can offer any insight that might work. And some might work for one person and not another. But I do suggest you try it. So getting back to Kim Kim's a NASDAQ trader. Their daily P&L average is just shy of $2,700 with 100% winning days. Now, all that being said, they've only been in the account for 6 days. So we do need to see a little bit more history and look forward to it. But their average win-loss per trade is $118 positive versus minus 146. And that's 83% of the time that they win.
That's the math. That's the math right there.
So Kim's average size is 2 lots. Kim's in a 150K. It can be 15 lots. Kim right there is showing what, Teal? That when they trade 2 lots and they can trade 15.
Restraint and self-discipline, which ultimately trading isn't so much. Most of us, I think, are technical traders, meaning we're playing the fluctuations of the technical market. We're not going into the cornfield and finding out we're going to get 160 bushel per acre and the USDA.
I thought it was 124. I was an ag major. I thought it was 124 average.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Well, how long ago was that? I think now, every year it goes up 1 or 2% or 2 or 3
you're
bushel.
Right. Technology gets better. All that shit gets better. Yeah, you're right.
GMO.
I learned something.
So with that, we're not going into the field and figuring out that what the yield is or how much crude oil is coming out of the ground and playing the supply demand side of it. That's the fundamental side. Your trend programs and things like that. And actually trending is more of a technical thing. But anyway, getting back to Kim. Kim trades 41 trades per day on average, and the math for Kim works out perfectly as well. Averages 84 contracts a day, so religiously trading 2 lots. One thing that I really like, which I've already said, is the small positioning to take out profits of the market out of the market. Just really keeping that risk down, and it's not an easy thing to do because when somebody gets the mindset of, well, all I would have had to do is 10 instead of 2, and I'd have 5x.
Yep.
It is incredible how quickly the market humbles me, in my experience with it, at least, in saying just because you could do 2 and make $100 doesn't mean you could do 20 and make 1,000.
Right.
It's a very dangerous game to start playing. I call it trader math. And Michael and I talk about this a lot. You start extrapolating. Well, if I do this for 5 days, times 4 weeks in a month, and you keep doing that. Or if I did a 1 lot, or I did a 2 lot instead of a 1 lot, I'd be up this. Things change when you increase your size. Time moves slower. The fluctuations, the swings are bigger. So you think that, if I just did double my size, it'll lead to double in profits. Well, you're also taking double the heat when these positions go in your face. So it's something you got to tread very lightly
and you get a stress ball. But the whole point about it is extrapolate. Can we put a poll in here? Have you ever extrapolated? You looked at a good day and you just extrapolated. Now, the reason why I want to ask this, because I want to see how high it is. Andre, can you quickly say what extrapolate would be an example?
Yeah, say you make $1,000 in a week. You extrapolate that. Okay, I'm going to make 52 grand this year. Yep. Yeah. So say you make $4 grand a week. Now you're making 200 grand a year, but you just do it for 1 week. You're like, damn, if I just do this for 50 trading weeks, I'm going to make 200 G's a year.
Have you ever extrapolated in a scenario like Andre just did? Okay, now I'm going to ask this because it leads me to why I don't like trading, copy trading, 3, 20, a billion. Like, where do you stop? And we hear is like, remember when 20 trade 20 accounts and just keep copying, because it feeds into the extrapolation bad habit that you form. I can't believe how many people have emailed me like, well, I can extrapolate. They don't use the word extrapolate, but I can do this. And then if I tie it to so many accounts, I can extrapolate. Man, all you're doing is paying for a shitload of valuations, a shitload of activation fees. And if you haven't found success, then you're just giving money away on trying to extrapolate. And I'm going to always tell somebody one account, $49 at Topstep, one account, wherever you want to go. $49, do it once. Trades by Magic came on here and did it with a whatever size account and made 12 grand. Like, he didn't think about extrapolation. He thought about himself, his psyche, how he's going to play the markets. He added one little indicator on there that helps him, but he still had a whole trading plan that he had as a foundation. If you can't do that yet, you should not be extrapolating. And have you ever extrapolated, yes or no?
Yeah.
80% right now have said they've extrapolated. That's a trader tendency to do. Andre and I talk about we'll jokingly say, we'll even do it for betting season, like when FanDuel and DraftKings come out. Yeah, I just made 1,000 this week, and if I did this the whole season, come on, guy, like that's fun to think about, but it's not really reality.
Right.
And you know what? I used to love to go the other direction with it. My first job when I was, I think, 15 or 16 in high school was at Ace Hardware. I think I made $5.75 an hour, which was
I've been at the $5 an hour, $5 an hour days,
and ton of fun at that job. Loved it. But definitely not similar to some money that you can see trading. And what I used to do is, if I would have a good day, I'd figure out, hey, how much did I make an hour?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That would have taken me 2 weeks to do at Ace Hardware or something. And
I like it from that
really
perspective,
fun.
right? Yeah.
And it really does put into perspective how much you're doing in that hour. And that includes all the losers, the winners, but you can really get a better picture of what your time is worth for that time period.
Brett, I gotta agree with you completely. You put it in perspective. How many people on your block are making the money you're making right now?
100%. Yep.
You're in a good place right now. Be happy with it. You pull in a $50 winner. Hey, that's $50.
That's right.
Okay. What's the next opportunity?
I mean, $50 a day. If you want to extrapolate that,
you're going to do some trader math. Let's do it.
Trader math. $200 a week, $10,000 a year. Like, you can do $50 a week. Don't extrapolate it. Find out. Get yourself to average daily profit of scratch first. Average daily profit of 50 next. Average daily profit of 100 next, and start doing that. Don't worry about extrapolation. Worry about dialing yourself in. Worry about adjusting your trading plan when and if needed. Worry about taking time off when you should be. Become a trader that you're supposed to be. And then, right, Brett, the results start taking care of themselves. No need to extrapolate. You can do your addition at the end of the year and look back at your year. It's much more realistic than extrapolation.
That's what it is. That's what's yes.
Marketing team, cut that one up. Let's do that.
When I was doing the coaching and somebody said, "Yeah, I plan on making $1,000 a day." Yep. The thing is, if you're going to do that, break it down. Break it down into 250 lot increments. Yep. So at least you're seeing success. But a lot of these people, when they didn't hit the 1,000, they'd be pissed off. I didn't get it. And that's when you start trading reckless to get that. But if you break it down, 250, I got 500 here. I'm halfway home. I mean, that's a good percentage.
Eddie used to bring those to us all the time. He used to bring them in company meetings. You'd have a bunch of people in a company meeting, and Eddie would talk about the people he coached and how he had those conversations. Were they the majority of the conversations about, I came here, I want to make X amount of dollars?
That would usually be one of the first things that was discussed.
Yeah. These are one-on-one coaches. Eddie's done hundreds of them, if not thousands. Since the day we have been helping traders to the best of our ability. You can lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink. But, man, the ones that do drink, and then they figure out how to drink it better because they figure out on their own, those are the racehorses.
Pissing like a racehorse.
Yeah, pissing like a racehorse. Really quick, I got out of my shorts. I'm scratched on the week. 2,700 yesterday up, 2,800 down. Now I will take it. So
just one real quick thing before I get going, guys. I want to move back to Kim real quick and say, Michael, you kind of, maybe we'll see by the end of the day, fell victim of this, but Kim had a good day yesterday. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they even traded, but I can suspect they had a good day because they took a $5,000 payout.
Okay.
And today, this is a slight blemish on Kim's perfect winning day record, but Kim did hit the daily loss limit today and lost $3,000, which isn't the end of the world. But it really exemplifies how taking a payout, taking a big loss, having a big win can change your mindset, where it is difficult and sometimes best to pump the brakes and not go for the average day, go for just a day that's in the black.
A day that the market gives you as well. Like the market didn't give me a day. I'll use this example, and it kept taking away from. It didn't take away from me. I was reading it wrong. I wasn't in sync. I was doing so many things at the same time. Those are the days too that you got to know the market isn't giving you anything, aka you're not gelling with it or in tune with it or things like that.
Dude, Brett, thanks for the transparency on or painting the full picture with Kim with the hitting the daily loss limit. You know, it's not always just roses and rainbows and just
right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, David, you said in here 100 and 200 is too small. I want to kind of throw that out because I think is anybody listening and then seeing that it can kind of, and I don't know if you're joking or not or whatever, you know, maybe it is to you and all that kind of stuff. But like, I think anybody here, when they say that, like, yeah, that is too small. I think you need to ask yourself, are you tracking 50,000 this year? Like, just ask yourself, okay, $200 a day is, again, extrapolate, is 1,000 a week, is 52,000 a year. Are you tracking that? Or did you do that last year? If you did that last year and you made 50 grand, then I would say, all right, cool. Then like you can move this like thought process that 1 and 200 is not enough for you. You've already proven that you can do it. Have you guys out there proven to yourself, to your personal brokerage account, to Topstep getting funded, to anywhere you want to get funded, that you have consistently been able to put up that amount of money? Because if you haven't, then you're not looking at the man in the mirror. And the man in the mirror is your stats, your average daily profits. If you look at it the last 6 months and you're losing $100 a day, let's say on average, you should focus on losing $50 a day. I'm not saying shoot for scratch. Like, I remember when I had to do that, my old man goes to me, and I was at 3 $30,000 trading accounts. I'm down 90 grand. I go to Chicago, I graduated college, economics degree, ag business degree, all bullshit that doesn't help you. I got a job at a prop firm because I didn't want to risk my own money. And I remember my old man going, hey, how's it going? I'm like, well, I just started. He's like, Junior, every one of your friends have graduated from college, and they're making at least 60 grand a year. You probably I'm like, yeah. He's like, what are you trying to make? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm trying to make a lot of money. He's like, you better put a number on it. And I said 65 because I wanted to go 5 grand over him and I wanted to prove it. That's when things changed. I'm like, I can't, 65. Yeah. And then I pulled it back and said, I need to put up $180 a day on average. And if I can't put up $180 a day on average after a year of trading, I should not be in this business. I have no right to be a trader. And that's when things changed. I did 75 that year, then I did 125, then I did 225 and 250s and 250s, and then 460. And that's where the foundation was, because I worked backwards, and I didn't extrapolate my day. I said I wanted to work backwards, like Eddie teaches or talks to or guides thousands of traders. This is, to me, where I found my foundation. And before I was just going, I want to make a lot of money.
Yep. Well said.
Brett, anything else?
I think that's what we got. I mean, one thing that I would say to anybody that is doing well, when it's easy, it's almost like you don't even have to try for it, and it just keeps working. And then when it doesn't work, I've done the mindset where, okay, I don't think it's going up, I'm going to sell it, or I'm going to buy it because I think it's going down.
Yeah.
And the market still proves me wrong a lot of the time, and it can be really frustrating.
Hey,
keep the good carries you through the bad. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
The good carries you through the bad. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, the good carries you through the bad. Brett, that's great advice. Go to Brett's screen real quick, just only. Hey, Mick, look at what Mick's screen. Mick's screen has all the people that are up money and down money, and what we do, he's watching thousands of traders right now, thousands of them,
real time.
You'll see, and I don't know how clear you can see the green. Flip it, Mick, to the red. There are winners and losers in this business, and our job is to find the W. The W is scratch. Second best winning day is what, Brett?
I'm sorry.
Second best winning day is a scratch.
Small loser. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Scratch days, scratch trades are still W's. Winners and losers are all part of this business. Find yourself the W. Shoot for scratch. Look back 6 months, and am I a scratch trader or better? That to me is the foundation of you're on your way. So that's my 2 cents. No, Brett, you shared your many cents and wisdom, and we've all been. And Mick talks. You guys talk to thousands of traders as well. So good shit. Love it, guys.
Great job. And you got to remember also.
So you think you can trade big? Just remember, if you can't trade small, you can't trade big.
100.
Remember that.
Let him know, Eddie.
Thanks for having me, gentlemen.
Hey,
All right.
thanks for coming on, Brett. Talk to you, Mick.
All right. Well, before I sign off, got a couple things I want to touch on real quick. Against Eddie's will, if we can get up to 3,000 likes by the end of the day, Mr. Eddie Horn's gonna be wearing Packers gear all week. And
Wait.
Eddie,
Where'd this come from? I mean, that's sacrilege.
Boy Scouts
Yeah, Eddie, Andre, Eddie would quit the show. He would just say, "See ya, peace, I'm out."
I would cry myself to sleep.
I mean, Eddie's gonna take one for the team. Hey, and speaking of taking one for the team,
all right.
If you guys were watching us on that the team trading competition a couple weeks ago, Michael and I have yet to pay off our punishment, and we have a poem ready for Hogue and Deanna tomorrow to pay homage to the great trading that they did, and they beat us. So
they beat us.
To tune in for. And but yes, let's get those likes up. We get to 3,000 likes. Eddie's in Packers gear. We'll have him with that big cheese head on top.
Eddie, what if it's a cheese head because it doesn't say Packers on it? Is that fair?
How about if I just get like some Kraft cheese and just eat it during the show?
Eddie, on the head.
Okay. Well,
how am I going to get my headset over that ungodly sized foam piece of cheese?
Would you wear a Colts jersey? I mean, like.
All right, you know what? If we can jump this up, if we can get it up to 3K today, which is going to be a tough one. I'm over and under. I'm under. I don't think they're going to do it. But
okay, then
I will wear a Packers hat all week. Wow. And I will raise the Packers up above the Bears throughout the week.
Eddie's playing his risk reward. We're at 1.2. He's 3,000. I don't know. So guys, hit it and also subscribe. Tell your buddies too tomorrow. I got to cut out. I'm scratched on the week. Very, very bad trading for me today. I need to look this man in the mirror and get better at certain things, which I'll be talking to Andre after the show, which we always do, about certain ways that we traded. Get yourself a trading buddy. Bring your trading buddy on here. Eddie's gonna wear nothing except the Packers hat. Nothing but.
Gosh, we're gonna lose people
around here.
Eddie had a great time with you. Andre had a great time with you. Production team. Awesome. James, Danielle, Cameron. I know he's on here.
Chat moderators for kicking
JD, JD, Jack. No. Ooh, guys, I don't know. We should do credits. Definitely credits because I don't know everybody who's playing an integral part.
At the end of the day,
yeah. Trades by Matt. Andre.
That was cool. Matt's a cool dude, man.
Cool. Yeah, he is. I think he's good. He's with us every Tuesday moving forward, right?
Yep.
Every Tuesday, man. That's cool.
Great.
ICT, Patrick Whelan, thanks for stopping by. Anne-Marie Band. These are some future traders that are great to follow. They have insights on the markets that are really interesting. Trades by Matt was on here today. His is super awesome. He batted 3 for 4, 2 for 3, something like that.
Man, not bad.
W.
So it might be getting smoky sometime this week. So
good reminder.
How about this? It will 100% get smoky sometime this week. So for all those that are
yes, let's go.
Yes. All right, I'm out.
All right, Michael, thank you. And we'll catch you tomorrow for Fast Markets.
See you.
See you guys tomorrow.
All right. See you, Andre. We're going to take a break right now, and we've got power players coming up next we got JD, Dolby Time, and myself.
Yeah.
So get yourself a sandwich, whatever you need. It's about lunchtime here, and we'll be right back.
Awesome.
All aboard!
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Power play, and we've got our good friends JD. Remember JD from early this morning? I do, and of course, Mr. Nick Dolby, aka Dolby Time, the king of our Discord channel. Welcome to Power Players, gentlemen.
Good to be here.
This is the ultimate B squad today, huh?
The ultimate. Yes, you got
Wait,
that
I'm
right.
trading maybe.
Welcome to the B squad.
Oh, that would be fun. What if we do like
the 3-man, 6th-man?
No, we do. You know, like how the Premier League does relegations. Whoever's trading the best goes to the 9 a.m. segment. Whoever's trading the worst, goes to the 11 a.m. segment, and then we just battle it out. Maybe we get like a third one. Do like a
You are
third
the
shift.
weakest link.
of trading right there.
All right. Well, what we're going to do here today is we're going to take a look at the markets again and keep this sort of trading momentum going. But what we're going to do is we're going to detail why we are putting trades on, what we are looking at, and if there is that opportunity. So let's swing it up. And do we have a chart? Whose chart are we going to be watching?
I have my charts ready to go. I also have a trade on in the NASDAQ.
Okay, now why was that trade on?
So I was looking at this value area high from yesterday, and we're kind of dipping back below it right now. So I threw a short on at 54. I have a 15-point stop on it. It's on. Let me show you. This is the mini. I threw it on a micro contract just because we're trading live, and it's a kind of a different animal. Let me change workspaces real quick.
What are you trading there, JD?
This is NASDAQ, just a small one lot.
You're doing the minis, or
this is a micro contract.
Micros.
Yeah.
Micro's enough for NASDAQ.
Yeah, it moves real fast. So like I said, I have a 15-point stop and looking for at least maybe 30 to 45-point profit target if it runs. I'm going to give this a little more time. I've been in it for about 15 minutes now. If I don't see some action shortly, I'm going to start trimming my stop, maybe look to scratch. It's basically a scratch right now. It's not moving too much. I'm going to switch back to...
What's your time frame on this chart?
That was a 5-minute. I'm on a... This is a 30-minute, or this is a 5-minute.
All right, that's where you see the 5 there.
Yep.
Okay. That watermark, for those that are watching, the watermark behind it's going to tell you what market, what month, what year, of course, 23, and the time frame, which is the number 5.
Yes, 5M would be a 5-minute chart. Still basically a scratch, short of 54, 51's trading, 52's trading right now. So not much happening.
And I'm a CL guy, but I'm going to take a short at 76.84. See how that goes.
Let me pull up the crude.
Because you got the CL charts there. Yeah, I like the consolidation, a little range in the 5-minute, and
let me move over to the 5-minute.
We got a little wedge, top of the wedge. And got a little 4-hour resistance action.
Where was that trade at, Dolby?
76.84.
Now, if you're in the chat, our YouTube chat, and you want to participate, let us know. Let us know your position. We'll take a look at that also and see where we go from there.
Yeah, we'll see. It's not doing very well, to be honest. But we'll see what happens.
Now let's take a few steps back here.
Yep.
Prep wise, before you start trading, what are you guys looking at and looking for when you're starting your trade day?
I'm looking at a lot of stuff. I do kind of a top-down approach, like we preach. You know, if you were here for the opening call this morning, you kind of saw the way I do my analysis. I'll start with a daily, go down to a 30, 15, 5. You guys didn't see me do those shorter time frames this morning, but you got the gist of how I prepare for what I'm looking for. I'm looking at previous day price action. I'm looking at weekly price action, even monthly sometime moving into the new month, you know. But for the most part, I am looking at not too far off from what Trades by Matt was looking at earlier. I'm looking at value area highs and lows from the previous day. I'm looking to see where we open the day, how the market reacts when we get to those value areas. Are we bouncing around inside previous areas of value? Are we expanding ranges outside of that? And it all has an effect on the way you're going to trade that day. Are you going to be playing ranges? Are you going to be playing breakouts? Are you just going to be doing nothing at all, sitting around waiting for better trade locations? So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I'm also paying attention to the news. I'm looking at economic reports coming out. I'm trying to time the market so I'm not in if a big event is happening.
You know, one of the things too, JD, is we got those Fed heads speaking throughout the day,
all week long,
and a few of those comments did give us some market movement. And you know, I tell you, if you're not prepared for that, I mean, a lot of people don't like to listen to the news or know about the news, but I mean, it's almost I the many years I've been doing it, I need it. I need to know what's going to happen, or what's possibly going to happen.
For a lot of traders, being in on those big events is part of their strategy. They see a good trade setup plus the springboard from some fundamental outside factor, and they view it as the shot. They're taking their shot. And I understand that. I used to do it myself, but it's not how I operate now.
Yeah, I've been burned too many times.
Because they don't want to change their trading day. It's it's an inconvenience basically.
Yeah,
it's a little bit more than that.
Right. Well, we've got Dr. VJ is trading the NASDAQ. He's looking at the previous day high, 16,089 quarter, and he's saying there's an 070 area retest. We've got Taja is holding on long NASDAQ. Let's see here. Spy Rebel, our cattle trader, 76.84 shorted at 76.94. So that'll work. Good job. Byron's long 50 in the NASDAQ. Give us a level there so we know. Hector is long crude 76.71 with 5 micros. There you go. Let's see here. Long from Jittery Fingers, long from 16.048, and right below that, Tahar is long 16.049. So very close here. Dead Cat long 16.051. So there's a good area right there where some traders are showing longs.
Everybody bought the value area high from yesterday, right around 16.050. I, on the other hand, took the opposite trade there. It dipped below there, popped back above. I'm trying to short out. We'll see. We'll see who's right in the next few minutes, I guess.
There you go. Let it play out.
Crude oil tilt is 63% shorts. Was with the average position at 76.75. So a little bit underwater.
A little bit. I'm looking at the gold, and I trade gold, but I was just so much involved in focusing on the show with Matt Trades and what we had going on. But gold is just coming off its highs here, and that would have been a good trade. Did anyone ride that gold all the way up there? I mean, that's a beautiful trade if you're trading gold. I can't really see where you would have been stopped out if you put a stop in and just ran it. I mean, it was a very good trade, very clean rally. I'm looking at my 15-minute candlesticks. That's what I like.
I just pulled up my daily chart again. If you guys were paying attention this morning, or if you were here at all, I mentioned this reverse head and shoulders pattern happening here.
That's right.
We spiked all the way up to the neckline just today.
That's right. That's right. You put that in there. And we talked about that level. We talked about that level. Amazing. Yep. Played right through.
What a move.
Let's see here. Top and drop still in gold. Good. John Jones also. Fred. Yep. Gold. These are really good trades, folks. Good job.
I'm going to scale down to a 5-minute here.
Any spare change you could put in my cup, that would be nice. I missed it. That's okay.
You play those strong uptrending days. Do you find it difficult?
Who are you talking to?
Oh, JD or either.
Okay.
Trading trend days. It is difficult.
Strong ones.
It is difficult because it's not my nature to buy new highs and sell new lows. I would rather get in on some type of pullback. So trending days are usually pretty difficult for me unless I get in really early. The earlier you recognize it, the better off you'll be. Even if you're taking a small piece out of it, at least you're not buying tops, selling bottoms.
I know. Anytime I see those really, I do the crude oil, but anytime I see those super strong days, I just part of me is just buy it and walk away.
Yeah, you just got to
immediately, the first thought that crosses your head, you just got to buy immediately.
And I can't do that. It's hard for me to cannonball like that. I can't just dive in.
Yeah, MP pulled it off. He tried it today, and I think in some circumstances that does work, because if it really is rallying that hard, you're not going to get the pullbacks that you think you want. You're always going to fear that you're paying too high a price.
Yeah.
So you just gotta
I don't know, just hit the buy button, walk away, or hit the sell button, walk away. But it's right. It's not my nature either. Eddie, you ever do that?
You know, the thing is, I'm a very short-term trader. But if I can catch wind in my sails, I'm going to ride that out. And what I like to do, and I know some traders are like, why you to do this, is, you know, if I'm in the money, I'm going to move my stop up to break even. I'm much happier to see a scratch than to get stopped out. I mean, the thing is, it knocks me off my horse. If I'm into profit a little bit more, I like to move my stop into money. You know, like I said, I'm a short term. I'll take $100, $200, $300 winner.
How many trades you take in a day?
I'm going to say when I'm trading, when I've got the focus, maybe anywhere from 3 to 5 trades, maybe.
Okay, that includes scratches and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, like I got to practice what I preach. If I'm fighting a market, I'm not here to fight. I'm here to trade. And if I can trade and things seem fair with the market myself, I'll keep trading. Okay, but if it's a battle, if it's a fight, I'm the first one to throw the towel in. I don't want to do that. I did that too many times, and I've been burnt on that. So
how many years did it take you to finally get to that point?
Actually, it took me a couple ribbings from somebody on the trading floor saying, dude, man, you know what? If you want to be here, you've got to do this. You've got to try this. Mm-hmm. And one of the things was that my sister, who was a filling broker on the floor, sent some of her buddies over to sort of, you know, poke me and prod me and say, dude, you know, because the thing is, you know, you'd go home on a losing day and a losing week, and you know, on the train you'd be thinking about it. You know, you'd get to the dinner table, you'd be thinking about it. You'd be watching TV, you don't even know what you're watching. You'd be thinking about laying in bed, you couldn't go to sleep, and that had to stop. That was not healthy. So I mean, this was something that I needed help with, but I was a bullhead, and I think most of us are, to a point where you keep running into that wall. And sooner or later, you're going to say, okay, this has got to change. All right, this is not healthy. This is not good. This is what I want. And I mentioned the passion, the desire. Man, I was filled with that. I didn't want to do anything else but this. And it's almost like, I don't know, you know, if you here in the States, or you know about baseball, you know, going up in Little League, the kids, you're just throwing the ball over the plate. All right. But all of a sudden you advance to a new age group, a new level. And all of a sudden this kid on this other town's got this curveball. And you're like, oh my God, what the hell was that? But the thing is, you've got to develop. You've got to say, okay, I need to prepare for this. This is something new. I need to get to that level. And you know, basically, you set your mindset and say, okay, I'm going to try this. I mean, I didn't switch, you know, everything right away, but I added a little what he said, what she suggested, and then I started to get traction. I mean, I was spinning my wheels for a long time. Yeah, and you know, so it was something that it takes time.
Something pulling back, JD.
S&P's pulling back into value. We've got our value area high for today, right around 45.67. Yeah. Not much
follow through.
Also
hang on to my crude oil short here.
Yeah, I'm still in also.
And we're starting to see some declining volume on these 5-minute bars, and
it
looks like once that kind of happens, a move will happen. So let's see if it goes my way. But I'm getting back into trading a little bit. I'm kind of hit my first little rough skid. Started off good, a couple losing trades, and now it's kind of like
I know
trying to stay focused and avoid thinking too much. I think that's like a trap that is easy to fall into. It's like, oh, it's a couple losing trades. What am I missing? Am I missing an indicator? What's the answer? Why am I not trading in the right direction?
Too
much thinking. So I'm trying not to do that.
And you're doing it the right way.
Juggling your day job too. It's always in the back of your head. Like when you switch from, like for instance, today I switched from doing Topstep TV production, looking at the markets for 5 minutes, jumped into a trade, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, did I look at everything correctly? Am I playing this from the right angle? Like,
right.
The trading plan that I made 4 hours ago, does it still apply to right now? So you're always going to be thinking that when you're juggling things intraday. But at the same time, I've never really had much luck trying to trade the overnight session. Matt called it the pajama session. I do enjoy the early trade. I mentioned this yesterday, the 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. trade in equities. They're usually one directional. It's a nice, catch a nice little piece of that move, and you don't have to bother for the rest of the day. But even that's getting difficult with our responsibilities with TopstepTV now. So I'm trying to.
It's tricky.
Yeah, I'm trying to. How would you say? I'm trying to start a new routine, to get more trades on during the day. And still be able to focus on the day job.
It might be that's something where you have to like go to a larger time frame, increase the stops to maybe 2 or 3 times what you normally would do, and just play the larger picture.
Now, there's a question regarding gold. Paul Revere is asking about gold here right now. And like I said, I was doing my 15-minute candlesticks. Now, this prior candlestick, 2043 even, opened and closed on that price. Now that hasn't happened here, and as you go down, if you take a look at these candlesticks, that hasn't happened. So something for me right now would say, okay, could this be a top? Could this be somewhere where we've seen the buyers out of ammunition? So I'm watching right now. I mean, we've made a nice run here in gold, 2043.40 here. But I mean, that's something that's an indication to me to say, okay, pump the brake a little bit. All right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, we're not here to fight one directional markets either. So give it time, let it play out. Don't try and pick tops. If a top is coming, you'll know in due time, and you can catch on going the other way.
Yeah.
Or at least get in for wait for the pullback, get in for a nice low risk opportunity for a long position.
I'm getting mighty close to getting stopped out on this oil short.
I'm wondering if we're going to get a call from Michael. Coming back into the market, trying to get that back.
Right. This is the NASDAQ move I think he was waiting for. He was trying to short it all day long. We're back into value from yesterday. We're hovering right around our value area high for today. Just around 630, 31.5, I would say. So we're getting some nice movement. Last couple of days, we've closed inside of our opening range. So that's sort of the move I'm eyeballing right now. But I'm not going to give this... I've given it some room to run now, so I'm just going to let it keep going for about another 10 minutes and see where we're at. But let me check back to my micros chart.
Do you guys have like a time limit for your trades, or you just sit in it until something else resolves? I know there's some systems where it's like if you don't get your action in the first X minutes, then you just pull the trade no matter what.
I've done that for sure. It depends, if you're trading. It depends on what your setup is. Right now, I'm looking for still a little more movement lower. I'm up 50. I'm in the money $50 on a micro right now.
Oh, nice.
Which
I'd take that.
Is right where I want to be. Maybe I'll give it just a few more minutes to see what happens.
Yeah, because I like looking for like 40 ticks in MCL.
Yeah,
I think those are like pretty attainable to get.
Once I get more comfortable with this, I'll jump back into the minis.
Yeah, I do miss trading minis though. It's fun to see big numbers. Part of me does miss trading and trading combines because of that. There's just so much more opportunity to make money than having like a personal, tiny little like micro account with like a right in it. You know what I mean? It's like I would much rather have a trading combine than a small micro account.
Yeah. All right. And this is my personal brokerage account, so I'm not swinging for the fences with.
No, yeah, neither am I. I'm like risking $40 a day, and as of yesterday, I did a really good job of just taking 2 losing trades and moving on. And today I might have to do the same, but I've done a good job of controlling my emotions insofar as not wanting to overtrade. I did that, I think Thursday and Friday last week, and I just the relapse. The feeling of relapse is just awful.
Yeah,
just eating like a 3x losing day when it should have been just a normal loser. You know what I mean?
Right. So this 5-minute chart's telling me to stay in a little longer. That's what I'm reading from it. So maybe I'll. What time do we have? 11:36, 11:45. I'll reevaluate. Maybe move my stop down to a. I hate scratching trades, but I don't want to turn this into a loser either, just in case it rips on my face. So give it a few more minutes. Maybe I'll move my stop down, or maybe I'll just get out.
I feel like CL is starting to get some wiggle in the ladder, which is what I call it, because I've spent a long time watching CL. So I bet we could get something relatively soon out of this. I mean, CL's been in a insanely tight range. We're talking like 20 cents for the last like 25 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe like, yeah, this is a lot. So something's going to come out of it eventually. It always does. I just really hope I don't get stop run and have it just reverse on me. I could see it go to like 77, like 10 or 15, and then just run right back down. I might be a little bit early. We'll see. But the tilt is going pretty good for CL short, 68%.
68% short tilt. This is when Michael will be starting about thinking about getting long, right?
Yeah, and volume has really dropped off on the 5-minute. So something about to happen, I think. Don't know which way though. We'll get 76.75 as average position for shorts. So they're still underwater. Where longs at 76.70. Longs are feeling pretty good. I've actually seen a couple times where like the crude oil average position for both long and shorts is the same price, but then you'll have like a 10% difference in the long short. It's pretty interesting. I feel like once people get like a lot more access to the tilt, they're going to start like figuring out little nuances.
Yeah, the tilt's really incredible, and
yeah, it's really cool.
Michael's right. You know, you put 100 people sitting in a room watching the tilt, you're going to get 100 different interpretations of how to use it.
Oh yeah,
just like any other indicator or chart pattern.
Well, people will just use it to reinforce what their current strategy is. So if they're, if they're always counter trend trading, they're going to find a way to use the tilt to benefit that. Or if you're a trend trader, you'll find a way to benefit, that. So I don't think it's going to change people's trading all that much, to be honest.
Well, boys, we've got a couple minutes here, and then what we're going to be doing here. Don't forget, we've got top quiz coming up, and what we're going to do is we've got the names. Let's see here. We've got the names for those that have been selected, I believe. Oh, we can cut it 11:45. All right, Jack. So we got a little more time. I'm sorry. So.
Cool. Well,
are we not entertaining you, Eddie? Are you not entertained?
Tradertainment. I am tradertainmentized. There's a new word we can add. Tradertainmentized.
All right. Living straight is just barely hanging in there.
John Smith says, "What is the tilt?" Well, John, if you're look on the very top of our screen here, and you're going to be seeing right now the ESZ, we've got the MNQ, we've got the MES. What those are is the. Can we put that description on there? What the tilt is basically.
James, do you have that tilt overlay we could throw up real quick?
What we're showing there it is. Okay, so what is the tilt? It's a real-time snapshot of sentiment and bias of all top step traders that are in position. They have a position on. So what you're seeing is the average entry. Let's just look at crude real quick. 76.74 percentage of short. That's going to be 66%. And those that are long right now are only 34%. So they're leaning on the shorts. Okay, we've got more traders that are looking, that are working the sells than the buys.
Yeah, they were right this morning. They nailed. They got paid big time this morning.
Yeah,
and now exactly. They tried to switch sides. So we'll see what happens.
That'll work. So good stuff. Now, let's see. Are you in a position there, D-Time?
Yeah, I've been waiting this 76.84s, but my stop is at like 77.02. Don't tell Goldman. They're come get it. But we're getting real close to this being a a losing trade.
Okay.
That would be done for the day for me. 2 losers.
So that's your limit. Deuce on the losing side, and you're
Yeah,
done.
I just go 2 to 1. Risk 20 to try to make 40. And try to hit these little range bound consolidations, but I'm not getting the direction right recently. So I gotta figure something out. But once you get the direction right, it's easy.
Do you guys have a personal loss limit?
You should if you don't.
That I tell you, you know what? That is something that saved my ass when I added it to my strategy. It was very hard to do because you're always, come on, one more trade.
Yeah,
I can get onto this. One more trade. And what you're doing is you're just digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. Yeah. And, a lot of people say, a lot of traders say, well, don't worry about what happened yesterday. Focus on today. Well, yes. But the thing is, you dug yourself a hole so deep yesterday, you got some work to do.
Well, that's the problem, is because you can't even enjoy like a modest winning day if you were terrible the day before, because you probably made half back of what you lost. So it's not a great feeling.
Right.
But actually, Eddie, you alluded to what I think is the best way to find your personal daily loss limit. Is like you were saying that you were thinking about trading all the time after you were done having a bad week, a bad day. It's all you thought about. And my rule for finding a personal daily loss limit is have a loss limit where you don't think about your trading session an hour after you're done. If you're still dwelling on your losing day, you probably lost too much money.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
that's what I was doing. Yeah. That was me. That was me until I added that to the strategy. But like I said, it was very hard to do. And that's when you got this snap and a light bulb goes out, turns on, and it's like, you have to do this. Give it a try just for a week. Just for a week. And by the end of the week, it was like, wow, it wasn't my first few weeks weren't good, but it's like they weren't that bad. And it was like, okay, I see something here now.
Yeah, but it's delayed gratification. You have to get to that point. You have to put in like 5-10 days to actually see the benefits of maintaining that loss limit.
Right. And that's going to save your ass from busting an account or getting on that train and saying, what did I do?
Yeah.
But you've got to commit to it. You've got to commit to it and say, it's not an option. Well, maybe it's an action. I hit that number or those tick, whatever it is, money wise, tick wise, it's a shut off. I'm done.
I mean, the market's big enough to take all of your money. It doesn't matter how big it is. So whether you think it's $100 or 100,000, the market has enough volume to take all of it.
It's a beast.
Oh yes. Yeah, it could be $1 billion. Market will take that too.
Yes, exactly.
Might as well get good at managing your risk now while you can afford it.
JD, you got a personal loss limit?
When I'm trading micros like this, it'll be $100 because if I was trading regular minis, my daily loss limit would be $1,000 a day. So, yeah, basically, I'm trying not to delude myself from thinking I'm trading any bigger or smaller than I actually am. I'll try and keep it consistent. So, yeah,
right.
$100 trading micros, equivalent of $1,000 trading minis. So I stick to that.
There you go. Trent says his rule of thumb is 1% of the initial account value per day. So it can fluctuate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If that works for you, that's fine.
I know a lot of FX people who do that.
That's professional level risk management there. That's pretty much in line with what you'd see at bigger prop shops. It's about 1% of your account.
Right. So, Vibresco, I'm glad that you needed to hear this. Well, that's what we're here for, man. That's what we're here for. And props to everybody that is in the chat that is participating, sharing some ideas, letting us know where their positions are. That's what's making this community just so badass cool.
Yep.
Okay. And keep it up. And I hope that you come and join us each and every day because it's always different. It's always different. So let's do that. But we are 11:45 here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm throwing a bit in here to get out of this short position. Someone was asking what platform I'm using. I am on the TradingView platform right now.
Okay. All right.
I was a tick away from getting stopped out. I'm still alive in this crude oil short. So my heart rate has probably jumped about 20 beats per minute since since we last spoke.
The excitement of trading, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
all right, guys. I appreciate you joining us here. We've got. Let us know. Keep us posted on your positions. Jack, we've got top quiz coming up here right now.
Well, we'll do the names or whatever first.
Oh, that's right. Okay. These are the names of those that have gotten the Top Step X invite. So we're going to run those through, and then we're going to go to Top Quiz. And stick around. We've got our coaching session with Coach Dakota, and good stuff. Good stuff. Guys, thanks, Nick, John, JD. You did a great job in the morning here. We got Hogue coming back here tomorrow. Nice. Keep up the great work, both you guys, man. Love you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
out of the short, by the way, made $62 on it.
62, man.
62.
That's about 4 Happy Meals.
2-to-1 risk reward. Stick to it, guys.
There you go. All right, we'll be right back. Oh no, post the name.
That money ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah. Pedal to the floor, to the engine. Head up in the clouds when I levitate. We don't spit game, we just educate. 1080, how the paper straight. Couldn't get it back then, so I had to wait. Now the money come to me, so I don't have to chase. I don't gotta flash nothing, I don't gotta fake, darling. We not practicing, we falling. And heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. Yeah. Heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. Ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah.
Hello, friends and traders. Welcome to Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined by Alyssa today. Love the tree.
Thanks, Jack. It's actually very crooked. I haven't fixed it yet, so it's definitely leaning, but we're getting in the spirit.
No, it's cool. That's character. So if this is your first time playing Top Quiz, click the link that is pinned there to sign up for the quiz, or go to kahoot.it and enter that PIN number. Be sure to include your email because that's how I notify the winners. They don't go anywhere else. I'm not storing your emails. They're just sitting on my Google Drive. Anyway, 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you are entered into a random drawing, and I'll be giving out 20 free resets today. All right. I'll be easy on you guys today. I think this is a fair quiz today.
All right.
Not that I think they're ever unfair, but still no perfect scores yet, Alyssa. I have no doubt it's going to happen at some point. So we'll see if today is your day. So I'll give a few.
Today.
Yeah, any day could be the day. So I'll give you guys a few more seconds here to get in. Remember to only enter once. I have found along the way people that are on my S list, my naughty list since it's December, who I can see entering multiple times. And a quick note on statistics, because this is a random drawing, is if you're emailing me saying, I need a new code because I've already won 2 or 3 times this week, that's the sort of thing that's going to make me immediately go and check. So be warned. All right. I emailed the winners from yesterday. We'll see if I can get around to announcing the winners today. So we got over 1,100 people in, including, it's too quick, Vladislav, Big Pebbles, Marty McFly. I think it's time to get started. Alyssa, you ready?
I'm ready, Jack. Let's do it.
All right. Let's start. And the intro. I need some music in here. The music they have that comes standard with it's kind of lame. But here we go. The Trades by Matt breakfast special is 3 scrambled eggs served alongside what? Bacon, sausage, yogurt, or black beans. And if you happen to know this, Alyssa, just wait until the timer's down a little bit.
Yeah, this is an odd question to not have seen the show today. I'm going to guess the yogurt.
Indeed, it was. It is yogurt.
It was the only one that didn't quite seem like it fit with the scrambled eggs. So.
They all ate it earlier on air. Who's Trades by Matt? He was the guy that was just on here for 3 hours, by the way. And he's a man of great conviction in eating yogurt and eggs, which frankly sounds disgusting. MP was eating vanilla yogurt with scrambled eggs and then put Cholula on it. And I think that's probably why he beefed that trade. If you eat like shit, you trade like shit. Okay. Remember, this is just the bragging board. It's randomly selected if you get 3 or 4 right. Our friends CL Trader, Catalina, Tyet, Viper, and Srills. You ready for question 2?
I'm ready, Jack. Let's do it.
All right. Question number 2. Following on Instagram. Or just following on Instagram. Who has the most followers? Is it Selena Gomez, Leo Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, or Kylie Jenner?
I feel like I've seen this before, and I want to say Selena Gomez.
These folks are in the top 5, but one stands way outside. It is Cristiano Ronaldo, has something like 114 million Instagram followers. All right, for all people out there who say I don't ask global questions, that one is global. All right. Let's see the bragging board here. Bigger, Slim Tim, Tanja, Fucci, NQ, my mistress. Okay, that's pretty good. Yes. All right. Ronaldo was up there. All right. Ready for question 3?
Let's do it, Jack.
And remember, the millionth person who asked for a free reset in the chat will get a free reset. I'm joking. No, that's stop asking. All right. Question number 3. The price that the CME group uses to mark traders' positions to the market daily, determining profits or losses, is called the closing price, the settlement price, the opening price, or the volume-weighted average price.
These all really sound the same in my head, Jack. They're all giving me the same vibe. So I'm going to go with the opening price.
Close. It is the settlement price, which we get a lot of questions about each and every day. But yes, the settlement price is different, usually a little bit from the actual closing print. And the volume-weighted average price is something else entirely. So good job, traders. Looks like a lot of you knew that. Okay. Let's see the board going into one final question. No X for me. Tanja, Santa, Alan, and my good friend. I didn't know we had 8th graders in here with the Jack M1. So well played. All right. Let's do this. One final question, Alyssa, for all the marbles.
All the marbles, Jack.
Okay. Here we go. According to the American Kennel Club, this dog surpassed the Labrador Retriever as the most popular breed in 2022. Was it the Poodle, the Golden Retriever, the French Bulldog, or the German Shepherd? It ended a 31-year streak of the Labrador Retriever. So who is it?
Is it the German Shepherd?
More smushy.
French Bulldog.
It is indeed the French Bulldog. The Frenchie became the most popular breed in 2022. Anyone has a Frenchie, send us a picture at topsteptv.topstep.com. We'll be sure to show that at some point. All right. Let's remember, this is just a bragging board. We'll select 20 people randomly. We got 3. Hey! Jason, 2. And the bragging board winner today is MP. You got to up that name game, NP. You do. All right. So thank you all for playing. I will select the random winners and try and get those out by the end of group coaching. If you see your name, this is the rule we're going to make, though. If you see your name, I am going to email you. Wait 24 hours before you start talking to support or me, because sometimes it takes time to make the codes. So with that, Alyssa, thank you again.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. So let's, I was going to say put our hands together, but we're not in an auditorium or something. Stick around because we're going to take a quick break now, and then Coach Dakota is going to be in the house with Eddie for group coaching. You won't want to miss that. Our man from Utah, Dakota. So stay along for the ride. Alyssa, thanks again.
Thanks,
we'll
Jack.
see you tomorrow.
Welcome to group coaching, and we've got our coach with us today, and it's Coach Dakota. Coach, how are you?
Good. How are you, Eddie?
I am fine. Thank you very, very much for asking. Busy day here. Lots of good things going on here, and this segment's going to be the cherry on the sundae. We're going to end it with group coaching here, and right before we started, I'm like, Coach Dakota, what's the topic today? And what is the topic today, sir?
So we have a very fun one today. Probably going to bore a lot of people, put them to sleep. Statistics 101. We're going to be talking about a very general understanding of some of trading statistics. You guys get to talk through that when you guys do the shoulder tap, understanding risk reward, understanding probabilities of profit on your different individual trading statistics and how it coordinates into our trading. I have this slideshow. It looks like you guys have it put up. Statistics 101 is what I called it. A general understanding of statistics in the trading world. Okay, so
I'm ready. My pencil is sharpened. I'm ready to go.
Into it. Yeah, you have the slideshow up, but let's go into it. This is something that we probably heard a lot. You maybe call it a few different things, but what is POP? Another acronym like POP, probability of profit. And I come from an options trading background, Eddie, and we use these statistics a lot. We use POP, probability of profit, in options all the time. And it's the same with futures. We're future traders here at Topstep, and we always want to know and understand our trading strategy and our trading statistics. So probability of profit, the likelihood of a trade going in your favor and making money. So there are two different types, and we all know that as traders is we get the full probability of profit. So that's when we have a take profit, or we close a trade out when it's gone our way, exactly what we expected. So I have full POP, so full probability of profit, the likelihood of a trade hitting your target or take profit and receiving the most out of your expected profit or expected move, whichever you prefer. Next, we have a partial POP, the likelihood of a trade being profitable, but less than receiving the most of an expected profit. So as you guys could imagine, when you're thinking of it about your statistics, and you go on to your Topstep dashboard and you see your equity curve, and then we're always talking about the statistics, right? What's your risk reward? What's your probability of profit? And like how many winning trades versus how many losing trades? And whether you're getting the full amount of your trade or if you're closing out at a partial position, right? Maybe you close it at break even, or maybe you close it at right before it gets to your take profit or halfway or whatever the situation is. That's going to affect your statistics in the long run, as you can imagine. I have a couple examples. I just ran through this here. I call it POP examples, probability of profit examples. And here's two of them. The one on the left, you can see we got into a long position at 16,023, and I put a take profit and a stop loss. And the probability, this is just assuming we do not know what direction the markets are going to go. We just believe the market can go up and it could go down. Well, based off of some very general, and this was just all by just eyeballing it, I put this together. So the numbers are not exact, but the statistics and the concept is. So if I'm long on the example on the left, and I have my stop loss really close, and my take profit pretty far away, It's really close to either a 4-to-1, maybe a 5-to-1 risk reward. The probability that the market goes any random direction and it hits my stop loss close to 75% of the time. On the inverse, if we go and it goes to our take profit, it's going to be hitting our take profit 25% of the time, just based off of a complete random market, right? No trading strategy, no edge in the market, just completely random. The closer your stop loss is, the higher the likelihood of you being stopped out. And of course, the inverse of the further away your take profit is, the less likely it's going to be hitting your take profit. So very basic, very general statistics and concept on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you can see where, you know, it's closer to a 1-to-1, where if the market goes at random, you just place a random trade, very much like flipping a coin, and you get in long or short, and you have your take profit and your stop loss the exact amount in points or ticks away. Then you have a 50-50 chance of a trade being profitable. Does that make sense for you, Eddie? Very general, very basic, that concept that traders should understand. If not, then being able to understand how this ties to your trading statistics.
You know, Coach, I mean, sometimes basics we step over and don't realize how important they are. And this is something that you should formulate in your strategy. This is going to keep you trading for the next day. You know, trade for tomorrow, and something like this, risk versus reward, you're not going to let it get out of control.
Yeah, and I think we hear it all the time with Michael, yourself, and Hogue, and all the risk managers, is we want to keep our statistics in our favor. And as traders, we're not going to be right 100% of the time. I mean, there are some odd, and we talk about standard deviations, and I kind of want to go away from maybe going too in-depth in statistics, because this is very basic statistics class and a coaching session here, where there are some abnormalities, right? Like every once in a while we'll catch a day and maybe we're just really either lucky and seeing the market correct, and we get 5 out of 5 trades winning 100%. Well, that's great. And I believe you guys even have the statistics on TopstepTV in the morning about winning streaks, right? Well, you're not going to win forever. Eventually, you're going to have a losing day. Eventually, you're going to have a losing trade. But as long as when you're placing that trade, you know that at the end of the day, over the long run, whether it's a month or 2 months or even a year, that statistically, your trading plan is going to work out. And that's the ability to be able to analyze your statistics, know what your statistics are on your trading plan, and then when you're trading, know that, hey, it's okay if I lose 3 or 4 in a row. My risk reward is so good. Maybe it's the example on the left. You know, I'm going to be losing more than 50% of the time. However, when I do have a winning trade, it's going to make up for that. And sometimes that can be hard on a trader to understand, that they might be losing more than they're winning, depending on what strategy that they're using, and vice versa. Maybe they're winning a lot more than they're losing. However, when they lose, it might be a lot bigger than when they're winning.
Now, Coach, Trading Facts has got a question here. Questions are open in the chat, but please keep them to the topic. He says, to be honest, I don't see any difference between risk, reward, and pop. What is the difference?
So they're very similar. That's a great segue into this next slide. Risk reward, right? So also known, I grew up learning it, return on capital, risk reward, we could also say. So what is your return for the amount of capital that you're risking? You know, for example, each trade's risk can be considered the expense for the trade. So for example, if I'm going to be risking $300 for a particular trade, then in the way that I think of it, Eddie, is that the expense for me to place this trade is going to be $300. And then each trade's profit could be considered the income for that trade. So for example, I'm putting up $300 to make, say, 1,000. or for statistics purpose, for basic math, let's say $900. So I'm going to be risking 300 and I'm going to be making 900. I have a 3-to-1 risk reward. So for every $1 I'm risking, I plan to make $3. And in business, in anything that you do when it comes to business, finance, accounting, where we're risking $300, we're putting an expense of $300, and for that risk, the reward to come out of that would be the $900 if it's profitable. And that's where we can start to see where that statistics of what return on capital or ROC or risk reward is connected to the probability of profit, where it's very similar. However, there's a difference. So let me go to this example. If we think back to the other example, 2 slides ago, where there was percentages, right? Percentages is what's the probability of that trade being profitable. Now this is what, if it is profitable, then what's the risk reward? So this is the statistics behind it, because this is based off of just random market movements. For this class, we're just assuming that we don't have a strategy, and so we don't know 100% whether or not what these statistics are, because it's not a strategy. This is just numbers put on the screen. So on the left hand side, this is the 1-to-1 risk reward, and based off of going back to the probabilities, if the market is to move at random, the 1-to-1 risk reward would be a 50% chance of winning or losing. It's that 50-50 trade, right? However, if we do have a strategy and we have an edge on the market, Eddie, then the probabilities would be different, but the risk reward would be the same. So I could still have a 1-to-1 risk reward. I believe Michael Patak does it in the mornings, where he puts like a 15-point stop loss and a 15-point take profit, and he does have a 1-to-1 risk reward. However, he's winning a lot more than he's losing, because he has a strategy and he has an edge on the market, so that he's not flipping a coin and it's not a random market. He knows that when he places a trade, more than 50% of the time, he's profitable. And so that's where the statistics are able to be connecting the probabilities versus the risk reward. Now, on the other side of this example, where we have a 1 in 5, well, that means that it's not 50-50. It's closer to 20%. So this means that if you lose, say, 5 times, or what is it? So if you lose, 8 times out of 10, you can still be profitable based off your statistics. And once again, we're basing this off of just completely random market movements. So we don't know whether or not the market's going to be going up or going down. We just know that we have a 1 in 5 risk reward. So that means for every dollar that we're risking, over here on the right hand side, we have the potential to make $5. And this is taking out of the probabilities that will be profitable. And this is just saying that if I am profitable, or if I place this trade, then statistically, I will be losing close to 80% of the time. And that's a difficult strategy, Eddie, especially for, I'd say, most traders, because when you're trading and you take a loss and then another loss and another loss, then you can start having your emotions get into your trading. No one likes to lose. No one likes to lose multiple times in a row. And it's very hard, without knowing the statistics behind a strategy, to be able to have that confidence to place the next trade. I run into this. This is what I run into the most in my slow markets class during the Asian markets. This is the type of strategy that I base my trading around, this really high risk reward, where I'm looking for a 1 in 5, a 1 in 4. Sometimes I'll get a 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 risk reward trade during the slow markets class. And then when I wake up the next day, or when I review my statistics for the week, I'm only winning, 25 to 30% of my trades. And knowing that over the long run, I'm only going to be winning, 25 to 30% of my trades. I understand that I have this great risk reward that when I place the trade and I'm only going to be winning that 25 to 30% of the time, I'm going to be profitable over the long run. And if I do have a week where I just have a loss after a loss after a loss, that can be difficult, but I do know that I need to continue placing the trade exactly the way my rules are, exactly the way my trading strategy and my trading plan allows for me to place those trades. So that way, over the long run, we're going to be profitable. And I compare it to the casino, Eddie. And you probably hear me talk about Las Vegas and the casinos a lot. But the markets are very similar. They really are, because you go to the MGM or Caesar's Palace or any major casino, and every once in a while they have to pay somebody a jackpot. Someone hits the jackpot. They hit this big, win in Las Vegas, and they have to pay an individual maybe millions of dollars. And the casino is perfectly fine. In fact, they advertise it. They say, hey, look, this guy won a jackpot and they won $3 million. And they advertise it, and it's great advertising, because the casino knows in the long run, all of those games and all the games that you play in the casino, the statistics favor the casino. And they're perfectly fine paying out these jackpots, and they're perfectly fine giving people money on some of the losses the casino takes, because they know over the long run, the statistics are in their favor and they're going to be profitable. And at the end of the year, they're going to be coming out ahead of the casino floor. I'm going to get through some of these questions on.
Looking right now. We've hit some of these here.
Yeah, we have a lot of. That's one of the great things I love about Topstep and our traders is we have such a wide range of traders when it comes to experience and education, where I can have a conversation about the very basics. Right, this is statistics 101, and we could talk about some of the basic statistics, and it be beneficial for new traders. And it also helps some of our older and experienced traders get back to the basics. And on the other hand, I'm going through some of these questions on the YouTube chat, talking about random distribution, variables, there's variance, and a few other more in-depth topics on statistics, where there's a lot of us here at Topstep that we're not on that level of and being able to get in depth on the statistics. But we have that wide range where it's not going to be so boring, where we have a lot of very, very new traders just getting into it, and we have 5-10 year veterans that are here at the prop firm to start diving in and talking statistics. So we get the best of both worlds, and then everywhere in between. And I love that type of conversation and chat to where newer traders can learn from our older traders. We have trading buddies. That's been a really big advantage, that I've been able to see our community come together and help each other. So House of Pax, you ask a question.
I've seen that.
Trade the 5-in-1 strategy. Are you waiting for the profit target to hit, or do you ever close positions early? So my answer to most things is always going to be it depends. And that's going to be the same answer to this, House. It depends. And that's where, if I could go back into this slideshow where I was talking. Oh, hello?
I'm here.
Okay. 1 second. My monitor just lost power. Can you see me on the camera still?
I can see you on the camera, and checking on YouTube. I can see you on YouTube.
Okay. Well, I'll just talk. It looks like my PowerPoint so crashed on me. But going back to that question is on that slideshow. I think if you remember, it was slide number 2 or 3. I think it was 2, understanding the probability of profit, where I had 3 examples, and one of them was full probability of profit, where we're taking the full take profit, and the other one was partial, right? Because there's a lot of different strategies that we use as traders, and sometimes we have to close out early. Sometimes we close out for break even. Like we always say, the next best thing to a winning day is a scratch day, right? A scratch day is a winning day in most cases. Unless you're up a lot of money, you end up losing it all and going back to break even. That always feels bad. But there's nothing wrong with taking a scratch day. So in my trading and a lot of trading in profitable traders who trade for a living, is 100%. Yes, it's okay to take partial profits. It's okay to close trades out, early before it hits your take profit. However, do it with a reason. You always need to have a reason behind anything you do in the markets. Sometimes it's not good to just close out a trade or place a trade just because, or based off of fill or whatever. Always have that ability to go back, and when you review a trade, go through that trade step by step and have a reason you did something. Because if you cannot quantify it, you're not going to be able to measure it, and then you're not going to be able to understand your statistics, and everything will be out of whack. For example, based off that question you asked, is if my statistics are based off of just letting my trade go to the take profit or stop loss, and I know my risk reward, I know my probabilities, and I trade that strategy for, say, a year, and I just always let it hit my take profit and stop loss, and then for whatever reason I close the trade out early, that's going to skew my statistics. It's going to throw my statistics off because I no longer am following my rules. So if you have a strategy, and it's perfectly fine in your strategy to close out a trade early before it hits your stop loss or take profit, right? Going back to this partial pop, where the likelihood of a trade being profitable but less than receiving the most of your expected profit, that's perfectly fine as long as you're doing it, one, for a reason, and two, you can measure it.
Yeah, you mentioned measuring it. I mean, that's very important because the outcome on the day is all about measurement. And how well am I up? How bad am I down? And that's a calculation that you really have to take in the stride for your next setup day. If I have had a bad day prior, am I going to come in the next day guns a-blazing? And the same thing happens when you have a good day. I'm always telling traders and myself, be frugal. Don't be in a hurry to give back a profit. And enter these markets with caution and care, right?
100%. Yep. Trying to take your emotions out of trading as much as you can. You can imagine the big algorithms on Wall Street and these big hedge funds where they're trading without emotions, right? The robots, they're placing trades regardless of what happened in the previous trade, and they're just placing these trades. They know their statistics, they know the probabilities that they're going to be profitable, and they know over the long run what the statistics are going to be. Here's a question. This is something that I was going to bring into this slide. Is Raza says, I run a 1 and 2 risk reward with a 60% win rate, and I'm currently in a 4 trade losing streak. So if you know your statistics, and I think Hogue mentions this sometimes in the morning, where he says, if I have 2 or 3 losses in a row, he quits for the day. So he knows his statistics. He knows that he should be profitable, and he knows his risk reward, and he knows his percentage of profitability, or his POP. If there's something that's off, for example, if you're in a 4 trade losing streak and you know that you should be winning, say, 80% of the time, then something's off, right? Could you imagine flipping a coin, heads or tails? The probabilities is going to be 50-50. yeah, sure, sometimes you might flip head 2 or 3 times in a row. But if you flip heads 5 times in a row, you might be thinking, well, something's off, right? Maybe you're flipping the coin differently. Maybe it's a loaded coin, whatever the situation. Stop, right? Maybe stop, evaluate, stop trading for the day. Close down your computer, reevaluate. Was it something in your strategy? Maybe it's you yourself as a trader. You're letting your emotions or something impact your trading. And then start back the next day. Maybe analyze it, see if you're doing something wrong, adjust or fix it, and then trade again the very next day. And then you're flipping that coin the next day, then it should be close to 50-50, right? As the coin flip, for an example. So very much like Hogue, and what you're saying is you could also use that for an indicator for yourself to stop, keep going, or something. But you also never want to be in a situation where you lose, and kind of like a roulette table. Eventually I'm going to hit a winner, and then you keep trading, and maybe you start increasing your trade size, thinking that, yeah, I'm profitable 80% of the time. I have 4 or 5 losses in a row. Statistics are saying that I'm going to win this next one. And so you increase your contract size. You don't want to do that. I've done it. It never ends good.
I do it on the slot machines. Nothing. All right, let's bet max bet. It's got to come in.
Yeah,
it's silly.
Gonna happen. They call that a martingale strategy. Yeah, and people do the same thing. I've tried it in trading. I see people do it on the roulette table where they see red, and then they put like $50 on black, and then it comes red again. Then they put $100 on black. Then it's red again. Then they put $200, and they keep doubling it till they are either profitable or they end up blowing out their whatever they brought to Vegas. Same thing for trading. I've tried it. It works until it doesn't, because that's one of those where it probably works 95% of the time. It's that 5% when it doesn't work, you'll blow your account and you'll be worse off, right? I see equity curves. I see traders with equity curves like that all the time, where it's 10 winning days in a row, they're winning, and then boom, they blow their account, or they hit the max, the daily loss limit. So yeah, that's never a great way to trade. I forgot what I was going to say about that, where, yeah, the worst thing for a trader, and the worst thing that can happen for yourself in general, is for you to break your rules, do something that you shouldn't, and have a good outcome. And the reason for that is it teaches bad habits. We do it in everything in life, not just in trading. For a trading example, we could say that we move our stop loss, we keep moving our stop loss, and when we do, the market turns around and we become profitable. Well, that teaches us in our brain that it's okay to break our rules because it worked out this one time. So, however, it's going to work out until it doesn't. So if you keep breaking your rules and it keeps working out, eventually that one time it doesn't, it's going to be more dramatic. And you'll end up blowing your account. And that's with anything in life. I do that. I struggle with that with, like, especially over this Thanksgiving holiday and pie. Whereas I get in a good habit of going to the gym, working out, eating healthy, and Thanksgiving, just eat a lot of pie and sugar. And then, yeah. And of course, you don't gain weight immediately. You don't gain weight like the very next day. It's like, oh man, I gained 10 pounds because I ate a pie. Or I ate a piece of pie. It happens over the long run, where there's this time where that exact same scenario, right? I'm working out, I'm eating healthy, I'm drinking water, and then I start to eat one pie, and then I weigh myself. Oh, my weight hasn't changed. And then it's like, it's okay. Well, I'll start eating a little more. And then 2 months later, I check in and it's like, I gained that weight. And so it's creating bad habits whenever you break your rules, and you it's okay to not be disciplined this one time, and then you think that, and then it becomes a very bad habit. Then you just blow your account.
It's something we don't want to do. And I tell you, it's what questioned talking to traders is they kept doing the same thing over and over. And, we would look just like you had sessions. You'd check in with the trader about a week later, And, you know, you'd have your notes. This trader does this, working on this. We've talked about this. And you'd go over those notes. And it's like you're looking at the trade report, and it's the consistency of same bad habits. Now, this is easier said than done. But what you've got to do is you've got to commit to yourself. Hey, you're the one pushing the buttons. This is about you. You're the one making decisions. And this is where you've really got to batten down the hatches. You got to tighten the leash, and you got to tell yourself, I am going to do this. No matter how bad you don't want to do it, it's got to be done, or at least try to see if it works.
Yeah. Same thing with waking up in the morning to go to work, right? You don't want to do it, but you have to if you want to get paid. And the people who don't wake up early, they end up losing their job. You know,
yeah, those are the people. Yeah, those are the people on the off ramp selling oranges.
Yeah,
right.
It's being disciplined. Just like you said, when I'm working with traders and we're analyzing their strategy, and you see, and we talk one-on-one, or even in a group setting, we're talking about, hey, you know, have a tighter stop loss. Be disciplined. Don't move your stop loss. Don't use too big position sizing. That's the most common one, Eddie, is traders who use too big of position sizing. That's just the number one. I will say that all the time. Just try not to use too big of position sizing until you feel confident and you start to be consistent. Then it's okay to scale up. But until then, just don't do it. If it's not in your trading strategy, if it's not in your statistics, do not trade too big of positions. I see it all the time where a trader starts doing good and then they end up hitting the daily loss limit. And then we go back and we review their statistics, and they're trading one micro. And then the day that they hit their daily loss limit, they were trading 3 or 4 micros. And then they have to do a reset. We talk about it. We say, you know, here's why. This is almost guarantee the reason why you hit your daily loss limit is because you tried 3 micros instead of 1. Go back, and he goes through that whole same process again. And then sure enough, maybe a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks down the road, when he hits his daily loss limit, he gets frustrated. He hops onto Discord and he goes into the trading psychology channel. He's like, I just hit my daily loss limit. I'm struggling. Is there anyone to help walk through my statistics?
Right.
Same exact thing.
It's going to say, you know, a lot of these traders that pass the trading combine, once they get into the funded, I mean, you see this a lot, which is heartbreaking. And I'm being completely honest. We want to see our traders succeed, but for some reason, once you get to that funded account, that express funded account or live funded account, they're shooting for the moon. And that's the exact opposite thing that you need to do once you're funded. I mean, yeah, I've used this analogy before. It's like you've got to build a foundation first. You've got to build that safety net first before you walk the tightrope. You've got to have all these precautions set before you can start really swinging for that extra base hit. Now, we're always talking about base hits. That's what you need once you get into that funded account. Don't change your strategy, but just look to add smaller profits. Don't be going for that big profit. If some of them do turn into bigger profits. If you're looking to get on base, that single might turn into a double into a triple into a home run. It might happen, and it does happen. But the thing is, you don't want to be swinging for the fence and striking out. Boom! All that work to get you to that point is done. You're back in the combine. See this too many times, and I know we want to see success. It's like, whoa, real money. Yeah, now it's time to really play. But the thing is, you're just holding yourself back. Approach the funded account, baby steps, add the stuff up. It's the risk versus reward. Tighten things up a little bit. And once you get that sort of cushion, that foundation, that safety net, then open things up a little bit. Where if you do have a bad day, it's not killing the account. Sure, it's taking some of the profits out, but you're not moving back to the trading combine. I mean, it's easy to say, hard to do. Guilty as charged, but I mean, this is something that through experience, and I think you know too, Coach Dakota, that when you're in that situation, don't change your strategy, which a lot of traders like to do, but don't let greed is the killer. Even when you're talking risk reward, even when you're talking probability of profit, don't let that greed factor kick in there. All right, it'll happen if you systematically move forward without greed. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I usually max 15 contracts every time. No, that's the perfect thing is I don't think I've ever hit max 15 contracts. I always like to stick with one. And we have a question in the chat where someone asks, do you recommend having multiple express funded accounts? Is there any value in having multiple express funded accounts? Because you can multiply your profits or losses. So I will, and here's what I'll say about doing that is Topstep, yes, you can have 3 express funded accounts. And I like that. I do it myself. I have multiple accounts, but the reason why I have it is not so that I can multiply my profits or losses, right? If you're trading one contract and you're doing it amongst 3 accounts, then you're basically trading 3 contracts, right? I do it because I use a different strategy in each of those accounts. For example, in one express funded account, I use my slow market strategy where I place trades before I go to bed. On another express funded account, I use it for a scalping strategy, say during fast markets when the New York session just starts and it's very volatile. And for a third express funded account, maybe I use it for a different strategy. So I would recommend that if you do have 3 express funded accounts, instead of just going all 3 of them and using it as a multiplier, try different strategies. And then if you get funded with one strategy, then that's a consistent strategy that could be used as your bread and butter while you work to define, fine tune and polish up those other strategies. Because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Eddie, is that our risk managers, they don't look at all 3 accounts as a whole. They look at each of the individual accounts because a lot of traders do that. They use different strategies in different accounts. I do it. I love it. I will always recommend it because as traders, we have to be flexible. And some days the market is trending. And so I pull out my playbook just like on a coach in the NFL or basketball. You say, okay, the other team is doing this. We're trending today. So I'm going to use my trending strategy. I switch to a specific, express funded account and I trade my trending strategy. Well, if today we start consolidating, then I'll pull up my consolidating strategy and I start trading reversals and I have my reversal account, for example. So that's how I would use multiple accounts instead of just using it as a multiplier, because if you blow one when you're using it as a multiplier, you blow all 3. And then you get very emotional about it, right? That's when traders, it's great risk reward when you're talking about using just one contract, about 3 of them, right? Where you have higher risk and you also have higher reward on that. And I think you guys see some traders where they're using 3 express funded accounts and they're using max contracts or whatever, and they make $1,000 a day in one account, and then they're like, well, I have 3 express, so I'm actually making $3,000 a day, and they're making all this money. But however, when they lose, they're also losing 3 times as much. So it works both ways. It's a double-edged sword. But I will always recommend, if you want to use 3 accounts, use 3 different trading strategies. If you want to use the same trading strategy in all 3, maybe use different positions. I've tested that out a little bit, Eddie, where I have 3 different accounts, And in each account, I use a different position size. So that way I could see over the long run how it's going to affect the statistics, right? We always have that conversation about don't trade too big. You know, should I trade micros? Should I trade mini? Should I trade 1 or 2 or 3? What's the right sizing? And I will always recommend the smallest until you become consistent. But there's a point where it starts to affect a trader's emotions. And so maybe on one express funded account or one combine, you trade 1 micro. Maybe on the next combine, you use 1 mini. And then the third combine, you use maybe 5 minis, right? Or 5 micros or whatever that is. And then you could see how that works out. There's such a huge advantage of being able to use multiple accounts and test these different strategies. We also have practice accounts.
Right.
That's probably even a better situation for a lot of traders here at Topstep is you have your combine, and with each combine, you have a practice account. Practice account is meant for testing. It's meant for trying new things out until you feel confident and move that over to a combine account.
You know, Coach Dakota, we were talking about this yesterday. And I had JD and Dolby Time with me talking about strategies and so forth. And so some people stick to one strategy, right? But the market fluctuates. And it shows us different characteristics each and every day. Okay. And I mean, like you're saying, is you got to sort of go with the groove, go with the flow. And I mean, it's like golf. You know, you've got a bag of different clubs, which I would consider strategies. Let's consider that your golf club is a different strategy for a different lie on the course. I mean, if you're in the fairway, or if you're in the rough, if you're in the sand, and it sort of goes hand in hand with trading. You know, are we seeing trends? Are we seeing pullbacks? Are we seeing, and that's not to say that you've got to have a bag of strategies, but I mean, it works in the same principle. I mean, you're not going to use one strategy that sort of works with trends that you're going to be using with pullbacks or so forth. But have something in your arsenal where you can deviate, you can change a little bit. You don't have to do a complete 180 with a strategy, but something that's going to help you along a little better to get through whatever the market is doing at that present time. So it's like golf a little bit.
Yeah. I love sports analogies. We hear them all the time here at Topstep. I love them. I like to have, let's go over some maybe football sports analogy about strategies, because I talk about this in my coaching in Discord, and I refer to it as a football team, about understanding.
Now, wait, American football. We got a lot of people.
Yeah,
when you say
American
football, wait a minute. Now, they're right. All right. They have football.
Nope.
American football, right?
I spent a lot of time in Peru. I'm a big Messi fan.
Okay. So soccer football. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Let's do American football. Let's talk about, should we say the Chicago Bears? Or let's talk about the Chicago Bears. And as a Chicago Bears team, they have many different strategies, right? And we're a coach. And as a coach, as a trader, depending on many different conditions and many different variables, we have to understand what type of playbook or strategy that we're going into the day. If we're a really good running team, for example, maybe we're really good at trending markets, we want to be trading a trending strategy. However, what do we do when it's raining, for example? If it's raining, we're going to have to adjust. If the markets are consolidating, we're going to have to adjust. And if we can't adjust or understand, maybe for the markets, just stop trading. Just close it down the computer and wait till the next day. But in football, you do have to adjust. If it's raining, you're not going to be throwing the ball. As much as you want to, you can't.
Right.
And that's where, fair weather sports players, right? We're talking about Chicago or the Green Bay Packers. They go down and they play the Buccaneers or somewhere down in Florida, or vice versa, right? Where they come up into Chicago or Green Bay in the middle of winter and they can't throw the ball. It's the same for us as traders. If we're a trend trading strategy and we're really good at trending markets, what do we do when the markets start to consolidate? We just don't go. Just end it, take the L, and just be happy with a scratch day.
Right. Well, like they say, they say adapt or die, and I mean it's getting very blunt, but you have to, or I mean you can adjust, or not die. I don't want to say it, but I mean adapt or die is something that I've heard throughout my life. If you don't like it, there's a door. But I want to stay here. I want to make sure that I can get through here. So I mean that's something that you've got to sort of decide. Can I do it? Can I not do it? Should I do it? Should I not do it?
Yeah, and it's perfectly okay with being average. I seen Tom Brady mentioned in here, and something amazing about Tom Brady that I love is he was okay with being average. Like he just those 5, 10, like 5-7 yard passes, perfect. That's what would win you the ball game, rather than going for these big 50-yard home runs. And same with trading, where it's okay to be average. That's what you should strive for. It's striving to be average in terms of having those realistic expectations, not going for home runs, hitting those base hits. We could talk about as many analogies as we want in sports, right? Basketball, it's being able to make your free throws. Free throw could win a game. We've seen LeBron James win a game last week with a free throw, and we see it all the time, is doing what is average, doing it consistently, being good at being average. And then eventually you're going to start to hit home runs, right? Like you're not going up to the plate to, I'm just going to hit home runs. It's either home run or nothing. No, it's you take these base hits, and then eventually you do that consistently enough, you're going to have home run hits. And it's putting yourself in the position to take advantage of opportunities in the market. And it's looking for those opportunities with realistic expectations, and eventually they'll come.
Yeah, they will. So any other questions here?
Yeah, we could get through some questions, and we are coming up on what is it?
Top of the hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard we might be doing some noon to 3. Topstep TV is going to be extending sometime in the near future.
Yes, that is in the cards. That is in the tea leaves. We want to make sure. Well, the thing is, when we used to do the Squawk Radio, I would have it from opening bell to closing bell. And we'd have breaks in between and so forth. But we want to make sure that, this is a request, traders are asking for it also. We don't want to leave you empty handed after, 1 o'clock here. So we'll be doing that. So that is in the plans. So we'll go from there.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm excited for that. I know there's a lot of traders, including myself, that likes to sit here and listen to Topstep TV, and we do get a spike of volatility near the end of the day, and there's a lot of traders trading it. So that's awesome to hear.
Cool. Let's see here. There was a question for you here about how long till you were profitable. Ghost is asking. How long did it take you to sort of kick it in gear, brother?
So for my trading and my personal, man, it goes back. I'm not as old. I'm not that old.
I never said you were.
But
come on, you old fart, talk.
I just turned 30. At the end of October, I turned 30. But I started trading when I was in junior high. I was about 12 years old until I started to get into trading. I started trading with my mother, who had an old Scott trade account. And she would always let me play in the market with her, just penny stocks. And then we're here in Utah, so we get a lot of snow. I started to plow snow and do pretty much chores and other things to get money. I'll give it to my mom. She'll put it in her Scott trade account, and I'll trade penny stocks. losing it most of the time.
Of course, yeah, same bus. Yeah.
Yep. And then I graduated into high school, and I thought I knew what the heck I was doing, and I no longer traded penny stocks. I started doing this amazing thing called options. Right, options is is the best thing ever. And then same thing, would lose money, and then I went to college, and I did something that I would tell everyone not to do, and that's taking out, here in the United States we have Pell Grants and student loans. And I was living with my mom, so I didn't need the money. And I took those loans and I put it into the market, and I lost it, right? And so probably by the time I turned, I think it was around 18, I had a part-time job, and I couldn't trade during the New York session, so I was only trading during the Asian session. My slow market strategy, if you guys have ever caught that class, where I'd only have 2 hours at night after college and my part-time job before I go to bed, place trades, didn't expect anything, started to learn options, and then probably right around my 19th birthday is when I started to be more consistent. I still had a part-time job. When I turned 21, I got rid of my part-time job, and I was trading full-time as my main source of income. And then over the past 10, 12 years, trading's been my full-time income. And then I'm on the board of directors here at a supply chain company here in Utah. And then I started doing coaching here at Topstep. I did coaching off and on before in the past for other prop firms, but it was nothing as exciting as what we have here on Discord and here at Topstep. It wasn't as fun. It was more of like a teacher at a college, and it was really boring and had the curriculum, and yeah, it wasn't as catered to the traders. It was more of like this one-on-one. Here at Topstep, the group coaching is much better than one-on-one. In my own personal opinion, Eddie, is because when you have a single teacher, you just learn what that one teacher knows. But since we do this group coaching here on Discord, the trader gets to choose who they want to learn from. They could hop into, say, Coach Ray's class, learn a little bit from Ray. They could hop into my class, learn a little bit about slow markets. They could hop into Coach Paul's and all the different coaches we have available, and all of this content that we have for you guys as traders, and learn from all of us, and then find the route that they want to go. They become consistent. Maybe they have a question, and we have traders around the world. And so time is no longer strict, right? We could have traders during the New York session open, the New York close, during the Asian and London sessions. So it's an international trading company. I love Topstep. This is not work for me. This is more of a fun.
See, there you go.
When you do something that you enjoy, it's not really work.
It's not really work, right?
That's why I do it.
Same here. Well, yeah, I tell you, Dakota, 18, when I was 18, I thought I'd be a rock star. So guess I wasn't, but I had a good run. Traveled a lot of places, but it all came back full circle. It's going to take time, and wherever we start learning how to trade, it's going to take time. Real quick here, we've got I got time for just a couple more questions. We're going to give you quick answers here. The road vendor, I like that one. Do funded accounts trade minis? Yes. Okay, you can trade minis if you're funded. Craftsman says, now here's something that I sort of fell into, and I think a lot of us do. Craftsman says, you may have covered this, but generally, what are some tips to remain in a successful trade? I often find myself executing great setups, but becoming fearful of a winning position. Now, I mean, that sort of sounds silly, but yes, you're going to be in, it's sort of either way. It's like you're on the fence and you're going to be fearful whether it's a loser or it's a winner. But, the thing I think that we need to talk about is, where do you want to take your profit? Where do you want to get out of that trade and cut that fear? All right. How much profit do I want? And usually the worst time is when you're in money and it hasn't hit your target yet to get to exit, and all of a sudden it's pulling back again, and that $250 winner is now 175, 150, $100, $50, and that's where the fear and panic happens, and that's when we get reckless. So make sure that you're once again, we'll go to greed. Make sure that if your profits are reasonable, okay. That's the worst thing I hate as myself is having a profitable trade turn into a stop loss. Man, it was there. I called it right, but I missed it by 3 ticks. That's the worst. It's going to happen, right? That's going to happen. What's your call on that, Coach Dakota?
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to that slideshow I just presented, right? Understanding your statistics, probabilities, and understanding your trading strategy, and having that confidence when you're placing these trades. And where I was talking about what's the probability of you hitting your take profit, what's the probability of you closing out at partial. And I think the risk managers and Michael and Hogan, you guys talk about it all the time. When you start becoming profitable in a trade or throughout the day, it's okay to take out profit. It's okay to not let a winning trade turn around and become a losing trade. If you start to question yourself, if you start to become emotional about a trade, 9 times out of 10, it's best just to close it. Even though you might still feel confident about it.
Right.
This happened to me last night on gold. I was trading gold last night. We were talking about getting long around 2016, 2015, and believing that could run up to 2020, 2030. I haven't checked gold today. What is gold even at?
Well, right now, 2040.70 here. We're just coming off the top. So
okay, so
it had taken off this morning.
Wow, there's an example. I was wanting to long gold last night. I was really hesitant, and the right decision for me was to not trade it. And yeah, I go back now and after hearing where gold's at, I really wish I would have taken that trade, but that's okay. It's okay because you know what? I have tomorrow, and it's better to just
tomorrow
second guessing yourself
instead
of worrying about it. If you're in profit and you're like, oh, I'm up $100, I just need a couple more ticks till it hits my take profit, and then you start becoming emotional about it, and immediately when you think of anything, when you start second guessing yourself, just hit the close button, and move on to the next.
Take what the market gives you. Take what the market gives you. Cool. All right. Well, Coach Dakota, really appreciate you being here with us today. I know that we're out of time. I would like to, and I hope everybody in the chat, let's give a shout out to Vanessa today, who's been in our the YouTube chat. She's done a wonderful job answering questions with links. So Vanessa, you kick some butt here today. And let's give her a little shout out, little props, and hopefully tomorrow we'll have Vanessa back again. And she did a great job. But Coach Dakota, you did a great job too, brother. And hey, listen, if you're listening here, don't forget we got a Discord channel, and in that Discord channel is a buffet and an open bar. No, I'm just kidding. In that Discord channel is coaches rooms where you can join. You can jump in Coach Dakota's room. All right, and if you've got a question, they might not be in there at that present time, but make sure you sign up, because on my phone, I'm always getting a class, Discord class coming up next, and I'm getting alerts that they're having classes. So after we're done here, things don't stop at Topstep. No, we've got our Discord. Discord is 24/7, 365. So keep that in mind. But Coach Dakota, any closing words before we say hasta la vista, baby?
100%. I think you said it best. Big shout out to Vanessa and all of our trading ambassadors and support. I mean, we couldn't really have what we have without them. We have a lot of traders. Discord has grown so much. Sometimes it's hard. It's like the Wild West. And so I always shout out to everybody who helps keep everything organized, and so that we could have a well-structured presentation content for everybody so we can all learn from it. So big shout out to everybody. And I think I'm on here Thursday. I'll have to double check my schedule. If so, I will see you then.
It'll be you and me again, man. All right. All right. You have a good one. Before we shut the door, lock the door, and turn off the lights, Jack, you've got an image here for our. What do you got for us, Jack?
What do I have?
What do you have for us? Please tell us, please.
My camera now. I have an image of the winners from Top Quiz today. We can show that. But before we show it, James, don't do it yet. You'll get an email by the end of today. Don't email in or talk to support. It goes out at the end of the day. So with that, James, what do we got?
What do we got? Jimmy Joe. There it is.
Hit it,
Dante.
James. Here we go.
He's my buddy.
Alberto.
Chronic.
Loving Cancun.
All right, we got a new trader.
Oh, new trader. Good.
New trader. Right. And is Lenny from what? Lenny and Squiggy? Laverne and Shirley?
Something like that.
Boxing Beast.
I sent out the email for yesterday's winners, so you've been notified if you won yesterday.
Cool. All right. Well, Jack, thank you very much. You and James and JD, wonderful job today. I had a good time today. I usually have a good time.
Always, Eddie.
You know, Jack's like our den mother. He's making sure everything is straight. Everybody doing the right thing at the right time. Yes. Weren't you in Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts?
I think I was in Cub Scouts for a couple months. It didn't really gel. So
see, we used to have a den mother, and it'd be like, listen to your den mother. She's going to get everything right. And they always did. So, or you can be our den father, whatever. But Jack, thank you very much. And traders out there, remember,
never give up. Never surrender.
Never. And of course,
no, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out. Good night.
Take care.